Robert Owen. A New View of Society. And Other Writings. Introduction. He is an extraordinary man, a wonderful man, such a one indeed as the world has never before seen. His wisdom, his comprehensive mind, his practical knowledge, but above all, his openness, candor, and sincerity, have no parallel in ancient or modern history. 1. Owen's life. Robert Owen was born in Newtown, Wales, on May 14, 1771, the son of a saddler and ironmonger who was also the local postmaster. As a child, Owen already possessed a determined and forceful personality. Later his blithe dismissal of criticism would infuriate even close followers. He loved nature but read literature, history, travel, and biography voraciously, and by the age of 7 was assistant to the local schoolmaster. Though religiously inclined, he later recalled, Owen at 10 concluded that all existing theologies were erroneous. 2 Notwithstanding, for several years he continued to seek the true religion, which would inspire genuine kindness and charity, and later described his own philosophy in these terms. But he also came to believe that religious preferences resulted from upbringing, and that nature gave the qualities, and society directed them. Given such precocious independence, it is scarcely surprising that Owen soon desired to see more of the world. In 1781 he asked his parents for permission to go to London as an apprentice, but soon secured a position in a large draper's shop in Stamford, Lincolnshire. Admired for his great industriousness, he moved to a similar, better paid post in London 4 or 5 years later, and then another in Manchester. Soon he had learned 3 things which were to prove crucial to his subsequent career: the art of turning a profit, a sense of the debasing nature of selling and its frequent reliance upon dissimulation, and a feel for cloth. At the age of 17 Owen thus found himself in Manchester, which was then just becoming the leading centre of cotton manufacturing in Britain. Most spinning and weaving still took place at home. But forms of production were quickly being altered by technical developments, notably the invention of Samuel Crompton's mule for producing fine yarn and the introduction of the steam engine in place of water power at the end of the 18th century. Owen soon saw the implications of these changes, and not only in terms of the rapid expansion of production, but equally the increase in urban overcrowding, the rising rate of disease and premature death, and the intensification of work and discipline in the new factories. Arriving in 1788, Owen remained 12 years in Manchester. The progress of his career was meteoric. By 1790, at the age of 19, he had acquired from loans, his savings, and a fortuitous partnership 3 spinning machines worked by 3 laborers. When the position of manager of the first large cotton spinning mill fell open, however, Owen offered his services. Soon superintending 500 men and women, he was enormously successful, vastly increasing the quality of the cotton spun, and quickly becoming the owner's partner. 3 Elected to the prestigious Manchester Literary and Philosophical Society, he began to acquire a degree of social polish and, struggling to overcome his youthful shyness, spoke for the first time before a public meeting. Enamoured with the daughter of a wealthy Glasgow merchant, David Dale, Owen travelled to New Lanark, on the banks of the Clyde River south of Glasgow, to inspect a cotton factory built there by Dale in 1784. Gradually he overcame the strict Scottish Calvinists' opposition to a Welshman of dubious theological views. With his Manchester partners, Owen at the age of 28 acquired the New Lanark Mills, and he moved there on January 1, 1800 after marrying Caroline Dale. When Owen arrived at New Lanark, he already believed that the new factories provided an ideal venue for behavioral experimentation, and that the vices of the laboring classes, increasingly assailed by evangelicals in particular, could be eliminated through correct training, thorough supervision, and management on principles of justice and kindness. 4 Within a decade, New Lanark was renowned throughout Europe both for its approach to labor and for the quality of its cotton thread, which brought Owen and his partners a highly lucrative trade. The factory workforce itself comprised some 2,000 people, including about 500 pauper children apprenticed from local workhouses. When Owen commenced, he complained that the workers were frequently drunken, prone to theft, and dishonest. Within a dozen years, he later boasted, they were models of industry, sobriety, and orderliness, thanks to his new views, as they came to be called, of education and management. How did Owen accomplish this considerable feat? His approach at New Lanark was not socialist. Not only was the word not used until the late 1820s, but Owen had no conception of profit sharing at the mills, and no dream of eliminating competition, which he would later describe as the chief cause of unemployment and much other social distress. Instead, he sought to eradicate vice without punishment and without wielding religious threats, by offering a healthy education and a reasonable working and living environment for his laborers. The latter were not easily convinced of his good intentions. But gradually, through Owen's persistent kindness, it was the quality which all who ever met him most frequently recalled, and especially after being paid full wages in 1806 when an American embargo on cotton exports halted production, they were won over. Nevertheless, Owen not only enjoyed extremely high profit margins, but still employed children from the age often. Most of his laborers also worked the usual load of 14 hours daily until 1816, when hours were reduced to 12. Owen himself sought to reduce these further to 10 per day, but was frustrated, as he often was at New Lanark, by his partner's wish solely to buy cheap and sell dear. Exasperated in turn by Owen's experimental whims, the partners tried to force him out. But Owen found new investors and acquired the mills on better terms to himself. Upon his return to New Lanark, the townspeople astounded his new partners by unhitching his horses and joyfully pulling his carriage through the village. The secret of Owen's success at New Lanark was not only goodwill, but also what is often termed paternal discipline and organization. Work performance was evaluated regularly, and publicly advertised by the silent monitor, a wooden block suspended above each workplace whose sides were painted in several colors and rotated in accordance with performance. Order was maintained in the workers' housing in New Lanark village by enforcing cleanliness, keeping a curfew in winter, and similar rules. Drunkenness was discouraged by fining those intoxicated in public. Compliance was often supervised by committees elected by the villagers themselves. Owen also provided medical care, established a sick fund with mandatory contributions, and sought to build public dining rooms and kitchens. These efforts were not mere generosity on Owen's part. Nor indeed were they intended solely to placate his labor force. Instead, they reflected a conscious experiment in what, by 1812, Owen had come to call the formation of character, the attempt to create a more moral, humane, kind, active, and educated workforce by providing an environment in which such traits could be nourished from childhood onward. To effect this was now to become Owen's life's work, first for children at New Lanark, in the Institute for the Formation of Character, opened in 1816, and then for all in the world at large. At a time when poor children received scarcely any education, and that largely religious, with even many philanthropists believing that further schooling threatened the social order, Owen decided that far more was required. The human mind, he believed, was capable of very great malleability, and a good character could be instilled in each by demonstrating that the happiness of the individual was contingent upon that of the community, and by fixing this association in children's minds. Owen's educational system accordingly emphasized patience, kindness, and the need to help others to be happy. It avoided artificial rewards and punishments, making knowledge playful and amusing for young children, and using many demonstrative objects for learning, especially in the chief courses, natural science, geography, and history. By all accounts, dozens amongst the thousands of visitors to New Lanark in these years noted the happiness and intelligence of the children. The system was highly successful, although it obviously could not be applied to the entire factory population. 5 And Owen continued to make money, enriching his new partners, including Jeremy Bentham, for whom New Lanark was one of his few successful investments. Owen soon became aware, however, that there were major obstacles to extending this plan even to infant education beyond New Lanark. His philanthropic aims attracted a wide circle of admirers, including dukes and archbishops. But after the first part of his chief early work, A New View of Society, was published in 1813, the clergy began to suspect his religious views. Owen's notion that environment determined character seemed to leave little room for sin, original or otherwise. His dismissal of blame and punishment as means of correction clearly challenged the propriety of divine as well as social retribution. Moreover, Owen seemed to promise that if all were properly educated, vice itself might be eradicated. To compound matters, he went so far as to imply that religion itself was a major source of social antagonism. Consequently, the new views demanded a national, non-sectarian system of education, and soon the clergy were Owen's most implacable enemies. When Owen in 1817 finally denounced every religion which did not inculcate humanity and charity, which for him meant all creeds as they were then practiced, their fears were fully confirmed. As always, such opposition only fueled Owen's determination and now inspired him to widen still further the scope of his ambitions. In this regard 1817 was the turning point in his life. At Manchester he had become interested in the health, sanitation, and education of the labouring classes. At New Lanark he had gone far towards providing these for his own workforce. The new view of society suggested further that the unemployed be set to work building roads or labouring at other public works projects. These proposals Owen circulated widely, sending copies of his writings to prime ministers, presidents, kings, and professors, even to Napoleon in exile on Elba. Owen met indeed with considerable acclaim. Many aristocrats, for example, were happy to check the unrestrained progress of commerce and manufacturing. But when he sought to persuade British legislators of the need to regulate conditions of labour in the new mills through a Factory Act, particularly before a select committee of Parliament which met in 1816, Owen encountered indifference and hostility. Their right to govern their own affairs, his fellow manufacturers insisted, prohibited further interference restricting hours of labour. Nor could the need for profits permit manufacturers' funds to be used to improve working conditions. Some employers even suggested that workers were dissolute in proportion to their free time, and could thus be glad of long hours of labor. A few largely unenforceable restrictions were passed in an 1819 Act, and Owen was greatly disappointed. His concern deepened when another select committee considering the poor laws left him sitting for long hours in their antechamber before refusing even to take his evidence. But this only fueled Owen's increasing conviction that the old system of poor relief, which supplemented the wages of the poor according to bread prices and the number of children per family, was wholly inadequate in the face of large-scale post-war demobilization, population growth, and industrial and commercial dislocation. In fact, Owen came increasingly to believe that virtually no traditional means of reform suited the novel circumstances of post-war developments. Seeking support at a famous meeting at the City of London Tavern in August 1817, which he later termed the most important day of his public life, he turned particularly upon his clerical opponents. But Owen now also revealed a dramatic shift in his own beliefs. For it was not only religion, but equally the system of private property and the subordination of all human affairs to the drive for profit, which he now believed prevented improvement. Reforming the poor laws and factory laws was now a hopeless course, only the emancipation of mankind would suffice. Over the course of the next 3 years, therefore, culminating in the report to the county of Lanark, Owen gradually adopted the set of positions soon called the social system, or socialism for short. This vital alteration in his thinking was closely linked not only to his own disappointment but also to the considerable growth in poverty in the immediate post-war years, which coincided with a period of rapid industrialization. In 1816 Owen insisted that, with the ending of Britain's wartime trade monopoly, it was the displacement of manual labor by machinery that chiefly caused distress. By 1817 he claimed that unemployment resulting from mechanization could be alleviated only by building villages of union of 500 to 1,500 people motivated by mutual and combined interest, situated in the countryside but utilizing some machinery, and thus capable of providing most of their own food and manufactured goods. Ideally, he thought, they should be constructed in the form of a large quadrangle, or parallelogram, with public buildings in the center surrounded by private apartments for each family. Each community could be set up with as little as £60,000, which it was hoped the government would supply, though if private capital were necessary a 5% return was likely. This, then, was Owen's famous plan, whose particulars he first published in April 1817. It had many antecedents, including proposals for a college of industry by the 17th-century Quaker, John Bellers, whose scheme Owen soon had reprinted, various other workhouse plans, and religious communities like the Shakers and Rappites, whose success in America was well known. But, barring the proposals of the agrarian radical Thomas Spence, who wanted to make all land public property managed by local parishes, though still farmed individually, Owen alone sought to extend his plan to the entire population. And, much more than the Spenceans, he wished to see the advantages of machinery preserved in the new communities, but under social rather than individual control. Though he disclaimed any originality for his views, Owen's proposals were none the less distinctive in several ways. In particular, though many early critics thought the plan merely an expensive substitute for the poor laws, while radicals like Cobbett railed against the parallelograms of paupers, the plan proposed that the inhabitants of Owen's villages work for the common good, living substantially in common rather than in separate dwellings on the cottage system. This was a crucial innovation upon other poor law or workhouse proposals. Soon, detailing his proposals in letters to various newspapers, Owen added that villagers would hold their property in common as well, implying that this was both more moral and more efficient. Responding to his critics, moreover, he denied that the communities would grind all down to a dull uniformity of character, that they would merely increase the surplus of agricultural and industrial produce, or that they would release the full-blown specter of overpopulation. Given Malthus's great prominence at the time, this last objection to his plans clearly bothered Owen greatly. He probably went to Paris to study contraceptive methods in this period, and helped to introduce the vaginal sponge into Britain. 7 One of Owen's later associates, George Jacob Holyoake, also claimed that around 1820 Owen circulated tracts addressed to the married of the working people warning of the dangers of overpopulation. But this in turn led already suspicious radicals to attack him as a Malthusian seeking to punish the working classes for bearing children. 8. Though it continued to attract a variety of philanthropists as well as a small coterie of working-class followers, Owen's plan soon faced a formidable phalanx of enemies, including not only the clergy and leading radicals, but also political economists, who attacked the idea of community of goods and interests. The government, too, feared that Owen's views would fuel the already smoldering Spencean movement. But Owen's resolve was merely further intensified by this united opposition. By the summer of 1817 he became convinced that the whole world, and not merely the unemployed poor, had to choose between further corruption and degradation through industrialization, with towns and villages transformed into sooty, crowded, immoral, dangerous appendages of the machine, and a new existence in Owenite villages where the advantages of both machinery and rural life would be preserved in a more healthy, moral, and cooperative environment. He became increasingly anxious that his message become known to all, buying tens of thousands of copies of newspapers in which his speeches were reported, and distributing them through the country, at one point even causing a 20-minute delay in the departure of London postal coaches bearing his views to the provinces. By late 1817, in accordance with his feverish excitement, Owen's language became starkly millennial, his convictions uncompromisingly hardening in proportion as he saw the world threatened with annihilation by machinery. Doubt thereafter rarely darkened his door. The possibility of accommodation, therefore, between what he soon termed the old immoral world and the new moral world now receded rapidly, the two being, as he often expressed it, as little combinable as oil and water. Having outlined his plan, Owen embarked in 1818 on a continental tour to promote it. At the Congress of Allied Powers assembled at Aix-la-Chapelle he met important dignitaries such as the Russian Tsar, whom he presented with copies of his works. He visited a number of experimental schools elsewhere. On his return he ran unsuccessfully for Parliament, and resumed his efforts to attract popular support in England. He was aided in particular by his friendship with the Duke of Kent, Queen Victoria's father, who took a genuine interest in Owen's proposals and became his best disciple, as Owen later put it. The Duke in fact chaired a committee formed in 1819 to raise funds for a community experiment, but unfortunately died soon after. 10 Undeterred, Owen in 1820 published the most important of his early works, the Report to the County of Lanark, which refined his proposals in several respects. Most notably, he now suggested that labor time become the standard of value for estimating the reward for work, thus eliminating the need for any currency other than labor notes, avoiding problems of inflation and deflation, and it was to be hoped, providing the basis for a just distribution of wealth. Owen also insisted that by using spade agriculture, a new technique of digging more deeply into the soil than a plow could furrow, farm production in the communities would be increased many-fold, which seems to have been primarily a response to Malthusian objections to his plan. As distress deepened in Britain, Owen formed a new fundraising organization, the British and Foreign Philanthropic Society. He also journeyed to Ireland in 1822 to study conditions there, speaking for 3 hours in Dublin to a large meeting which included the Lord Mayor and several aristocrats. Owen's energies during the 1820s were concentrated, however, on America. In 1825 he purchased a ready-made community set on 20,000 acres in southern Indiana from a pietist German sect, the Rappites. At New Harmony he spent about £40,000 or 4/5 of his new Lanark fortune in a fruitless effort to organize a disparate group of about 800 radicals, freethinkers, backwoodsmen, and scientists. For a time the community was the most important cultural outpost on the American frontier, but centrifugal tendencies tore it apart almost from the beginning. Most importantly, Owen had no choice over the influx of members, many of whom responded to his newspaper advertisements inviting the rational and well-intentioned to join him. Though there were many distinguished scientists and teachers, too few members were farmers or practiced other necessary skills. Supplies were expensive, moreover, and the produce of the community never sufficed. Most of the colonists were inspired by Owen's openness, candor, and sincerity, but were unwilling to submit unquestioningly to his teachings, and preferred governing themselves. A few thought that community meant that Owen's fortune would support them. Elsewhere, however, Owen excited considerable interest with his proposals, and in early 1825 he lectured before the American President and House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. Within the next 3 years at least half a dozen communities inspired by Owen were begun. None survived long. By March 1827, New Harmony itself had divided into 4 separate communities. 2 months later there were 10, and within a year the experiment was in the final stages of dissolution, with its imitators following close behind. A few new American Owenite colonies started up during the Fourierist wave of community building during the 1840s. But otherwise, Owen's best hope for success in the New World expired with the demise of New Harmony. In 1828, having unsuccessfully attempted to secure a land grant for a colony in Texas from the Mexican government, Owen returned to Britain. Here he found that an Owenite consumer cooperative society had been started in Edinburgh which made goods available more cheaply to its members, but also aimed to buy land for a settlement. Moreover, a community modelled on Owen's ideals, at Orbiston, south of Glasgow, had in fact been attempted by the Edinburgh tanner Abram Coombe. This brought together 300 people for several years before collapsing, largely through an inability to produce quickly enough to repay its creditors. Coombe himself died after overexerting himself at spade agriculture. An urban community eventually aiming to relocate to the country had also been begun at Spa Fields in London by George Mudie, the printer and editor of the first major Owenite journal, The Short-Lived Economist, who then also moved to Orbiston and lost all his money there. Succeeding these efforts in the mid-1820s as one of the main early Owenite organizations was the largely working-class London Cooperative Society, set up to propagate Owen's ideals as well as to raise money to buy land near the capital. By 1827 its members had decided that the best means of amassing capital was to set up a cooperative shop whose profits could supply a community fund. At the same time, and especially from 1828, when a successful store was set up in Brighton, a large consumer cooperation movement grew up which owed much to Owen's work. By 1830 some 300 cooperative societies existed in all parts of the country. Having now lost most of his hope for assistance from the aristocracy, Owen attempted to enlist these organizations in the communitarian cause. Unable to control the new movement, however, he withdrew his support and attempted to frustrate measures he disagreed with. The middle and late 1820s also saw the publication of the main works by Owen's early followers and associates, notably several books by the Irish landowner William Thomson, especially an inquiry into the principles of the distribution of wealth most conducive to human happiness and labor rewarded, and the newspaper editor John Gray's lecture on human happiness and the social system. The latter in particular popularized a non-communitarian ideal of socialism in which cooperative labor and exchange guaranteed an equitable reward for labor, and national economic planning and production assured a rational balance of supply and demand. This was to prove particularly important to later writers who attempted to combine radical political reform with Owenism, like the social chartists Brantera O'Brien and John Francis Bray. In the mid-1830s the success of the cooperatives briefly resulted in a new phase in the Owenite movement. For a few years, practical cooperation through the construction of labor exchanges was considered the best means both of directly assaulting the competitive system and of raising funds for a community. In these institutions shoemakers, carpenters, cabinet makers, and other artisans exchanged products directly using labor notes and without paying retail prices, with goods thus trading equitably on the basis of labor and raw materials costs. For the time being labor was evaluated at the rate of 6d per hour, which was assumed to be a fair mean between various forms of work. It was hoped that eventually all producers would be able to trade amongst themselves, thus destroying retail competition and, by using profits to acquire land, settling the unemployed in communities. The exchanges were very active in 1832-3 in particular, when they involved 500 to 1,000 artisans. Owen closely supervised the largest of them at Gray's Inn Road, London, and a branch at Birmingham also opened. But by mid-1834 they collapsed through an inability to meet demand for a greater variety of products, from complaints of unfairness about the pricing of products, especially foodstuffs, and because labor notes were not widely transferable. The promise of the exchanges nevertheless interested large numbers of workers in Owen's ideals, especially after the 1832 Reform Act failed to extend the vote to most of the laboring classes. As earlier, Owen condemned efforts at political reform, and a few weary radicals were now willing to concede some of his case. But he also insisted that the working classes were incapable of leading themselves, and thereby alienated many potential supporters. Against radical leaders like O'Brien, Owen maintained that no movement could survive without his leadership and the faithful pursuit of his proposals to the last detail. This notwithstanding, for a time in 1833-4 Owen became a leading member of the short-lived Grand National Consolidated Trades Union, one of the first organizations to attempt a general union of all labor. Particularly in London, the union emerged in part from the cooperative associations, some of which consisted of members of a single trade. Its members were clearly impressed by Owen's recent campaign for an 8-hour workday. Many operatives also took from Owen the idea that labor was the source of all wealth, and concluded that reward should be given only to productive laborers, or those who actually furnished articles for consumption, or offered equivalent services, not to capitalists or retailers. In turn they persuaded Owen, if only briefly, that the pressure of numbers might effect social reform quickly and without violence, and that the unions could operate democratically and efficiently through a council elected by all members. Various leaders also moved towards a syndicalist ideal of a managed national economy controlled by union councils, where all masters and managers would be elected from amongst the workers. But despite a large number of strikes, the enrolling of many trades in cooperation, and the amassing of as many as 1 million members, the union failed. It was Owen's sole major attempt to act as a working-class leader. But his paternalistic style again grated on many around him. Owen himself tended to assume he had been proved correct no matter what the outcome of any experiment. He never again considered retail cooperation as an appropriate vehicle for raising funds, and now reverted to the view that true social reform could only begin with a model community. In 1835, aged 64, when others consider retirement, Owen accordingly formed a new communitarian organization, the Association of All Classes of All Nations. He still retained a tremendous capacity to inspire loyalty, and few who met him could forget his beaming round face, fixed with a kindly demeanor, or the message of benevolence he unceasingly disseminated. After a slow start, the society had over 60 branches by 1840, with perhaps 50,000 attending weekly lectures, and a regular paper, The New Moral World, which ran for nearly 11 years and had a weekly circulation of 40,000 at its peak. Owen began a period of intense literary activity, publishing his most important mature work, the Book of the New Moral World, lecturing widely in England as well as, over the next decade, Ireland, America, and France, and exciting a new generation of followers who called themselves socialists. As social father of the organization, which bore some resemblance to a small Protestant dissenting sect, Owen retained virtually complete control over everyday operations until late 1844. But the Rational Society was also broadly democratic, with delegates elected from the branches meeting in annual congresses to help decide policy. Much of the success of the society was owed to lecturers who circulated amongst the branches, speaking on popular topics like phrenology, mesmerism, and alternatives to liberal political economy. The growth of socialism prompted a strong reaction from the Church of England and local clergy of all sects, who were particularly angered by Owen's highly unorthodox views on marriage and divorce, his deist theology, and his frequent challenges to the priesthood to renounce their faith. Egged on by the intolerant Bishop of Exeter, the House of Lords debated the Owenite menace. Pressure was applied to prevent socialist branches from meeting, while accusations flew that their members sought community of wives as well as goods. In the Midlands some master manufacturers were persuaded to dismiss their socialist workers, while in some towns mobs pursued branch lecturers, even breaking into and destroying their meeting halls. Ministers frequently met socialists to debate theological issues, especially the question of free will versus necessity, which was so important to Owen's system. One of Owen's followers, the later cooperative leader George Jacob Holyoake, was actually convicted of blasphemy and served 6 months in prison. Meanwhile the Rational Society acquired land in Hampshire, erected buildings, and in late 1839 instituted a new community called Queenwood on a 533-acre site designed for 700 members. Working-class support for the community probably increased after the failure of an attempted Chartist uprising in Wales in 1839. Many of the Society's new adherents certainly had Chartist sympathies, and saw community as a means of extending democracy as well as of introducing social equality, but Owen firmly resolved to have no dealings with the Chartists which were not wholly on his terms, once again alienating many of his followers. Moreover, despite limited success in raising funds for Queenwood, Owen's vision became steadily more grandiose. In 1842 much of the money raised for the community was spent on constructing an impressively large building with lavish fittings, such as a model kitchen with a conveyor to carry food and dishes to and from the dining room, which was more advanced, its architect claimed, than that in any London hotel. Owen's intention was that all would admire this achievement as setting the standard for the future socialist world. But such extravagance drained funds necessary for daily operations, and, by 1844, after over £40,000 had been spent, Queenwood bankrupted the society. Control over the organization was seized that summer by a group of chiefly working-class branch delegates to the annual Owenite Congress. But without fresh funds the community was doomed. It was also plagued by many of the problems that had undermined earlier experiments, notably resistance to Owen's rule, the agricultural inexperience of many artisans from the Midlands manufacturing towns, which led to the need to hire local laborers, insufficient accommodation for community members, and poor planning in general. Nevertheless, Queenwood did not fail merely of its own accord. Much of the money raised by local branches, at least £22,000 in 1839-40 alone, never reached the community, but was used to build local halls of science. Here the branches met, attended lectures, held soirees, conducted services where social hymns were sung praising the virtues of community and sociability, and occasionally had children named. They attracted much local interest, and were important institutions which created a distinctive Owenite culture whose value to the movement has been underestimated. 11 Their popularity, and the propaganda efforts of the Rational Society during the 1840s, ensured that Owen's ideas were given an enormous circulation. A tidal wave of propaganda, some 2 million pamphlets in 1 year alone, outlining the socialist view of competition, industry, and the potential for a just economic system swept the country between 1839 and 1845. Tens of thousands attended Sunday lectures at the Owenite branches, including the young German merchant Friedrich Engels, who first was instructed in the tenets of socialist political economy by the Manchester branch lecturer John Watts. With the collapse of the Rational Society, organized Owenism came to an end. Owen himself returned to America several times in the next few years, and announced plans for a variety of new schemes. But his moral capital also had been exhausted by the Queenwood debacle, and few paid him heed any longer. A number of his followers did, however, make distinctive contributions to late Victorian life. Owen's views on religion were taken up and refashioned into a new ideal of secularism by George Jacob Holyoake. A few Owenites turned to concentrate their efforts on friendly societies. Others entered the again rapidly expanding consumer cooperation movement, which was given a great impetus by the success of the Rochdale Society of Equitable Pioneers, founded by a group of Owenite weavers in 1844. The nucleus of socialist leaders around Owen renewed their activities in 1848, when revolutions on the continent and a revival of Chartism at home raised the possibility of a new alliance between the social and political reformers. Prominent social Chartists such as Bronterra O'Brien met with Owenites such as the former carpenter Alexander Campbell and the journalist Robert Buchanan to unite their forces. Owen himself traveled to revolutionary France to popularize his views, and placarded the walls of Paris with broadsheets. He also became more accommodating to the aims of the parliamentary reformers in England. But little came of these efforts. The last decade of Owen's life was marred for many by his conversion to spiritualist table rapping in 1853, at the age of 82, though it might be added that thousands joined him at the time. But Owen's communications with the spirit world, and consequent belief that some form of future spiritual state existed, indeed that the purpose of its inhabitants was to convert the world to Owenite principles, seemed to make a mockery of his deist beliefs as well as his previously more rationalist approach to social reform. As the world at large, however, showed no propensity to convert en masse to socialism, this was clearly, in his dotage, Owen's last court of appeal. Yet he remained active in other ways, writing the first volume of his autobiography as well as many other works, and attending a variety of reform meetings. In October 1858 he had to be carried to and from the stage of a National Association for the Advancement of Social Science meeting at Liverpool, but managed to deliver at least part of his speech. He set off for Newtown, having not revisited it for 70 years, and died there, at the Bear Hotel, on November 17, 1858. He is buried a few hundred yards from his parents, in a grave next to, suitably, an abandoned church. To Owen's social and political thought. Because Owen published so much and reiterated his plans so frequently, it has often been presumed incorrectly that there was little development in his ideas, and that his early works also encompass his mature system? In fact, the evolution of Owen's thinking can be divided into four main periods: his early views of education and personality, up to about 1815, the period of his rejection of both the factory system and all forms of social organization besides his own communities, approximately from 1816 to 1820, the stage in which his economic ideas were most substantially refined, during the 1820s, and the maturing of his social system, which was to remain essentially unchanged after the late 1830s. The most important doctrine in Owen's system was philosophical necessitarianism, which for Owen meant that rather than individuals being responsible for their ideas and actions, these were instead determined by their environment. The character of man is formed for him, and not by him, was Owen's recurrent battle cry, repeated 100,000 times over his long career until in some circles he achieved the reputation of being, as Leslie Stephen put it, one of those intolerable bores who are the salt of the earth. 12 Although its implications were by no means fully developed at first, this principle was at the center of Owen's earliest writings, notably the New View of Society. At some point in his youth, on the road to the true religion and probably with the help of the philosopher William Godwin, whose advice he often sought between 1810 and 1820, Owen concluded that the problem of free will versus necessity was the central issue of moral life. Christianity and other religions, as well as most systems of education and government, he thought, were based upon the principle of free will, or the assumption that since each individual was responsible for his own actions, he should be rewarded or punished accordingly. Owen concluded, however, that this principle was a leading cause of poverty and misery. For since individuals were the product of their environment, their behavior would improve only when their surroundings were altered. Attempts to reward or punish them without such changes would thus be fruitless. Correspondingly, if it could be proved that one set of circumstances, Owen's amorphous term for the factors shaping personality, made individuals moral, surrounding all with similar stimuli would create a new moral world. Owen never implied that any character could be given to every individual, only that groups could be educated to share certain characteristics in common. With the more optimistic writers of the Enlightenment, like Condorcet and Godwin, Owen thus thought that human nature was, if not perfectible, then capable of very great improvement. Owen believed that he had gone far towards proving this at New Lanark. Every subsequent community experiment he saw as a step in the same direction. If only all understood that behavior was formed by society, then aggression, cruelty, and selfishness would be replaced by kindness, sympathy, and charity. This was the founding principle of the new social science, as Owen came to call his system of ideas. Unfortunately, Owen did not refine this environmentalist hypothesis much further. He was willing to concede that certain propensities or dispositions existed in human nature, sometimes using phrenological categories to describe these, though without the determinism phrenologists attached to them. 13 But he never elaborated a more complex theory of how these interacted with educational and external influences, and though he implied that human nature was essentially good, Owen never explored adequately the tension between its sociable and individual aspects. As we have seen, the second stage in Owen's thought involved the conclusion that society had to be remodeled in its entirety if good behavior were to be instilled widely. Not merely the poor and unemployed, but all would eventually have to be relocated in combined agricultural and manufacturing communities, and the old social system based on individual responsibility would have to be abandoned. Owen was driven along this path principally by what he took to be selfish opposition to his plans, which led him to believe that his opponents, too, would have to be re-educated, or at least that society could only be reformed when a whole new generation had been molded upon his principles. Certainly by 1817 Owen had concluded that the old organization of society into overcrowded cities, and less privileged towns and villages divided by class, religion, and marital conflict would simply continue to erode human character. Only a uniform system of communities which balanced the advantages of rural and urban life could redress previous errors in social development and ensure an ideal environment for raising future generations. There were two main innovations in the third stage in Owen's development. Firstly, Owen came to believe between 1816 and 1820 that the root cause of social evil lay not with the doctrine of individual responsibility alone, but with several linked ideas and practices. Most important amongst these was the existing economic system, which Owen now described as being based upon a competition of individual interests whose chief principle was buying cheap and selling dear. This not only drove individuals apart and fueled their selfishness and mutual hostility, but also generated the overproduction of some types of goods while failing to furnish others in sufficient quantities to meet real human needs. Rather than being divided by competition, then, individuals were to be united in a community of mutual and combined interests, as Owen put it in mid-1817. Going well beyond old Republican proposals for an agrarian law to limit landed property, Owen concluded that his scheme required the holding of property in common. Secondly, linked to Owen's new analysis of society was a novel set of prescriptions for ensuring both economic justice and the full development of the laborer's personality. By 1820 Owen contended that economic justice could be advanced by using labor notes instead of money. Even at present, he still argued, the simple payment of higher wages to workmen would expand demand and thus stabilize production. But Owen's real interest by now was in superseding the existing system, not merely improving the condition of the laboring classes within it. An essential aspect of the New World, Owen decided by the late 1820s, was that it would tolerate no division of labor between worker and capitalist. All, instead, would share the same burdens as productive laborers furnishing a product useful to society. Adam Smith, in particular, had pointed to the advantages of the division of labor in increasing productivity, while conceding the objection that the narrowness of many tasks stultified the laborer's mind, making him or her incapable of enjoying many aspects of culture or participating knowledgeably in political life. But in a dramatic theoretical move, Owen concluded that the introduction of machinery rendered a narrow division of labor unnecessary. Smith had seemingly assumed that the price of economic advance was the degradation of the labor force involved in production, though he hoped education might offset these effects partly. Owen promised not only that all would benefit from the new methods of production, he also emphasized that only with the development of machinery was the prospect of a new world of justice, equality, and morality possible. Soon all would be released from more than a few hours of daily labor. With the time remaining, all could now become cultured to the same level as the best educated at present. Everyone would be more virtuous in the new moral environment, for competition would no longer be necessary when machinery produced a superfluity. That Owen held this conception of mechanization needs to be stressed, for some classical political economists accused him of a Luddite renunciation of all machinery. For Owen, the displacement of manual labor by machinery was not only the principal cause of existing distress. It was also the greatest hope of the future. Yet it was still not clear how its promise was to be fulfilled. By 1821 Owen had decided that communities would enter into competition with other economic enterprises, and, as laborers and investors flocked to reap rich rewards, would inaugurate the New World by proving their greater efficiency. This notion of competing with the old economic system was also central to the labor exchanges during the 1830s. But by then Owen had also begun to describe a new idea of economic evolution, and prophesied that consecutive crises of overproduction and unemployment would increasingly centralize wealth until the society was divided into a few wealthy bankers and manufacturers and a poor majority who would hopefully embrace socialism as their salvation. This helped to form the basis for Marx and Engels' later notion of capitalist crisis. Owen's early reflections on the injustices and psychological effects of the existing division of labor set the stage for the third, and in many respects the most important, shift in his thinking. For by the mid-1830s, Owen concluded that creating the new moral world entailed educating all identically and having all share in the same burdens, responsibilities, and privileges throughout life. Since complete equality throughout life was obviously impossible, Owen proposed that all engage in similar tasks at equivalent stages of life. The notion that communities should be ruled by all those of a certain age, Owen had suggested as early as 1817. Now he urged that society be reorganized according to 8 age groups, each of which was to assume a major social task for a time, then move on to another occupation, with age thus supplanting class as the basis of social division. The first class, from birth to age 5, would attend school. Those aged 5 to 10 would assist with domestic labor, supervised in part by those aged 10 to 15, who would learn agricultural and industrial skills. From ages 15 to 20 all would engage in production, also helping to superintend the next youngest age group. Those aged 20 to 25 would supervise all branches of production and education. All aged 25 to 30 would preserve and distribute wealth, while those aged 30 to 40 would govern communities. The most mature, aged 40 to 50, would conduct foreign affairs. The effect of this scheme, as Owen later put it, was to unite in the same individual, the producer and the possessor of wealth, the communicator and the recipient of knowledge, the governor and the governed, to destroy the invidious distinctions that have split up the one great family of man into sections and classes. 14 This arrangement alone, Owen argued, could guarantee fully equal rights, which could only be defined as equal education and condition through life according to age. 15 only. Then could the great opposition of dependence and independence, probably the most important, if often submerged, categories in Owen's thought, be reconciled happily and justly. This rotational scheme also solved the problem of politics and government. This had caused Owen considerable concern since 1815, particularly because working-class Owenites were prone to insist that socialism implied greater democracy. Owen himself after the mid-1820s instead argued that the goal of community was to supersede democracy as it had hitherto been understood, but nonetheless also to replace aristocracy, monarchy, and all other existing forms of rule with government by age. His own management at New Lanark, of course, had been largely paternalistic, and Owen felt that he should also be given full control of any community or other organization until its members had reached his level of rationality. Otherwise he usually suggested that large-scale capital investors in any community should have a substantial say in running it until their capital was repaid, though without deferring to capitalists to the extent that the early French socialist Charles Fourier, for example, recommended. Nor did Owen accept the notion of a hierarchy based upon an industrial meritocracy, as the founder of another socialist school, Henry de Saint-Simon, had suggested. Instead all were to participate in government automatically, without any need for disruptive changes of regime. But this was Owen's long-term vision. In the existing irrational state, he argued, political reform, especially the extension of the franchise to the working classes, would not eliminate poverty or social dislocation. Working-class Owenites and their leaders, such as William Thompson, disagreed. Mainstream political radicals were also deeply irritated by what they regarded as Owen's conservatism. But Owen continued to argue at least until 1848, and often thereafter, that the struggle for political reform merely obscured the need for more important social, moral, and economic changes. During the agitation over the Reform Bill in 1831-2, he resisted every suggestion that political reform might aid the cooperative, exchange, or community movements. With the exception of the trades union period in the 1830s, he always felt that socialism ought to be introduced through the example of a successful community, never by revolution or mass activity. Indeed, he insisted that whenever the poor succeeded the rich in a revolution they tended to act as oppressively as their previous rulers. Only in the last few years of his life did Owen appear to concede that political reforms might precede social alterations. But when he himself ran for Parliament his program was nearly always broadly liberal, and usually included demands for a graduated property tax, free trade, a system of national education and employment, liberty of speech and religion, and independence for British colonies. Moreover, despite its gerontocratic core, his scheme for the ultimate organization of a world of communities was broadly federalist in structure, and as such acceptable to many Democrats. From the perspective of the last 150 years of political history, The chief significance of Owen's political thought thus lies in the idea of superseding traditional democracy, as well as the modification of the term democracy by the adjective social, which was widely popularized by Owen's followers and became central to later forms of socialism and communism. Democracy for Owen implied disagreement, competition, irrationality, and disharmony. Elections in particular he opposed as divisive. Socialism implied the cultivation of the sociable virtues and the abolition of such contests, the removing of the germ of all party from society, as Owen once put it. The first step in this direction was accepting the doctrine of non-responsibility, thereby ceasing to be angry at others for their behavior. Individualism implied the competitive assertion of self against the collective, including, for Owen, class against class. It was exemplified in particular in the theory of individual interest, or the doctrine that each person provided best for both himself or herself and the public by acting competitively against others. Owen thus abandoned much of the language of traditional democratic theory. He certainly favored the rights of the laboring majority against the idle, oppressive minority, as we have seen. But he often construed these rights more in terms of the specific right of labor to its product and less, especially in the early years, in terms of civil or political rights. Owen did not, however, see the sources of social disunion as solely economic, as is sometimes supposed. For he also described education, religion, unhappy marriages, and the inequality between men and women as well as other forms of disharmony as underlying causes of social tension. Owen's mature system of thought was thus largely formed by the late 1830s, and included a conception of economic and social justice, a plea for equality between men and women, a plan for the elimination of war and political conflict, and a theory of communitarian life in which the evils of industrialism and cities were eliminated. All were to be educated to a high level, and would treat one another justly and with charity and respect, in harmony and with mutual devotion to the common good. To the later 19th century Owen left several kinds of legacy. His ideas on education and free thought were long remembered. So were some of his industrial proposals and views about model town construction. The cooperative movement grew strongly after the middle of the century, even if it never came close to challenging the capitalist system. Its aims were also incorporated into the ideals of major liberal social theorists, such as John Stuart Mill. John Ruskin's ideas on just exchange were remarkably similar to Owen's, while William Morris took a considerable interest in Owen's works. Other later forms of socialism, notably Fabianism, acknowledged a strong debt to his plea for social engineering. Elements of Owen's views also remained even in the thought of Marx and Engels long after they had rejected his plea for a peaceful transition to socialism by communitarian example. To late 20th century readers, Owen's legacy appears somewhat different. Owen wrote at the very beginning of the socialist movement, and with a degree of optimism about the prospect of ideal institutional development that many today would concede is no longer warranted. The various efforts to found a socialist society in the 20th century have by no means all failed, and the welfare state is partly a major and enduring result of the socialist movement. Nor is it the case that societies are incapable of massive, dramatic, and qualitative improvement. But if we have learned since Owen's death that the excesses of laissez-faire can be avoided, we have become suspicious of the viability of complete central planning, and in an era of mixed economies tend to see the combination of capitalism and socialism as more akin to that of oil and vinegar than oil and water. We agree that the poor can be educated to the same level as anyone else, but we worry somewhat more about the dangers of uniformity and conformity than Owen did, and aim less at imposing an absolute or ideal model of society. Gerontocracy has become the mode of rule in many nominally socialist countries, for many of the same reasons Owen thought it appropriate. But many have thereby become wary of the grave dangers which accompany attempts to supersede politics in the name of a higher form of democracy, or to abolish law in the name of justice. And far too few communist leaders have proved to be as benevolent as Mr. Owen. Owen's chief biographer, the Fabian Frank Podmar, once wrote that Owen was neither a reformer nor a man of business, but a prophet. 16 Each generation finds something surprisingly modern in Owen's writings, and our own is no different. Today his emphasis upon feminism and upon green issues, like the balancing of parks and gardens within urban areas, strike us as distinctly contemporary. His demand for the humane treatment of the labor force has never lost its relevance. Nor has his stress on infant education. His ideas on cooperative ownership and profit sharing are again increasingly popular in an era when over half the world's population strives to seek a middle way between chaotic and exploitative laissez-faire capitalism and inefficient centrally planned communism. Few now share Owen's desire to place all the world in communities, but many more agree that such voluntary experiments can help to foster individuality and diversity as well as sociability and justice. And Owen's emphasis upon the centrality of the division of labor to economic degradation and oppression, instead of focusing upon the existence of classes alone, remains important for both socialist theory and modern social democracy. A New View of Society, or Essays on the Principle of the Formation of the Human Character, and the Application of the Principle to Practice. To William Wilberforce, Esq., MP1. My dear Sir, in contemplating the public characters of the day, no one among them appears to have more nearly adopted in practice the principles which this essay develops than yourself. In all the most important questions which have come before the Senate since you became a legislator, you have not allowed the mistaken considerations of sect or party to influence your decisions. So far as an unbiased judgment can be formed of them, they appear generally to have been dictated by comprehensive views of human nature, and impartiality to your fellow creatures. The dedication, therefore, of this essay to you, I consider not as a mere compliment of the day, but rather as a duty which your benevolent exertions and disinterested conduct demand. Yet permit me to say that I have a peculiar personal satisfaction in fulfilling this duty. My experience of human nature as it is now trained, does not, however, lead me to expect that even your mind, without personal inspection, can instantaneously give credit to the full extent of the practical advantages which are to be derived from an undeviating adherence to the principles displayed in the following pages. And far less is such an effect to be anticipated from the first ebullition of public opinion. The proposer of a practice so new and strange must be content for a time to be ranked among the good kind of people, the speculatists and visionaries of the day, for such it is probable will be the ready exclamations of those who merely skim the surface of all subjects, exclamations, however, in direct contradiction to the fact, that he has not brought the practice into public notice until he patiently for 20 years proved it upon an extensive scale, even to the conviction of inspecting incredulity itself. And he is so content, knowing that the result of the most ample investigation and free discussion will prove to a still greater extent than he will yet state, the beneficial consequences of the introduction of the principles for which he now contends. With confidence, therefore, that you will experience this conviction, and, when experienced, will lend your aid to introduce its influence into legislative practice, I subscribe myself, with much esteem and regard. My dear Sir, your obliged and obedient servant, Robert Owen, New Lanark Mills. To the British public, friends and countrymen, I dedicate this essay to you, because your primary and most essential interests are deeply involved in the subjects of which it treats. You will find errors described, and remedies proposed, but as those errors are the errors of our forefathers, they call for something like veneration from their successors. You will therefore not attribute them to any of the individuals of the present day, neither will you for your own sakes wish or require them to be prematurely removed. Beneficial changes can alone take place by well-digested and well-arranged plans temperately introduced and perseveringly pursued. It is however an important step gained when the cause of evil is ascertained. The next is to devise a remedy for the evil, which shall create the least possible inconvenience. To discover that remedy, and try its efficacy in practice, have been the employments of my life, and having found what experience proved to be safe in its application, and certain in its effects, I am now anxious you should all partake of its benefits. But be satisfied, fully and completely satisfied, that the principles on which the new view of society is founded are true, that no specious error lurks within them, and that no sinister motive now gives rise to their publicity. Let them therefore be investigated to their foundation. Let them be scrutinized with the eye of penetration itself, and let them be compared with every fact which has existed from the earliest knowledge of time, and with all those which now encircle the earth. Let this be done to give you full confidence, beyond the shadow of doubt or suspicion, in the proceedings which are or may be recommended to your attention. For they will bear this test, and such investigation and comparison will fix them so deep in your hearts and affections, that never more but with life will they be removed from your minds, and your children's from the end of time. Enter therefore fearlessly on the investigation and comparison, startle not at apparent difficulties, but persevere in the spirit and on the principles recommended. You will then speedily overcome those difficulties, your success will be certain, and you will eventually firmly establish the happiness of your fellow creatures. That your immediate and united exertions in this cause may be the means of commencing a new system of acting, which shall gradually remove those unnecessary evils which afflict the present race of men, is the ardent wish of your fellow subject. The author. To the superintendents of manufactories, and to those individuals generally, who, by giving employment to an aggregated population, may easily adopt the means to form the sentiments and manners of such a population. Like you, I am a manufacturer for pecuniary profit. But having for many years acted on principles the reverse in many respects of those in which you have been instructed, and having found my procedure beneficial to others and to myself, even in a pecuniary point of view, I am anxious to explain such valuable principles, that you and those under your influence may equally partake of their advantages. In 2 essays, already published, I have developed some of these principles, and in the following pages you will find still more of them explained, with some detail of their application to practice under the peculiar local circumstances in which I took the direction of the new Lanark mills and establishment. By those details you will find that from the commencement of my management I viewed the population, with the mechanism and every other part of the establishment, as a system composed of many parts, and which it was my duty and interest so to combine, as that every hand, as well as every spring, lever, and wheel, should effectually cooperate to produce the greatest pecuniary gain to the proprietors. Many of you have long experienced in your manufacturing operations the advantages of substantial, well-contrived, and well-executed machinery. Experience has also shown you the difference of the results between mechanism which is neat, clean, well arranged, and always in a high state of repair, and that which is allowed to be dirty, in disorder, without the means of preventing unnecessary friction, and which therefore becomes, and works, much out of repair. In the first case the whole economy and management are good, every operation proceeds with ease, order, and success. In the last, the reverse must follow, and a scene be presented of counteraction, confusion, and dissatisfaction among all the agents and instruments interested or occupied in the general process, which cannot fail to create great loss. If, then, due care as to the state of your inanimate machines can produce such beneficial results, what may not be expected if you devote equal attention to your vital machines, which are far more wonderfully constructed? When you shall acquire a right knowledge of these, of their curious mechanism, of their self-adjusting powers, when the proper mainspring shall be applied to their varied movements you will become conscious of their real value, and you will readily be induced to turn your thoughts more frequently from your inanimate to your living machines. You will discover that the latter may be easily trained and directed to procure a large increase of pecuniary gain, while you may also derive from them high and substantial gratification. Will you then continue to expend large sums of money to procure the best devised mechanism of wood, brass, or iron, to retain it in perfect repair, to provide the best substance for the prevention of unnecessary friction, and to save it from falling into premature decay? Will you also devote years of intense application to understand the connection of the various parts of these lifeless machines, to improve their effective powers, and to calculate with mathematical precision all their minute and combined movements? And when in these transactions you estimate time by minutes, and the money expended for the chance of increased gain by fractions, will you not afford some of your attention to consider whether a portion of your time and capital would not be more advantageously applied to improve your living machines? From experience which cannot deceive me, I venture to assure you, that your time and money so applied, if directed by a true knowledge of the subject, would return you, not 5, 10, or 15% for your capital so expended, but often 50, and in many cases 100%. I have expended much time and capital upon improvements of the living machinery, and it will soon appear that time and the money so expended in the manufactory at New Lanark, even while such improvements are in progress only, and but half their beneficial effects attained, are now producing a return exceeding 50%, and will shortly create profits equal to cent% on the original capital expended in them. Indeed, after experience of the beneficial effects from due care and attention to the mechanical implements, it became easy to a reflecting mind to conclude at once, that at least equal advantages would arise from the application of similar care and attention to the living instruments. And when it was perceived that inanimate mechanism was greatly improved by being made firm and substantial, that it was the essence of economy to keep it neat, clean, regularly supplied with the best substance to prevent unnecessary friction, and by proper provision for the purpose to preserve it in good repair, it was natural to conclude that the more delicate, complex, living mechanism would be equally improved by being trained to strength and activity, and that it would also prove true economy to keep it neat and clean, to treat it with kindness, that its mental movements might not experience too much irritating friction, to endeavor by every means to make it more perfect, to supply it regularly with a sufficient quantity of wholesome food and other necessaries of life, that the body might be preserved in good working condition, and prevented from being out of repair, or falling prematurely to decay. These anticipations are proved by experience to be just. Since the general introduction of inanimate mechanism into British manufactories, man, with few exceptions, has been treated as a secondary and inferior machine, and far more attention has been given to perfect the raw materials of wood and metals than those of body and mind. Give but due reflection to the subject, and you will find that man, even as an instrument for the creation of wealth, may be still greatly improved. But, my friends, a far more interesting and gratifying consideration remains. Adopt the means which ere long shall be rendered obvious to every understanding, and you may not only partially improve those living instruments, but learn how to impart to them such excellence as shall make them infinitely surpass those of the present and all former times. Here, then, is an object which truly deserves your attention, and, instead of devoting all your faculties to invent improved inanimate mechanism, let your thoughts be, at least in part, directed to discover how to combine the more excellent materials of body and mind which, by a well-devised experiment, will be found capable of progressive improvement. Thus seeing with the clearness of noonday light, thus convinced with the certainty of conviction itself, let us not perpetuate the really unnecessary evils which our present practices inflict on this large proportion of our fellow subjects. Should your pecuniary interests somewhat suffer by adopting the line of conduct now urged, many of you are so wealthy that the expense of founding and continuing at your respective establishments the institutions necessary to improve your animate machines would not be felt. But when you may have ocular demonstration, that, instead of any pecuniary loss, a well-directed attention to form the character and increase the comforts of those who are so entirely at your mercy, will essentially add to your gains, prosperity, and happiness, no reasons, except those founded on ignorance of your self-interest, can in future prevent you from bestowing your chief care on the living machines which you employ. And by so doing you will prevent an accumulation of human misery, of which it is now difficult to form an adequate conception. That you may be convinced of this most valuable truth, which due reflection will show you is founded on the evidence of unerring facts, is the sincere wish of the author. To His Royal Highness the Prince Regent of the British Empire. Sir, the following pages are dedicated to your Royal Highness, not to add to the flattery which through past ages has been addressed to those of our fellow men who have filled elevated situations, but they claim your protection because they proceed from a subject of the empire over which you preside, and from one who disregards every inferior consideration in order that he may accomplish the greatest practical good to that empire. Your Royal Highness, and all who govern the nations of the world, must be conscious that those of high rank, as well as those in the inferior stations of life, now experience much misery. The essays, of which these pages constitute the fourth, have been written to show that the true origin of that misery may be traced to the ignorance of those who have formerly ruled, and of those whom they governed, to make that ignorance known and evident to all, and to sketch the outlines of a practical plan of government, founded altogether on a preventive system, and derived from principles directly opposed to the errors of our forefathers. And should the outlines which have been sketched be formed into a legislative system, and adhered to without deviation, the most important benefits may be anticipated, both to the subjects of these realms and to the human race. Your Royal Highness and those who direct the policy of other nations have been taught that you have duties to execute, but which, with the highest ability and best intentions, under the prevailing systems of error, cannot be performed. Hence the dissatisfaction of those for whose benefit governments were or ought to have been first established, and the perplexity and danger of those who govern. And it is concluded with a confidence equal to certainty itself, that the principles unfolded in these essays are competent to develop a practice which, without much apparent change, or any public disorder, shall progressively remove the difficulties of those who in future may rule, and the discontent of those who may be governed. The language now addressed to your Royal Highness is the result of a patient and extensive experience of human nature, not indeed as it is explained in legendary tales of old, but as it now may be read in the living subject, in the words and actions of those among whom we exist. It is true that many myriads of human beings have been conscientiously deceived, and, it may be said, it is most probable that another may be now added to the number. It is equally true, however, that similar language has been applied to many, and might have been applied to all who have been the instruments of beneficial improvements. It may be said that the principles herein advocated, may nevertheless, like the former millions which have misled mankind, originate in error, in the wild and perverted fancy of a well-meaning enthusiasm. They have, however, not only been submitted to several of the most intelligent and acute minds of the present day, and who, although urged to the task, have candidly declared they could find no fallacy in the inductions, but they are such as few, if any, will venture to deny, or scruple to declare that they already admit. And if these principles shall demonstrate themselves to be in unison with every existing fact which can now be examined and compared, they will ere long prove themselves to be of a permanent and substantial value beyond any of the discoveries which have previously been made. Great, however, as the advantages may prove, the introduction of principles and practices so new, without being well understood, may create a momentary ferment. To prevent the possibility of any such evil, the leaders of all the sects and parties in the state are invited to canvass these principles, and to endeavor to prove error in them, or evil in the consequences which might follow from their admission into practice. The encouragement of such fair discussion and examination of these principles is all that is now solicited from your Royal Highness. And should that discussion and examination prove them to be erroneous, they will then be, as they ought to be for the public good, universally condemned. On the contrary, should they bear the test of that investigation to which they are now earnestly submitted, and be found, without a single exception, uniformly consistent with all the known facts of the creation, and consequently true, then, under the auspices of your Royal Highness's administration, will mankind naturally look for the establishment of a practical system of government which can introduce and perpetuate such important public advantages. That these principles, if true, may give birth to the measures which they immediately recommend, and that your Royal Highness and the subjects of these realms, and the rulers and subjects of all other realms, may in the present age enjoy the advantages of them in practice, is the sincere wish of your Royal Highness's faithful servant. The author. First essay. Any general character, from the best to the worst, from the most ignorant to the most enlightened, may be given to any community, even to the world at large, by the application of proper means, which means are to a great extent at the command and under the control of those who have influence in the affairs of men. According to the last returns under the Population Act, the poor and working classes of Great Britain and Ireland have been found to exceed 15 millions of persons, or nearly 3/4 of the population of the British Islands. The characters of these persons are now permitted to be very generally formed without proper guidance or direction, and, in many cases, under circumstances which directly impel them to a course of extreme vice and misery, thus rendering them the worst and most dangerous subjects in the empire, while the far greater part of the remainder of the community are educated upon the most mistaken principles of human nature, such, indeed, as cannot fail to produce a general conduct throughout society totally unworthy of the character of rational beings. The first thus unhappily situated are the poor and the uneducated profligate among the working classes, who are now trained to commit crimes, for the commission of which they are afterwards punished. The second is the remaining mass of the population, who are now instructed to believe, or at least to acknowledge, that certain principles are unerringly true, and to act as though they were grossly false, thus filling the world with folly and inconsistency, and making society, throughout all its ramifications, a scene of insincerity and counteraction. In this state the world has continued to the present time, its evils have been and are continually increasing. They cry aloud for efficient corrective measures, which if we longer delay, general disorder must ensue. But, say those who have not deeply investigated the subject, attempts to apply remedies have been often made, yet all of them have failed. The evil is now of a magnitude not to be controlled, the torrent is already too strong to be stemmed, and we can only wait with fear or calm resignation to see it carry destruction in its course by confounding all distinctions of right and wrong. Such is the language now held, and such are the general feelings on this most important subject. These, however, if longer suffered to continue, must lead to the most lamentable consequences. Rather than pursue such a course, the character of legislators would be infinitely raised, if, forgetting the petty and humiliating contentions of sects and parties, they would thoroughly investigate the subject, and endeavor to arrest and overcome these mighty evils. The chief object of these essays is to assist and forward investigations of such vital importance to the well-being of this country, and of society in general. The view of the subject which is about to be given has arisen from extensive experience for upwards of 20 years, during which period its truth and importance have been proved by multiplied experiments. That the writer may not be charged with precipitation or presumption, he has had the principle and its consequences examined, scrutinized, and fully canvassed, by some of the most learned, intelligent, and competent characters of the present day, who, on every principle of duty as well as of interest, if they had discovered error in either, would have exposed it, but who, on the contrary, have fairly acknowledged their incontrovertible truth and practical importance. Assured, therefore, that his principles are true, he proceeds with confidence, and courts the most ample and free discussion of the subject, courts it for the sake of humanity, for the sake of his fellow creatures, millions of whom experience sufferings which, were they to be unfolded, would compel those who govern the world to exclaim, "Can these things exist and we have no knowledge of them?" But they do exist, and even the heart-rending statements which are made known to the public during the discussions upon Negro slavery, do not exhibit more afflicting scenes than those which, in various parts of the world, daily arise from the injustice of society towards itself, from the inattention of mankind to the circumstances which incessantly surround them, and from the want of a correct knowledge of human nature in those who govern and control the affairs of men. If these circumstances did not exist to an extent almost incredible, it would be unnecessary now to contend for a principle regarding man, which scarcely requires more than to be fairly stated to make itself evident. This principle is, that any general character, from the best to the worst, from the most ignorant to the most enlightened, may be given to any community, even to the world at large, by the application of proper means, which means are to a great extent at the command and under the control of those who have influence in the affairs of men. The principle as now stated is a broad one, and, if it should be found to be true, cannot fail to give a new character to legislative proceedings, and such a character as will be most favorable to the well-being of society. That this principle is true to the utmost limit of the terms, is evident from the experience of all past ages, and from every existing fact. Shall misery, then, most complicated and extensive, be experienced, from the prince to the peasant, throughout all the nations of the world, and shall its cause and the means of its prevention be known, and yet these means withheld? The undertaking is replete with difficulties which can only be overcome by those who have influence in society, who, by foreseeing its important practical benefits, may be induced to contend against those difficulties, and who, when its advantages are clearly seen and strongly felt, will not suffer individual considerations to be put in competition with their attainment. It is true their ease and comfort may be for a time sacrificed to those prejudices, but, if they persevere, the principles on which this knowledge is founded must ultimately universally prevail. In preparing the way for the introduction of these principles, it cannot now be necessary to enter into the detail of acts to prove that children can be trained to acquire any language, sentiments, belief, or any bodily habits and manners, not contrary to human nature. For that this has been done, the history of every nation of which we have records, abundantly confirms, and that this is, and may be again done, the facts which exist around us and throughout all the countries in the world, prove to demonstration. Possessing, then, the knowledge of a power so important, which when understood is capable of being wielded with the certainty of a law of nature, and which would gradually remove the evils which now chiefly afflict mankind, shall we permit it to remain dormant and useless, and suffer the plagues of society perpetually to exist and increase? No, the time is now arrived when the public mind of this country, and the general state of the world, call imperatively for the introduction of this all-pervading principle, not only in theory, but into practice. Nor can any human power now impede its rapid progress. Silence will not retard its course, and opposition will give increased celerity to its movements. The commencement of the work will, in fact, ensure its accomplishment. Henceforth all the irritating angry passions, arising from ignorance of the true cause of bodily and mental character, will gradually subside, and be replaced by the most frank and conciliating confidence and goodwill. Nor will it be possible hereafter for comparatively a few individuals unintentionally to occasion the rest of mankind to be surrounded by circumstances which inevitably form such characters as they afterwards deem it a duty and a right to punish even to death, and that, too, while they themselves have been the instruments of forming those characters. Such proceedings not only create innumerable evils to the directing few, but essentially retard them and the great mass of society from attaining the enjoyment of a high degree of positive happiness. Instead of punishing crimes after they have permitted the human character to be formed so as to commit them, they will adopt the only means which can be adopted to prevent the existence of those crimes, means by which they may be most easily prevented. Happily for poor traduced and degraded human nature, the principle for which we now contend will speedily divest it of all the ridiculous and absurd mystery with which it has been hitherto enveloped by the ignorance of preceding times, and all the complicated and counteracting motives for good conduct, which have been multiplied almost to infinity, will be reduced to one single principle of action, which, by its evident operation and sufficiency, shall render this intricate system unnecessary, and ultimately supersede it in all parts of the earth. That principle is the happiness of self, clearly understood and uniformly practiced, which can only be attained by conduct that must promote the happiness of the community. For that power which governs and pervades the universe has evidently so formed man, that he must progressively pass from a state of ignorance to intelligence, the limits of which it is not for man himself to define, and in that progress to discover, that his individual happiness can be increased and extended only in proportion as he actively endeavors to increase and extend the happiness of all around him. The principle admits neither of exclusion nor of limitation, and such appears evidently the state of the public mind, that it will now seize and cherish this principle as the most precious boon which it has yet been allowed to attain. The errors of all opposing motives will appear in their true light, and the ignorance whence they arose will become so glaring, that even the most unenlightened will speedily reject them. For this state of matters, and for all the gradual changes contemplated, the extraordinary events of the present times have essentially contributed to prepare the way. Even the late ruler of France, although immediately influenced by the most mistaken principles of ambition, has contributed to this happy result, by shaking to its foundation that mass of superstition and bigotry, which on the continent of Europe had been accumulating for ages, until it had so overpowered and depressed the human intellect, that to attempt improvement without its removal would have been most unavailing. And in the next place, by carrying the mistaken selfish principles in which mankind have been hitherto educated to the extreme in practice, he has rendered their error manifest, and left no doubt of the fallacy of the source whence they originated. These transactions, in which millions have been immolated, or consigned to poverty and bereft of friends, will be preserved in the records of time, and impress future ages with a just estimation of the principles now about to be introduced into practice, and will thus prove perpetually useful to all succeeding generations. For the direful effects of Napoleon's government have created the most deep-rooted disgust at notions which could produce a belief that such conduct was glorious, or calculated to increase the happiness of even the individual by whom it was pursued. And the late discoveries and proceedings of the Rev. Dr. Bell and Mr. Joseph Lancaster too have also been preparing the way, in a manner the most opposite, but yet not less effectual, by directing the public attention to the beneficial effects, on the young and unresisting mind, of even the limited education which their systems embrace. They have already effected enough to prove that all which is now in contemplation respecting the training of youth may be accomplished without fear of disappointment. And by so doing, as the consequences of their improvements cannot be confined within the British Isles, they will forever be ranked among the most important benefactors of the human race. But henceforward to contend for any new exclusive system will be in vain. The public mind is already too well informed, and has too far passed the possibility of retrogression, much longer to permit the continuance of any such evil. For it is now obvious that such a system must be destructive of the happiness of the excluded, by their seeing others enjoy what they are not permitted to possess, and also that it tends, by creating opposition from the justly injured feelings of the excluded, in proportion to the extent of the exclusion, to diminish the happiness even of the privileged. The former therefore can have no rational motive for its continuance. If, however, owing to the irrational principles by which the world has been hitherto governed, individuals, or sects, or parties, shall yet by their plans of exclusion attempt to retard the amelioration of society, and prevent the introduction into practice of that truly just spirit which knows no exclusion, such facts shall yet be brought forward as cannot fail to render all their efforts vain. It will therefore be the essence of wisdom in the privileged class to cooperate sincerely and cordially with those who desire not to touch one iota of the supposed advantages which they now possess, and whose first and last wish is to increase the particular happiness of those classes, as well as the general happiness of society. A very little reflection on the part of the privileged will ensure this line of conduct, whence, without domestic revolution, without war or bloodshed, nay, without prematurely disturbing anything which exists, the world will be prepared to receive principles which are alone calculated to build up a system of happiness, and to destroy those irritable feelings which have so long afflicted society, solely because society has hitherto been ignorant of the true means by which the most useful and valuable character may be formed. This ignorance being removed, experience will soon teach us how to form character, individually and generally, so as to give the greatest sum of happiness to the individual and to mankind. These principles require only to be known in order to establish themselves. The outline of our future proceedings then becomes clear and defined, nor will they permit us henceforth to wander from the right path. They direct that the governing powers of all countries should establish rational plans for the education and general formation of the characters of their subjects. These plans must be devised to train children from their earliest infancy in good habits of every description. They must afterwards be rationally educated, and their labor be usefully directed. Such habits and education will impress them with an active and ardent desire to promote the happiness of every individual, and that without the shadow of exceptions for sect, or party, or country, or climate. They will also ensure, with the fewest possible exceptions, health, strength, and vigor of body, for the happiness of man can be erected only on the foundations of health of body and peace of mind. And that health of body and peace of mind may be preserved sound and entire, through youth and manhood, to old age, it becomes equally necessary that the irresistible propensities which form a part of his nature, and which now produce the endless and ever multiplying evils with which humanity is afflicted, should be so directed as to increase and not to counteract his happiness. The knowledge however thus introduced will make it evident to the understanding, that by far the greater part of the misery with which man is encircled may be easily dissipated and removed, and that with mathematical precision he may be surrounded with those circumstances which must gradually increase his happiness. Hereafter, when the public at large shall be satisfied that these principles can and will withstand the ordeal through which they must inevitably pass, when they shall prove themselves true to the clear comprehension and certain conviction of the unenlightened as well as the learned, and when, by the irresistible power of truth, detached from falsehood, they shall establish themselves in the mind, no more to be removed but by the entire annihilation of human intellect, then the consequent practice which they direct shall be explained, and rendered easy of adoption. In the meantime, let no one anticipate evil, even in the slightest degree, from these principles. They are not innoxious only, but pregnant with consequences to be wished and desired beyond all others by every individual in society. Some of the best intentioned among the various classes in society may still say, all this is very delightful and very beautiful in theory, but visionaries alone expect to see it realized. To this remark only one reply can or ought to be made, that these principles have been carried most successfully into practice. 3. The present essays, therefore, are not brought forward as mere matter of speculation, to amuse the idle visionary who thinks in his closet, and never acts in the world, but to create universal activity, pervade society with a knowledge of its true interests, and direct the public mind to the most important object to which it can be directed, to a national proceeding for rationally forming the character of that immense mass of population which is now allowed to be so formed as to fill the world with crimes. Shall questions of merely local and temporary interest, whose ultimate results are calculated only to withdraw pecuniary profits from one set of individuals and give them to others, engage day after day the attention of politicians and ministers, call forth petitions and delegates from the widely spread agricultural and commercial interests of the empire, and shall the well-being of millions of the poor, half-naked, half-famished, untaught, and untrained, hourly increasing to a most alarming extent in these islands, not call forth one petition, one delegate, or one rational effective legislative measure? No. For such has been our education, that we hesitate not to devote years and expend millions in the detection and punishment of crimes, and in the attainment of objects whose ultimate results are, in comparison with this, insignificancy itself, and yet we have not moved one step in the true path to prevent crimes, and to diminish the innumerable evils with which mankind are now afflicted. Are these false principles of conduct in those who govern the world to influence mankind permanently? And if not, how and when is the change to commence? These important considerations shall form the subject of the next essay. Second essay. The principles of the former essay continued, and applied in part to practice. It is not unreasonable to hope that hostility may cease, even where perfect agreement cannot be established. If we cannot reconcile all opinions, let us endeavor to unite all hearts. Mr. Van Siddert's letter to the Rev. Dr. Herbert Marsh 4. General principles only were developed in the first essay. In this an attempt will be made to show the advantages which may be derived from the adoption of those principles into practice, and to explain the mode by which the practice may, without inconvenience, be generally introduced. Some of the most important benefits to be derived from the introduction of those principles into practice are, that they will create the most cogent reasons to induce each man to have charity for all men. No feeling short of this can indeed find place in any mind which has been taught clearly to understand that children in all parts of the earth have been, are, and everlastingly will be, impressed with habits and sentiments similar to those of their parents and instructors, modified, however, by the circumstances in which they have been, are, or may be placed, and by the peculiar organizations of each individual. Yet not one of these causes of character is at the command, or in any manner under the control of infants, who cannot possibly be accountable for the sentiments and manners which may be given to them. And here lies the fundamental error of society, and from hence have proceeded, and do proceed, most of the miseries of mankind. Children are, without exception, passive and wonderfully contrived compounds, which, by an accurate previous and subsequent attention, founded on a correct knowledge of the subject, may be formed collectively to have any human character. And although these compounds, like all the other works of nature, possess endless varieties, yet they partake of that plastic quality, which, by perseverance under judicious management, may be ultimately molded into the very image of rational wishes and desires. In the next place, these principles cannot fail to create feelings which, without force or the production of any counteracting motive, will irresistibly lead those who possess them to make due allowance for the difference of sentiments and manners, not only among their friends and countrymen, but also among the inhabitants of every region of the earth, even including their enemies. With this insight into the formation of character, there is no conceivable foundation for private displeasure or public enmity. Say, if it be within the sphere of possibility that children can be trained to attain that knowledge, and at the same time to acquire feelings of enmity towards a single human creature? The child who from infancy has been rationally instructed in these principles, will readily discover and trace whence the opinions and habits of his associates have arisen, and why they possess them. At the same age he will have acquired reason sufficient to exhibit to him forcibly the irrationality of being angry with an individual for possessing qualities which, as a passive being during the formation of those qualities, he had not the means of preventing. Such are the impressions these principles will make on the mind of every child so taught, and, instead of generating anger or displeasure, they will produce commiseration and pity for those individuals who possess either habits or sentiments which appear to him to be destructive of their own comfort, pleasure, or happiness, and will produce on his part a desire to remove those causes of distress, and his own feelings of commiseration and pity may be also removed. The pleasure which he cannot avoid experiencing by this mode of conduct will likewise stimulate him to the most active endeavors to withdraw those circumstances which surround any part of mankind with causes of misery, and to replace them with others which have a tendency to increase happiness. He will then also strongly entertain the desire to do good to all men, and even to those who think themselves his enemies. Thus shortly, directly, and certainly may mankind be taught the essence, and to attain the ultimate object, of all former moral and religious instruction. These essays, however, are intended to explain that which is true, and not to attack that which is false. For to explain that which is true may permanently improve, without creating even temporary evil, whereas to attack that which is false, is often productive of very fatal consequences. The former convinces the judgment when the mind possesses full and deliberate powers of judging, the latter instantly arouses irritation, and renders the judgment unfit for its office, and useless. But why should we ever irritate? Do not these principles make it so obvious as to place it beyond any doubt, that even the present irrational ideas and practices prevalent throughout the world are not to be charged as either a fault or a culpable error of the existing generation? The immediate cause of them was the partial ignorance of our forefathers, who, although they acquire some vague disjointed knowledge of the principles on which character is formed, could not discover the connected chain of those principles, and consequently knew not how to apply them to practice. They taught their children that which they had themselves been taught, that which they had acquired, and in so doing they acted like their forefathers, who retained the established customs of former generations until better and superior were discovered and made evident to them. The present race of men have also instructed their children as they had been previously instructed, and are equally unblameable for any defects which their systems contain. And however erroneous or injurious that instruction and those systems may now be proved to be, the principles on which these essays are founded will be misunderstood, and their spirit will be wholly misconceived, if either irritation or the slightest degree of ill will shall be generated against those who even tenaciously adhere to the worst parts of that instruction, and support the most pernicious of those systems. For such individuals, sects, or parties have been trained from infancy to consider it their duty and interest so to act, and in so acting they merely continue the customs of their predecessors. Let truth unaccompanied with error be placed before them, give them time to examine it and to see that it is in unison with all previously ascertained truths, and conviction and acknowledgement of it will follow of course. It is weakness itself to require assent before conviction, and afterwards it will not be withheld. To endeavor to force conclusions without making the subject clear to the understanding, is most unjustifiable and irrational, and must prove useless or injurious to the mental faculties. In the spirit thus described we therefore proceed in the investigation of the subject. The facts which by the invention of printing have gradually accumulated now show the errors of the systems of our forefathers so distinctly, that they must be, when pointed out, evident to all classes of the community, and render it absolutely necessary that new legislative measures be immediately adopted to prevent the confusion which must arise from even the most ignorant being competent to detect the absurdity and glaring injustice of many of those laws by which they are now governed. Such are those laws which enact punishments for a very great variety of actions designated crimes, while those from whom such actions proceed are regularly trained to acquire no other knowledge than that which compels them to conclude that those actions are the best they could perform. How much longer shall we continue to allow generation after generation to be taught crime from their infancy, and, when so taught, hunt them like beasts of the forest, until they are entangled beyond escape in the toils and nets of the law? When, if the circumstances of those poor unpitied sufferers had been reversed with those who are even surrounded with the pomp and dignity of justice, these latter would have been at the bar of the culprit, and the former would have been in the judgment seat. Had the present judges of these realms been born and educated among the poor and profligate of St. Giles's or some similar situation, it is not certain, inasmuch as they possess native energies and abilities, that ere this they would have been at the head of their then profession, and, in consequence of that superiority and proficiency, would have already suffered imprisonment, transportation, or death. Can we for a moment hesitate to decide, that if some of those men whom the laws dispensed by the present judges have doomed to suffer capital punishments, had been born, trained, and circumstanced, as these judges were born, trained, and circumstanced, that some of those who had so suffered would have been the identical individuals who would have passed the same awful sentences on the present highly esteemed dignitaries of the law? If we open our eyes and attentively notice events, we shall observe these facts to multiply before us. Is the evil then of so small magnitude as to be totally disregarded and passed by as the ordinary occurrences of the day, and as not deserving of one reflection? And shall we be longer told that the convenient time to attend to inquiries of this nature is not yet come, that other matters of far weightier import engage our attention, and it must remain over till a season of more leisure? To those who may be inclined to think and speak thus, I would say, let feelings of humanity or strict justice induce you to devote a few hours to visit some of the public prisons of the metropolis, and patiently inquire, with kind commiserating solicitude, of their various inhabitants, the events of their lives and the lives of their various connections. Then will tales unfold that must arrest attention, that will disclose sufferings, misery, and injustice, upon which, for obvious reasons, I will not now dwell, but which previously, I am persuaded, you could not suppose it possible to exist in any civilized state, far less that they should be permitted for centuries to increase around the very fountain of British jurisprudence. The true cause, however, of this conduct, so contrary to the general humanity of the natives of these islands, is, that a practical remedy for the evil, on clearly defined and sound principles, had not yet been suggested. But the principles developed in this new view of society, will point out a remedy which is almost simplicity itself, possessing no more practical difficulties than many of the common employments of life, and such as are readily overcome by men of very ordinary practical talents. That such a remedy is easily practicable, may be collected from the account of the following very partial experiment. In the year 1784, the late Mr. Dale of Glasgow founded a manufactory for spinning of cotton, near the Falls of the Clyde, in the county of Lanark, in Scotland, and about that period cotton mills were first introduced into the northern part of the kingdom. It was the power which could be obtained from the falls of water that induced Mr. Dale to erect his mills in this situation, for in other respects it was not well chosen. The country around was uncultivated, the inhabitants were poor and few in number, and the roads in the neighborhood were so bad, that the falls, now so celebrated, were then unknown to strangers. It was therefore necessary to collect a new population to supply the infant establishment with laborers. This, however, was no light task, for all the regularly trained Scotch peasantry disdained the idea of working early and late, day after day, within cotton mills. Two modes then only remained of obtaining these laborers, the one, to procure children from the various public charities of the country, and the other, to induce families to settle around the works. To accommodate the first, a large house was erected, which ultimately contained about 500 children, who were procured chiefly from workhouses and charities in Edinburgh. These children were to be fed, clothed, and educated, and these duties Mr. Dale performed with the unwearied benevolence which it is well known he possessed. To obtain the second, a village was built, and the houses were let at a low rent to such families as could be induced to accept employment in the mills, but such was the general dislike to that occupation at the time, that, with a few exceptions, only persons destitute of friends, employment, and character, were found willing to try the experiment, and of these a sufficient number to supply a constant increase of the manufactory could not be obtained. It was therefore deemed a favor on the part even of such individuals to reside at the village, and, when taught the business, they grew so valuable to the establishment, that they became agents not to be governed contrary to their own inclinations. Mr. Dale's principal avocations were at a distance from the works, which he seldom visited more than once for a few hours in 3 or 4 months. He was therefore under the necessity of committing the management of the establishment to various servants with more or less power. Those who have a practical knowledge of mankind will readily anticipate the character which a population so collected and constituted would acquire. It is therefore scarcely necessary to state, that the community by degrees was formed under these circumstances into a very wretched society. Every man did that which was right in his own eyes, and vice and immorality prevailed to a monstrous extent. The population lived in idleness, in poverty, in almost every kind of crime, consequently, in debt, out of health, and in misery. Yet to make matters still worse, although the cause proceeded from the best possible motive, a conscientious adherence to principle, the whole was under a strong sectarian influence, which gave a marked and decided preference to one set of religious opinions over all others, and the professors of the favored opinions were the privileged of the community. The boarding house containing the children presented a very different scene. The benevolent proprietor spared no expense to give comfort to the poor children. The rooms provided for them were spacious, always clean and well ventilated, the food was abundant, and of the best quality, the clothes were neat and useful. A surgeon was kept in constant pay, to direct how to prevent or cure disease, and the best instructors which the country afforded were appointed to teach such branches of education as were deemed likely to be useful to children in their situation. Kind and well-disposed persons were appointed to superintend all their proceedings. Nothing, in short, at first sight seemed wanting to render it a most complete charity. But to defray the expense of these well-devised arrangements, and to support the establishment generally, it was absolutely necessary that the children should be employed within the mills from 6 o'clock in the morning till 7 in the evening, summer and winter, and after these hours their education commenced. The directors of the public charities, from mistaken economy, would not consent to send the children under their care to cotton mills, unless the children were received by the proprietors at the ages of 6, 7, and 8. And Mr. Dale was under the necessity of accepting them at those ages, or of stopping the manufactory which he had commenced. It is not to be supposed that children so young could remain, with the intervals of meals only, from 6 in the morning until 7 in the evening, in constant employment, on their feet, within cotton mills, and afterwards acquire much proficiency in education. And so it proved, for many of them became dwarfs in body and mind, and some of them were deformed. Their labor through the day and their education at night became so irksome, that numbers of them continually ran away, and almost all looked forward with impatience and anxiety to the expiration of their apprenticeship of 7, 8, and 9 years, which generally expired when they were from 13 to 15 years old. At this period of life, unaccustomed to provide for themselves, and unacquainted with the world, they usually went to Edinburgh or Glasgow, where boys and girls were soon assailed by the innumerable temptations which all large towns present, and to which many of them fell sacrifices. Thus Mr. Dale's arrangements, and his kind solicitude for the comfort and happiness of these children, were rendered in their ultimate effect almost nugatory. They were hired by him and sent to be employed, and without their labor he could not support them, but, while under his care, he did all that any individual, circumstanced as he was, could do for his fellow creatures. The error proceeded from the children being sent from the workhouses at an age much too young for employment. They ought to have been detained 4 years longer, and educated, and then some of the evils which followed would have been prevented. If such be a true picture, not overcharged, of parish apprentices to our manufacturing system, under the best and most humane regulations, in what colors must it be exhibited under the worst? Mr. Dale was advancing in years, he had no son to succeed him, and, finding the consequences just described to be the result of all his strenuous exertions for the improvement and happiness of his fellow creatures, it is not surprising that he became disposed to retire from the cares of the establishment. He accordingly sold it to some English merchants and manufacturers, one of whom, under the circumstances just narrated, undertook the management of the concern, and fixed his residence in the midst of the population. This individual had been previously in the management of large establishments, employing a number of workpeople, in the neighborhood of Manchester, and, in every case, by the steady application of certain general principles, he succeeded in reforming the habits of those under his care, and who always, among their associates in similar employment, appeared conspicuous for their good conduct. With this previous success in remodeling English character, but ignorant of the local ideas, manners, and customs, of those now committed to his management, the stranger commenced his task. At that time the lower classes of Scotland, like those of other countries, had strong prejudices against strangers having any authority over them, and particularly against the English, few of whom had then settled in Scotland, and not one in the neighbourhood of the scenes under description. It is also well known that even the Scotch peasantry and working classes possess the habit of making observations and reasoning thereon with great acuteness, and in the present case those employed naturally concluded that the new purchasers intended merely to make the utmost profit by the establishment, from the abuses of which many of themselves were then deriving support. The persons employed at these works were therefore strongly prejudiced against the new director of the establishment, prejudiced, because he was a stranger, and from England, because he succeeded Mr. Dale, under whose proprietorship they acted almost as they liked, because his religious creed was not theirs, and because they concluded that the works would be governed by new laws and regulations, calculated to squeeze, as they often termed it, the greatest sum of gain out of their labor. In consequence, from the day he arrived amongst them every means which ingenuity could devise was set to work to counteract the plan which he attempted to introduce, and for 2 years it was a regular attack and defense of prejudices and malpractices between the manager and the population of the place, without the former being able to make much progress, or to convince the latter of the sincerity of his good intentions for their welfare. He, however, did not lose his patience, his temper, or his confidence in the certain success of the principles on which he founded his conduct. These principles ultimately prevailed. The population could not continue to resist a firm well-directed kindness, administering justice to all. They therefore slowly and cautiously began to give him some portion of their confidence, and as this increased, he was enabled more and more to develop his plans for their amelioration. It may with truth be said, that at this period they possessed almost all the vices and very few of the virtues of a social community. Theft and the receipt of stolen goods was their trade, idleness and drunkenness their habit, falsehood and deception their garb, dissensions, civil and religious, their daily practice. They united only in a zealous systematic opposition to their employers. Here then was a fair field on which to try the efficacy in practice of principles supposed capable of altering any characters. The manager formed his plans accordingly. He spent some time in finding out the full extent of the evil against which he had to contend, and in tracing the true causes which had produced and were continuing those effects. He found that all was distrust, disorder, and disunion, and he wished to introduce confidence, regularity, and harmony. He therefore began to bring forward his various expedients to withdraw the unfavorable circumstances by which they had hitherto been surrounded, and to replace them by others calculated to produce a more happy result. He soon discovered that theft was extended through almost all the ramifications of the community, and the receipt of stolen goods through all the country around. To remedy this evil, not one legal punishment was inflicted, not one individual imprisoned, even for an hour, but checks and other regulations of prevention were introduced. A short plain explanation of the immediate benefits they would derive from a different conduct was inculcated by those instructed for the purpose, who had the best powers of reasoning among themselves. They were at the same time instructed how to direct their industry in legal and useful occupations, by which, without danger or disgrace, they could really earn more than they had previously obtained by dishonest practices. Thus the difficulty of committing the crime was increased, the detection afterwards rendered more easy, the habit of honest industry formed, and the pleasure of good conduct experienced. Drunkenness was attacked in the same manner. It was discountenanced on every occasion by those who had charge of any department. Its destructive and pernicious effects were frequently stated by his own more prudent comrades. At the proper moment when the individual was soberly suffering from the effects of his previous excess, pot and public houses were gradually removed from the immediate vicinity of their dwellings. The health and comfort of temperance were made familiar to them, by degrees. Drunkenness disappeared, and many who were habitual bacchanalians are now conspicuous for undeviating sobriety. Falsehood and deception met with a similar fate. They were held in disgrace, their practical evils were shortly explained, and every countenance was given to truth and open conduct. The pleasure and substantial advantages derived from the latter soon overcame the impolicy, error, and consequent misery, which the former mode of acting had created. Dissensions and quarrels were undermined by analogous expedients. When they could not be readily adjusted between the parties themselves, they were stated to the manager, and as in such cases both disputants were usually more or less in the wrong, that wrong was in as few words as possible explained, forgiveness and friendship recommended, and one simple and easily remembered precept inculcated, as the most valuable rule for their whole conduct, and the advantages of which they would experience every moment of their lives, viz. That in future they should endeavor to use the same active exertions to make each other happy and comfortable, as they had hitherto done to make each other miserable, and by carrying this short memorandum in their mind, and applying it on all occasions, they would soon render that place a paradise, which, from the most mistaken principle of action, they now made the abode of misery. The experiment was tried, the parties enjoyed the gratification of this new mode of conduct, references rapidly subsided, and now serious differences are scarcely known. Considerable jealousies also existed on account of one religious sect possessing a decided preference over the others. This was corrected by discontinuing that preference, and by giving a uniform encouragement to those who conducted themselves well among all the various religious persuasions, by recommending the same consideration to be shown to the conscientious opinions of each sect, on the ground that all must believe the particular doctrines which they had been taught, and consequently that all were in that respect upon an equal footing, nor was it possible yet to say which was right or wrong. It was likewise inculcated that all should attend to the essence of religion, and not act as the world was now taught and trained to do, that is, to overlook the substance and essence of religion, and devote their talents, time, and money, to that which is far worse than its shadow, sectarianism, another term for something very injurious to society, and very absurd, which one or other well-meaning enthusiast has added to true religion, which, without these defects, would soon form those characters which every wise and good man is anxious to see. Such statements and conduct arrested sectarian animosity and ignorant intolerance, each retains full liberty of conscience, and in consequence each partakes of the sincere friendship of many sects instead of one. They act with cordiality together in the same departments and pursuits, and associate as though the whole community were not of different sectarian persuasions, and not one evil ensues. The same principles were applied to correct the irregular intercourse of the sexes. Such conduct was discountenanced and held in disgrace, fines were levied upon both parties for the use of the support fund of the community. But because they had once unfortunately offended against the established laws and customs of society, they were not forced to become vicious, abandoned, and miserable. The door was left open for them to return to the comforts of kind friends and respected acquaintances, and, beyond any previous expectation, the evil became greatly diminished. The system of receiving apprentices from public charities was abolished, permanent settlers with large families were encouraged, and comfortable houses were built for their accommodation. The practice of employing children in the mills, of 6, 7 and 8 years of age, was discontinued, and their parents advised to allow them to acquire health and education until they were 10 years old. The children were taught reading, writing, and arithmetic, during 5 years, that is, from 5 to 10, in the village school, without expense to their parents. All the modern improvements in education have been adopted, or are in process of adoption. They may therefore be taught and well trained before they engage in any regular employment. Another important consideration is, that all their instruction is rendered a pleasure and delight to them. They are much more anxious for the hour of school time to arrive than to end. They therefore make a rapid progress, and it may be safely asserted, that if they shall not be trained to form such characters as may be most desired, the fault will not proceed from the children, the cause will be in the want of a true knowledge of human nature in those who have the management of them and their parents. During the period that these changes were going forward, attention was given to the domestic arrangements of the community. Their houses were rendered more comfortable, their streets were improved, the best provisions were purchased, and sold to them at low rates, yet covering the original expense, and under such regulations as taught them how to proportion their expenditure to their income. Fuel and clothes were obtained for them in the same manner, and no advantage was attempted to be taken of them, or means used to deceive them. In consequence, their animosity and opposition to the stranger subsided, their full confidence was obtained, and they became satisfied that no evil was intended them. They were convinced that a real desire existed to increase their happiness upon those grounds alone on which it could be permanently increased. All difficulties in the way of future improvement vanished. They were taught to be rational, and they acted rationally. Thus both parties experienced the incalculable advantages of the system which had been adopted. Those employed became industrious, temperate, healthy, faithful to their employers, and kind to each other, while the proprietors were deriving services from their attachment, almost without inspection, far beyond those which could be obtained by any other means than those of mutual confidence and kindness. Such was the effect of these principles on the adults, on those whose previous habits had been as ill-formed as habits could be, and certainly the application of the principles to practice was made under the most unfavorable circumstances. I have thus given a detailed account of this experiment, although a partial application of the principles is of far less importance than a clear and accurate account of the principles themselves, in order that they may be so well understood as to be easily rendered applicable to practice in any community and under any circumstances. Without this, particular facts may indeed amuse or astonish, but they would not contain that substantial value which the principles will be found to possess. But if the relation of the narrative shall forward this object, the experiment cannot fail to prove the certain means of renovating the moral and religious principles of the world, by showing whence arise the various opinions, manners, vices, and virtues of mankind, and how the best or the worst of them may, with mathematical precision, be taught to the rising generation. Let it not, therefore, be longer said that evil or injurious actions cannot be prevented, or that the most rational habits in the rising generation cannot be universally formed. In those characters which now exhibit crime, the fault is obviously not in the individual, but the defects proceed from the system in which the individual was trained. Withdraw those circumstances which tend to create crime in the human character, and crime will not be created. Replace them with such as are calculated to form habits of order, regularity, temperance, industry, and these qualities will be formed. Adopt measures of fair equity and justice, and you will readily acquire the full and complete confidence of the lower orders. Proceed systematically on principles of undeviating persevering kindness, yet retaining and using, with the least possible severity, the means of restraining crime from immediately injuring society, and by degrees even the crimes now existing in the adults will also gradually disappear, for the worst formed disposition, short of incurable insanity, will not long resist a firm, determined, well-directed, persevering kindness. Such a proceeding, whenever practiced, will be found the most powerful and effective corrector of crime, and of all injurious and improper habits. The experiment narrated shows that this is not hypothesis and theory. The principles may be with confidence stated to be universal, and applicable to all times, persons, and circumstances. And the most obvious application of them would be to adopt rational means to remove the temptation to commit crimes, and increase the difficulties of committing them, while, at the same time, a proper direction should be given to the active powers of the individual, and a due share provided of uninjurious amusements and recreation. Care must also be taken to remove the causes of jealousy, dissensions, and irritation, to introduce sentiments calculated to create union and confidence among all the members of the community, and the whole should be directed by a persevering kindness, sufficiently evident to prove that a sincere desire exists to increase, and not to diminish, happiness. These principles, applied to the community at New Lanark, at first under many of the most discouraging circumstances, but persevered in for 16 years, effected a complete change in the general character of the village, containing upwards of 2,000 inhabitants, and into which, also, there was a constant influx of newcomers. But as the promulgation of new miracles is not for present times, it is not pretended that under such circumstances one and all are become wise and good, or, that they are free from error. But it may be truly stated, that they now constitute a very improved society, that their worst habits are gone, and that their minor ones will soon disappear under a continuance of the application of the same principles, that during the period mentioned, scarcely a legal punishment has been inflicted, or an application been made for parish funds by any individual among them. Drunkenness is not seen in their streets, and the children are taught and trained in the institution for forming their character without any punishment. The community exhibits the general appearance of industry, temperance, comfort, health, and happiness. These are and ever will be the sure and certain effects of the adoption of the principles explained, and these principles, applied with judgment, will effectually reform the most vicious community existing, and train the younger part of it to any character which may be desired, and that, too, much more easily on an extended than on a limited scale. To apply these principles, however, successfully to practice, both a comprehensive and a minute view must be taken of the existing state of the society on which they are intended to operate. The causes of the most prevalent evils must be accurately traced, and those means which appear the most easy and simple should be immediately applied to remove them. In this progress the smallest alteration, adequate to produce any good effect, should be made at one time. Indeed, if possible, the change should be so gradual as to be almost imperceptible, yet always making a permanent advance in the desired improvements. By this procedure the most rapid practical progress will be obtained, because the inclination to resistance will be removed, and time will be given for reason to weaken the force of long-established injurious prejudices. The removal of the first evil will prepare the way for the removal of the second, and this facility will increase, not in an arithmetical, but in a geometrical proportion, until the directors of the system will themselves be gratified beyond expression with the beneficial magnitude of their own proceedings. Nor while these principles shall be acted upon can there be any retrogression in this good work, for the permanence of the amelioration will be equal to its extent. What then remains to prevent such a system from being immediately adopted into national practice? Nothing, surely, but a general destitution of the knowledge of the practice. For with the certain means of preventing crimes, can it be supposed that British legislators, as soon as these means shall be made evident, will longer withhold them from their fellow subjects? No, I am persuaded that neither prince, ministers, parliament, nor any party in church or state, will avow inclination to act on principles of such flagrant injustice. Have they not on many occasions evinced a sincere and ardent desire to ameliorate the condition of the subjects of the empire, when practicable means of amelioration were explained to them, which could be adopted without risking the safety of the state? For some time to come there can be but one practicable, and therefore one rational reform, which without danger can be attempted in these realms, a reform in which all men and all parties may join, that is, a reform in the training and in the management of the poor, the ignorant, the untaught and untrained, or ill-taught and ill-trained, among the whole mass of British population, and a plain, simple, practicable plan which would not contain the least danger to any individual, or to any part of society, may be devised for that purpose. That plan is a national, well-digested, unexclusive system for the formation of character and general amelioration of the lower orders. On the experience of a life devoted to the subject, I hesitate not to say, that the members of any community may by degrees be trained to live without idleness, without poverty, without crime, and without punishment, for each of these is the effect of error in the various systems prevalent throughout the world. They are all necessary consequences of ignorance. Train any population rationally, and they will be rational. Furnish honest and useful employments to those so trained, and such employments they will greatly prefer to dishonest or injurious occupations. It is beyond all calculation the interest of every government to provide that training and that employment, and to provide both is easily practicable. The first, as before stated, is to be obtained by a national system for the formation of character, the second, by governments preparing a reserve of employment for the surplus working classes, when the general demand for labor throughout the country is not equal to the full occupation of the whole, that employment to be on useful national objects from which the public may derive advantage equal to the expense which those works may require. The national plan for the formation of character should include all the modern improvements of education, without regard to the system of any one individual, and should not exclude the child of any one subject in the empire. Anything short of this would be an act of intolerance and injustice to the excluded, and of injury to society, so glaring and manifest, that I shall be deceived in the character of my countrymen if any of those who have influence in church and state should now be found willing to attempt it. Is it not indeed strikingly evident even to common observers, that any further effort to enforce religious exclusion would involve the certain and speedy destruction of the present church establishment, and would even endanger our civil institutions? It may be said, however, that ministers and parliament have many other important subjects under discussion. This is evidently true, but will they not have high national concerns always to engage their attention? And can any question be brought forward of deeper interest to the community than that which affects the formation of character and the well-being of every individual within the empire? A question, too, which, when understood, will be found to offer the means of amelioration to the revenues of these kingdoms, far beyond any practical plan now likely to be devised. Yet, important as are considerations of revenue, they must appear secondary when put in competition with the lives, liberty, and comfort of our fellow subjects, which are now hourly sacrificed for want of an effective legislative measure to prevent crime. And is an act of such vital importance to the well-being of all to be longer delayed? Shall yet another year pass in which crime shall be forced on the infant, who in 10, 20, or 30 years hence shall suffer death for being taught that crime? Surely it is impossible. Should it be so delayed, the individuals of the present Parliament, the legislators of this day, ought in strict and impartial justice to be amenable to the laws for not adopting the means in their power to prevent the crime, rather than the poor, untrained, and unprotected culprit, whose previous years, if he had language to describe them, would exhibit a life of unceasing wretchedness, arising solely from the errors of society. Much might be added on these momentous subjects, even to make them evident to the capacities of children, but for obvious reasons the outlines are merely sketched, and it is hoped these outlines will be sufficient to induce the well-disposed of all parties cordially to unite in this vital measure for the preservation of everything dear to society. In the next essay an account will be given of the plans which are in progress at New Lanark for the further comfort and improvement of its inhabitants, and a general practical system be described, by which the same advantages may be gradually introduced among the poor and working classes throughout the United Kingdom. Third essay. The principles of the former essays applied to a particular situation. Truth must ultimately prevail over error. At the conclusion of the second essay, a promise was made that an account should be given of the plans which were in progress at New Lanark for the further improvement of its inhabitants, and that a practical system should be sketched, by which equal advantages might be generally introduced among the poor and working classes throughout the United Kingdom. This account became necessary, in order to exhibit even a limited view of the principles on which the plans of the author are founded, and to recommend them generally to practice. That which has been hitherto done for the community at New Lanark, as described in the second essay, has chiefly consisted in withdrawing some of those circumstances which tended to generate, continue, or increase early bad habits, that is to say, undoing that which society had from ignorance permitted to be done. To effect this, however, was a far more difficult task than to train up a child from infancy in the way he should go, for that is the most easy process for the formation of character, while to unlearn and to change long acquired habits is a proceeding directly opposed to the most tenacious feelings of human nature. Nevertheless, the proper application steadily pursued did effect beneficial changes on these old habits, even beyond the most sanguine expectations of the party by whom the task was undertaken. The principles were driven from the study of human nature itself and they could not fail of success. Still, however, very little, comparatively speaking, had been done for them. They had not been taught the most valuable domestic and social habits, such as the most economical method of preparing food, how to arrange their dwellings with neatness, and to keep them always clean and in order, but, what was of infinitely more importance, they had not been instructed how to train their children to form them into valuable members of the community, or to know that principles existed, which, when properly applied to practice from infancy, would ensure from man to man, without chance of failure, a just, open, sincere, and benevolent conduct. It was in this stage of the progress of improvement, that it became necessary to form arrangements for surrounding them with circumstances which should gradually prepare the individuals to receive and firmly retain those domestic and social acquirements and habits. For this purpose a building, which may be termed the new institution, was erected in the center of the establishment, with an enclosed area before it. The area is intended for a playground for the children of the villagers, from the time they can walk alone until they enter the school. It must be evident to those who have been in the practice of observing children with attention, that much of good or evil is taught to or acquired by a child at a very early period of its life, that much of temper or disposition is correctly or incorrectly formed before he attains his second year, and that many durable impressions are made at the termination of the first 12 or even 6 months of his existence. The children, therefore, of the uninstructed and ill-instructed, suffer material injury in the formation of their characters during these and the subsequent years of childhood and of youth. It was to prevent, or as much as possible to counteract, these primary evils, to which the poor and working classes are exposed when infants, that the area became part of the new institution. Into this playground the children are to be received as soon as they can freely walk alone, to be superintended by persons instructed to take charge of them. As the happiness of man chiefly, if not altogether, depends on his own sentiments and habits, as well as those of the individuals around him, and as any sentiments and habits may be given to all infants, it becomes of primary importance that those alone should be given to them which can contribute to their happiness. Each child, therefore, on his entrance into the playground, is to be told in language which he can understand, that he is never to injure his playfellows, but that, on the contrary, he is to contribute all in his power to make them happy. This simple precept, when comprehended in all its bearings, and the habits which will arise from its early adoption into practice, if no counteracting principle be forced upon the young mind, will effectually supersede all the errors which have hitherto kept the world in ignorance and misery. So simple a precept, too, will be easily taught, and as easily acquired, for the chief employment of the superintendents will be to prevent any deviation from it in practice. The older children, when they shall have experienced the endless advantages from acting on this principle, will, by their example, soon enforce the practice of it on the young strangers, and the happiness, which the little groups will enjoy from this rational conduct, will ensure its speedy and general and willing adoption. The habit also which they will acquire at this early period of life by continually acting on the principle, will fix it firmly, it will become easy and familiar to them, or, as it is often termed, natural. Thus, by merely attending to the evidence of our senses respecting human nature, and disregarding the wild, inconsistent, and absurd theories in which man has been hitherto trained in all parts of the earth, we shall accomplish with ease and certainty the supposed Herculean labor of forming a rational character in man, and that, too, chiefly before the child commences the ordinary course of education. The character thus early formed will be as durable as it will be advantageous to the individual and to the community, for by the constitution of our nature, when once the mind fully understands that which is true, the impression of that truth cannot be erased except by mental disease or death, while error must be relinquished at every period of life, whenever it can be made manifest to the mind in which it has been received. This part of the arrangement, therefore, will effect the following purposes. The child will be removed, so far as is at present practicable, from the erroneous treatment of the yet untrained and untaught parents. The parents will be relieved from the loss of time and from the care and anxiety which are now occasioned by attendance on their children from the period when they can go alone to that at which they enter the school. The child will be placed in a situation of safety, where, with its future schoolfellows and companions, it will acquire the best habits and principles, while at meal times and at night it will return to the caresses of its parents, and the affections of each are likely to be increased by the separation. The area is also to be a place of meeting for the children from 5 to 10 years of age, previous to and after school hours, and to serve for a drill ground, the object of which will be hereafter explained, and a shade will be formed, under which in stormy weather the children may retire for shelter. These are the important purposes to which a playground attached to a school may be applied. Those who have derived a knowledge of human nature from observation know that man in every situation requires relaxation from his constant and regular occupations, whatever they be, and that if he shall not be provided with or permitted to enjoy innocent and uninjurious amusements, he must and will partake of those which he can obtain, to give him temporary relief from his exertions, although the means of gaining that relief should be most pernicious. For man, irrationally instructed, is ever influenced far more by immediate feelings than by remote considerations. Those, then, who desire to give mankind the character which it would be for the happiness of all that they should possess, will not fail to make careful provision for their amusement and recreation. The Sabbath was originally so intended. It was instituted to be a day of universal enjoyment and happiness to the human race. It is frequently made, however, from the opposite extremes of error, either a day of superstitious gloom and tyranny over the mind, or of the most destructive intemperance and licentiousness. The one of these has been the cause of the other, the latter the certain and natural consequence of the former. Relieve the human mind from useless and superstitious restraints, train it on those principles which facts, ascertained from the first knowledge of time to this day, demonstrate to be the only principles which are true, and intemperance and licentiousness will not exist, for such conduct in itself is neither the immediate nor the future interest of man, and he is ever governed by one or other of these considerations, according to the habits which have been given to him from infancy. The Sabbath, in many parts of Scotland, is not a day of innocent and cheerful recreation to the labouring man, nor can those who are confined all the week to sedentary occupations, freely partake, without censure, of the air and exercise to which nature invites them, and which their health demands. The errors of the times of superstition and bigotry still hold some sway, and compel those who wish to preserve a regard to their respectability in society, to an overstrained demeanor, and this demeanor sometimes degenerates into hypocrisy, and is often the cause of great inconsistency. It is destructive of every open, honest, generous, and manly feeling. It disgusts many, and drives them to the opposite extreme. It is sometimes the cause of insanity. It is founded on ignorance, and defeats its own object. While erroneous customs prevail in any country, it would evince an ignorance of human nature in any individual to offend against them, until he has convinced the community of their error. To counteract, in some degree, the inconvenience which arose from the misapplication of the Sabbath, it became necessary to introduce on the other days of the week some innocent amusement and recreation for those whose labors were unceasing, and in winter almost uniform. In summer, the inhabitants of the village of New Lanark have their gardens and potato grounds to cultivate, they have walks laid out to give them health and the habit of being gratified with the ever-changing scenes of nature, for those scenes afford not only the most economical, but also the most innocent pleasures which man can enjoy, and all men may be easily trained to enjoy them. In winter the community are deprived of these healthy occupations and amusements. They are employed 10 hours and 3/4 every day in the week, except Sunday, and generally every individual continues during that time at the same work, and experience has shown that the average health and spirits of the community are several degrees lower in winter than in summer, and this in part may be fairly attributed to that cause. These considerations suggested the necessity of rooms for innocent amusements and rational recreation. Many well-intentioned individuals, unaccustomed to witness the conduct of those among the lower orders who have been rationally treated and trained, may fancy such an assemblage will necessarily become a scene of confusion and disorder, instead of which, however, it proceeds with uniform propriety. It is highly favorable to the health, spirits, and dispositions of the individuals so engaged, and if any irregularity should arise, the cause will be solely owing to the parties who attempt to direct the proceedings being deficient in a practical knowledge of human nature. It has been and ever will be found far more easy to lead mankind to virtue, or to rational conduct, by providing them with well-regulated innocent amusements and recreations, than by forcing them to submit to useless restraints, which tend only to create disgust, and often to connect such feelings even with that which is excellent in itself, merely because it has been judiciously associated. Hitherto, indeed, in all ages and in all countries, man seems to have blindly conspired against the happiness of man, and to have remained as ignorant of himself as he was of the solar system prior to the days of Copernicus and Galileo. Many of the learned and wise among our ancestors were conscious of this ignorance, and deeply lamented its effects, and some of them recommended the partial adoption of those principles which can alone relieve the world from the miserable effects of ignorance. The time, however, for the emancipation of the human mind had not then arrived, the world was not prepared to receive it. The history of humanity shows it to be an undeviating law of nature, that man shall not prematurely break the shell of ignorance, that he must patiently wait until the principle of knowledge has pervaded the whole mass of the interior, to give it life and strength sufficient to bear the light of day. Those who have duly reflected on the nature and extent of the mental movements of the world for the last half-century, must be conscious that great changes are in progress, that man is about to advance another important step towards that degree of intelligence which his natural powers seem capable of attaining. Observe the transactions of the passing hours, see the whole mass of mind in full motion, behold it momentarily increasing in vigor, and preparing ere long to burst its confinement. But what is to be the nature of this change? A due attention to the facts around us, and to those transmitted by the invention of printing from former ages, will afford a satisfactory reply. From the earliest ages it has been the practice of the world to act on the supposition that each individual man forms his own character, and that therefore he is accountable for all his sentiments and habits, and consequently merits reward for some and punishment for others. Every system which has been established among men has been founded on these erroneous principles. When, however, they shall be brought to the test of fair examination, they will be found not only unsupported, but in direct opposition to all experience, and to the evidence of our senses. This is not a slight mistake, which involves only trivial consequences, it is a fundamental error of the highest possible magnitude. It enters into all our proceedings regarding man from his infancy, and it will be found to be the true and sole origin of evil. It generates and perpetuates ignorance, hatred, and revenge, where, without such error, only intelligence, confidence, and kindness would exist. It has hitherto been the evil genius of the world. It severs man from man throughout the various regions of the earth, and makes enemies of those who, but for this gross error, would have enjoyed each other's kind offices and sincere friendship. It is, in short, an error which carries misery in all its consequences. This error cannot much longer exist, for every day will make it more and more evident that the character of man is, without a single exception, always formed for him, that it may be, and is, chiefly created by his predecessors, that they give him, or may give him, his ideas and habits, which are the powers that govern and direct his conduct. Man, therefore, never did, nor is it possible he ever can, form his own character. The knowledge of this important fact has not been derived from any of the wild and heated speculations of an ardent and ungoverned imagination. On the contrary, it proceeds from a long and patient study of the theory and practice of human nature. Under many varied circumstances, it will be found to be a deduction drawn from such a multiplicity of facts, as to afford the most complete demonstration. Had not mankind been misinstructed from infancy on this subject, making it necessary that they should unlearn what they have been taught, the simple statement of this truth would render it instantly obvious to every rational mind. Men would know that their predecessors might have given them the habits of ferocious cannibalism, or of the highest known benevolence and intelligence, and by the acquirement of this knowledge they would soon learn that, as parents, preceptors, and legislators united, they possess the means of training the rising generations to either of those extremes, that they may with the greatest certainty make them the conscientious worshippers of Juggernaut, or of the most pure spirit, possessing the essence of every excellence which the human imagination can conceive, that they may train the young to become effeminate, deceitful, ignorantly selfish, intemperate, revengeful, murderous, of course ignorant, irrational, and miserable, or to be manly, just, generous, temperate, active, kind, and benevolent, that is intelligent, rational, and happy. The knowledge of these principles having been derived from facts which perpetually exist, they defy ingenuity itself to confute them, nay, the most severe scrutiny will make it evident that they are utterly unassailable. Is it then wisdom to think and to act in opposition to the facts which hourly exhibit themselves around us, and in direct contradiction to the evidence of our senses? Inquire of the most learned and wise of the present day, ask them to speak with sincerity, and they will tell you that they have long known the principles on which society has been found to be false. Hitherto, however, the tide of public opinion, in all countries, has been directed by a combination of prejudice, bigotry, and fanaticism, derived from the wildest imaginations of ignorance, and the most enlightened men have not dared to expose those errors which to them were offensive, prominent, and glaring. Happily for man, this reign of ignorance rapidly approaches to dissolution, its terrors are already on the wing, and soon they will be compelled to take their flight, never more to return. For now the knowledge of the existing errors is not only possessed by the learned and reflecting, but it is spreading far and wide throughout society, and ere long it will be fully comprehended even by the most ignorant. Attempts may indeed be made by individuals, who through ignorance mistake their real interests, to retard the progress of this knowledge, but as it will prove itself to be in unison with the evidence of our senses, and therefore true beyond the possibility of disproof, it cannot be impeded, and in its course will overwhelm all opposition. These principles, however, are not more true in theory than beneficial in practice, whenever they are properly applied. Why, then, should all their substantial advantages be longer withheld from the mass of mankind? Can it, by possibility, be a crime to pursue the only practical means which a rational being can adopt to diminish the misery of man, and increase his happiness? These questions, of the deepest interest to society, are now brought to the fair test of public experiment. It remains to be proved, whether the character of man shall continue to be formed under the guidance of the most inconsistent notions, the errors of which for centuries past have been manifest to every reflecting rational mind, or whether it shall be molded under the direction of uniformly consistent principles, derived from the unvarying facts of the creation, principles, the truth of which no sane man will now attempt to deny. It is then by the full and complete disclosure of these principles, that the destruction of ignorance and misery is to be effected, and the reign of reason, intelligence, and happiness, is to be firmly established. It was necessary to give this development of the principles advocated, that the remaining parts of the new institution, yet to be described, may be clearly understood. We now proceed to explain the several purposes intended to be accomplished by the school, lecture room, and church. It must be evident to those who have any powers of reason yet undestroyed, that man is now taught and trained in a theory and practice directly opposed to each other. Hence the perpetual inconsistencies, follies, and absurdities, which everyone can readily discover in his neighbor, without being conscious that he also possesses similar incongruities. The instruction to be given in the school, lecture room, and church, is intended to counteract and remedy this evil, and to prove the incalculable advantages which society would derive from the introduction of a theory and practice consistent with each other. The uppermost story of the new institution is arranged to serve for a school, lecture room, and church. And these are intended to have a direct influence in forming the character of the villagers. It is comparatively of little avail to give to either young or old precept upon precept, and line upon line, except the means shall be also prepared to train them in good practical habits. Hence an education for the untaught and ill-taught becomes of the first importance to the welfare of society, and it is this which has influenced all the arrangements connected with the new institution. The time the children will remain under the discipline of the playground and school, will afford all the opportunity that can be desired to create, cultivate, and establish those habits and sentiments which tend to the welfare of the individual and of the community. And in conformity to this plan of proceeding, the precept which was given to the child of 2 years old, on coming into the playground, that he must endeavor to make his companions happy, is to be renewed and enforced on his entrance into the school, and the first duty of the schoolmaster will be to train his pupils to acquire the practice of always acting on this principle. It is a simple rule, the plain and obvious reasons for which children at an early age may be readily taught to comprehend, and as they advance in years, become familiarized with its practice, and experience the beneficial effects to themselves, they will better feel and understand all its important consequences to society. Such then being the foundation on which the practical habits of the children are to be formed, we proceed to explain the superstructure. In addition to the knowledge of the principle and practice of the above-mentioned precept, the boys and girls are to be taught in the school to read well, and to understand what they read, to write expeditiously a good legible hand, and to learn correctly, so that they may comprehend and use with facility the fundamental rules of arithmetic. The girls are also to be taught to sew, cut out, and make up useful family garments, and, after acquiring a sufficient knowledge of these, they are to attend in rotation in the public kitchen and eating rooms, to learn to prepare wholesome food in an economical manner, and to keep a house neat and well arranged. It was said that the children are to be taught to read well, and to understand what they read. In many schools, the children of the poor and laboring classes are never taught to understand what they read, the time therefore which is occupied in the mockery of the instruction is lost. In other schools, the children, through the ignorance of their instructors, are taught to believe without reasoning, and thus never to think or to reason correctly. These truly lamentable practices cannot fail to indispose the young mind for plain, simple, and rational instruction. The books by which it is now the common custom to teach children to read, inform them of anything except that which, at their age, they ought to be taught, hence the inconsistencies and follies of adults. It is full time that this system should be changed. Can man, when possessing the full vigor of his faculties, form a rational judgment on any subject, until he has first collected all the facts respecting it which are known? Has not this been, and will not this ever remain, the only path by which human knowledge can be obtained? Then children ought to be instructed on the same principles. They should first be taught the knowledge of facts, commencing with those which are most familiar to the young mind, and gradually proceeding to the most useful and necessary to be known by the respective individuals in the rank of life in which they are likely to be placed, and in all cases the children should have as clear an explanation of each fact as their minds can comprehend, rendering those explanations more detailed as the child acquires strength and capacity of intellect. As soon as the young mind shall be duly prepared for such instruction, the master should not allow any opportunity to escape, that would enable him to enforce the clear and inseparable connection which exists between the interest and happiness of each individual and the interest and happiness of every other individual. This should be the beginning and end of all instruction, and by degrees it will be so well understood by his pupils, that they will receive the same conviction of its truth, that those familiar with mathematics now entertain of the demonstrations of Euclid. And when thus comprehended, the all-prevailing principle of known life, the desire of happiness, will compel them without deviation to pursue it in practice. It is much to be regretted that the strength and capacity of the minds of children are yet unknown. Their faculties have been hitherto estimated by the folly of instruction which has been given to them, while, if they were never taught to acquire error, they would speedily exhibit such powers of mind, as would convince the most incredulous how much the human intellect has been injured by the ignorance of former and present treatment. It is therefore indeed important that the mind from its birth should receive those ideas only which are consistent with each other, which are in unison with all the known facts of the creation, and which are therefore true. Now, however, from the day they are born, the minds of children are impressed with false notions of themselves and of mankind, and in lieu of being conducted into the plain path leading to health and happiness, the utmost pains are taken to compel them to pursue an opposite direction, in which they can attain only inconsistency and error. Let the plan which has now been recommended be steadily put in practice from infancy, without counteraction from the systems of education which now exist, and characters, even in youth, may be formed, that in true knowledge, and in every good and valuable quality, will not only greatly surpass the wise and learned of the present and preceding times, but will appear, as they really will be, a race of rational or superior beings. It is true, this change cannot be instantaneously established, it cannot be created by magic, or by a miracle, it must be effected gradually, and to accomplish it finally will prove a work of a boor and of years. For those who have been misinstructed from infancy, who have now influence and are active in the world, and whose activity is directed by the false notions of their forefathers, will of course endeavor to obstruct the change. Those who have been systematically impressed with early errors, and conscientiously think them to be truths, will of necessity, while such errors remain, endeavor to perpetuate them in their children. Some simple but general method, therefore, becomes necessary to counteract as speedily as possible an evil of so formidable a magnitude. It was this view of the subject which suggested the utility of preparing the means to admit of evening lectures in the new institution, and it is intended they should be given, during winter, 3 nights in the week, alternately with dancing. To the ill-trained and ill-taught these lectures may be made invaluable, and these are now numerous, for the far greater part of the population of the world has been permitted to pass the proper season for instruction without being trained to be rational, and they have acquired only the ideas and habits which proceed from ignorant association and erroneous instruction. It is intended that the lectures should be familiar discourses, delivered in plain impressive language, to instruct the adult part of the community in the most useful practical parts of knowledge in which they are deficient, particularly in the proper method of training their children to become rational creatures, how to expend the earnings of their own labor to advantage, and how to appropriate the surplus gains which will be left to them, in order to create a fund which will relieve them from the anxious fear of future want, and thus give them, under the many errors of the present system, that rational confidence in their own exertions and good conduct, without which, consistency of character or domestic comfort cannot be obtained, and ought not to be expected. The young people may be also questioned relative to their progress in useful knowledge, and allowed to ask for explanations. In short, these lectures may be made to convey, in an amusing and agreeable manner, highly valuable and substantial information to those who are now the most ignorant in the community, and by similar means, which at a trifling expense may be put into action over the whole kingdom, the most important benefits may be given to the laboring classes, and through them, to the whole mass of society. For it should be considered that the far greater part of the population belong to or have risen from the laboring classes, and by them the happiness and comfort of all ranks, not excluding the highest, are very essentially influenced, because even much more of the character of children in all families is formed by the servants, than is ever supposed by those unaccustomed to trace with attention the human mind from earliest infancy. It is indeed impossible that children in any situation can be correctly trained, until those who surround them from infancy shall be previously well instructed, and the value of good servants may be duly appreciated by those who have experienced the difference between the very good and very bad. The last part of the intended arrangement of the new institution remains yet to be described. This is the Church and its doctrines, and they involve considerations of the highest interest and importance, inasmuch as a knowledge of truth on the subject of religion would permanently establish the happiness of man, for it is the inconsistencies alone, proceeding from the want of this knowledge, which have created, and still create, a great proportion of the miseries which exist in the world. The only certain criterion of truth is, that it is ever consistent with itself. It remains one and the same under every view and comparison of it which can be made, while error will not stand the test of this investigation and comparison, because it ever leads to absurd conclusions. Those whose minds are equal to the subject will, ere this, have discovered, that the principles in which mankind have been hitherto instructed, and by which they have been governed, will not bear the test of this criterion. Investigate and compare them, they betray absurdity, folly, and weakness, hence the infinity of jarring opinions, dissensions, and miseries, which have hitherto prevailed. Had any one of the various opposing systems which have governed the world and disunited man from man, been true, without any mixture of error, that system, very speedily after its public promulgation, would have pervaded society, and compelled all men to have acknowledged its truth. The criterion, however, which has been stated, shows, that they are all, without an exception, in part inconsistent with the works of nature, that is, with the facts which exist around us. Those systems therefore must have contained some fundamental errors, and it is utterly impossible for man to become rational, or enjoy the happiness he is capable of attaining, until those errors are exposed and annihilated. Each of those systems contains some truth with more error, hence it is that no one of them has gained, or is likely to gain, universality. The truth which the several systems possess, serves to cover and perpetuate the errors which they contain, but those errors are most obvious to all who have not from infancy been taught to receive them. Is proof demanded? Ask, in succession, those who are esteemed the most intelligent and enlightened of every sect and party, what is their opinion of every other sect and party throughout the world? Is it not evident that, without one exception, the answer will be, that they all contain errors so clearly in opposition to reason and equity, that he can only feel pity and deep commiseration for the individuals whose minds have been thus perverted and rendered irrational? And this reply they will all make, unconscious that they themselves are of the number whom they commiserate. The doctrines which have been taught to every known sect, combined with the external circumstances by which they have been surrounded, have been directly calculated, and could not fail, to produce the characters which have existed. And the doctrines in which the inhabitants of the world are now instructed, combined with the external circumstances by which they are surrounded, form the characters which at present pervade society. The doctrines which have been and now are taught throughout the world, must necessarily create and perpetuate, and they do create and perpetuate, a total want of mental charity among men. They also generate superstitions, bigotry, hypocrisy, hatred, revenge, wars, and all their evil consequences. For it has been and is a fundamental principle in every system hitherto taught, with exceptions more nominal than real, that man will possess merit, and receive eternal reward, by believing the doctrines of that peculiar system, that he will be eternally punished if he disbelieves them, that all those innumerable individuals also, who, through time, have been taught to believe other than the tenets of the system, must be doomed to eternal misery. Yet nature itself, in all its works, is perpetually operating to convince man of such gross absurdities. Yes, my deluded fellow men, believe me, for your future happiness, that the facts around us, when you shall observe them aright, will make it evident, even to demonstration, that all such doctrines must be erroneous, because the will of man has no power whatever over his opinions. He must, and ever did, and ever will believe what has been, or may be impressed on his mind by his predecessors and the circumstances which surround him. It becomes therefore the essence of irrationality to suppose that any human being, from the creation to this day, could deserve praise or blame, reward or punishment, for the prepossessions of early education. It is from these fundamental errors, in all systems which have been hitherto taught to the mass of mankind, that the misery of the human race has to so great an extent proceeded, for, in consequence of them, man has been always instructed from infancy to believe impossibilities, he is still taught to pursue the same insane course, and the result still is misery. Let this source of wretchedness, this most lamentable of all errors, this scourge of the human race, be publicly exposed, and let those just principles be introduced, which prove themselves true by their uniform consistency and the evidence of our senses. Hence insincerity, hatred, revenge, and even a wish to injure a fellow creature, will ere long be unknown, and mental charity, heartfelt benevolence, and acts of kindness to one another, will be the distinguished characters of human nature. Shall then misery most complicated and extensive be experienced, from the prince to the peasant, in all nations throughout the world, and shall its cause and prevention be known, and yet withheld? The knowledge of this cause, however, cannot be communicated to mankind without offending against the deep-rooted prejudices of all. The work is therefore replete with difficulties, which can alone be overcome by those who, foreseeing all its important practical advantages, may be induced to contend against them. Yet, difficult as it may be to establish this grand truth generally throughout society, on account of the dark and gross errors in which the world to this period has been instructed, it will be found, whenever the subject shall undergo a full investigation, that the principles now brought forward cannot, by possibility, injure any class of men, or even a single individual. On the contrary, there is not one member of the great family of the world, from the highest to the lowest, that will not derive the most important benefits from its public promulgation. And when such incalculable, substantial, and permanent advantages are clearly seen and strongly felt, shall individual considerations be for a moment put in competition with its attainment? No. Ease, comfort, the good opinion of part of society, and even life itself, may be sacrificed to those prejudices, and yet the principles on which this knowledge is founded must ultimately and universally prevail. This high event, of unequaled magnitude in the history of humanity, is thus confidently predicted, because the knowledge whence that confidence proceeds is not derived from any of the uncertain legends of the days of dark and gross ignorance, but from the plain and obvious facts which now exist throughout the world. Due attention to these facts, to these truly revealed works of nature, will soon instruct, or rather compel mankind to discover the universal errors in which they have been trained. The principle, then, on which the doctrines taught in the new institution are proposed to be founded, is, that they shall be in unison with universally revealed facts, which cannot but be true. The following are some of the facts, which, with a view to this part of the undertaking, may be deemed fundamental. That man is born with a desire to obtain happiness, which desire is the primary cause of all his actions, continues through life, and, in popular language, is called self-interest. That he is also born with the germs of animal propensities, or the desire to sustain, enjoy, and propagate life, and which desires, as they grow and develop themselves, are termed his natural inclinations. That he is born likewise with faculties which, in their growth, receive, convey, compare, and become conscious of receiving and comparing ideas. That the ideas so received, conveyed, compared, and understood, constitute human knowledge, or mind, which acquires strength and maturity with the growth of the individual. That the desire of happiness in man, the germs of his natural inclinations, and the faculties by which he acquires knowledge, are formed unknown to himself in the womb, and whether perfect or imperfect, they are alone the immediate work of the Creator, and over which the infant and future man have no control. That these inclinations and faculties are not formed exactly alike in any two individuals, hence the diversity of talents, and the varied impressions called liking and disliking which the same external objects make on different persons, and the lesser varieties which exist among men whose characters have been formed apparently under similar circumstances. That the knowledge which man receives is derived from the objects around him, and chiefly from the example and instruction of his immediate predecessors. That this knowledge may be limited or extended, erroneous or true, limited, when the individual receives few, and extended when he receives many ideas, erroneous, when those ideas are inconsistent with the facts which exist around him, and true when they are uniformly consistent with them. That the misery which he experiences, and the happiness which he enjoys, depend on the kind and degree of knowledge which he receives, and on that which is possessed by those around him. That when the knowledge which he receives is true and unmixed with error, although it be limited, if the community in which he lives possesses the same kind and degree of knowledge, he will enjoy happiness in proportion to the extent of that knowledge. On the contrary, when the opinions which he receives are erroneous, and the opinions possessed by the community in which he resides are equally erroneous, his misery will be in proportion to the extent of those erroneous opinions. That when the knowledge which man receives shall be extended to its utmost limit, and true without any mixture of error, then he may and will enjoy all the happiness of which his nature will be capable. That it consequently becomes of the first and highest importance that man should be taught to distinguish truth from error. That man has no other means of discovering what is false, except by his faculty of reason, or the power of acquiring and comparing the ideas which he receives. That when this faculty is properly cultivated or trained from infancy, and the child is rationally instructed to retain no impressions or ideas which by his powers of comparing them appear to be inconsistent, then the individual will acquire real knowledge, or those ideas only which will leave an impression of their consistency or truth on all minds which have not been rendered irrational by an opposite procedure. That the reasoning faculty may be injured and destroyed during its growth, by reiterated impressions being made upon it of notions not derived from realities, and which it therefore cannot compare with the ideas previously received from the objects around it. And when the mind receives these notions which it cannot comprehend, along with those ideas which it is conscious are true and which yet are inconsistent with such notions, then the reasoning faculties become injured, the individual is taught or forced to believe, and not to think or reason, and partial insanity or defective powers of judging ensue. That all men are thus erroneously trained at present, and hence the inconsistencies and misery of the world. That the fundamental errors now impressed from infancy on the minds of all men, and from whence all their other errors proceed, are, that they form their own individual characters, and possess merit or demerit for the peculiar notions impressed on the mind during its early growth, before they have acquired strength and experience to judge of or resist the impression of those notions or opinions, which, on investigation, appear contradictions to facts existing around them, and which are therefore false. That these false notions have ever produced evil and misery in the world, and that they still disseminate them in every direction. That the sole cause of their existence hitherto has been man's ignorance of human nature, while their consequences have been all the evil and misery, except those of accidents, disease, and death, with which man has been and is afflicted, and that the evil and misery which arise from accidents, disease, and death, are also greatly increased and extended by man's ignorance of himself. That, in proportion as man's desire of self-happiness, or his self-love, is directed by true knowledge, those actions will abound which are virtuous and beneficial to man, that in proportion as it is influenced by false notions, or the absence of true knowledge, those actions will prevail which generate crimes, from whence arises an endless variety of misery, and, consequently, that every rational means should be now adopted to detect error, and to increase true knowledge among men. That when these truths are made evident, every individual will necessarily endeavor to promote the happiness of every other individual within his sphere of action, because he must clearly, and without any doubt, comprehend such conduct to be the essence of self-interest, or the true cause of self-happiness. Here, then, is a firm foundation on which to erect vital religion, pure and undefiled, and the only one which, without any counteracting evil, can give peace and happiness to man. It is to bring into practical operation, in forming the character of men, these most important of all truths, that the religious part of the institution at New Lanark will be chiefly directed, and such are the fundamental principles upon which the instructor will proceed. They are thus publicly avowed before all men, that they may undergo discussion and the most severe scrutiny and investigation. Let those, therefore, who are esteemed the most learned and wise, throughout the various states and empires in the world, examine them to their foundation, compare them with every fact which exists, and if the shadow of inconsistency and falsehood be discovered, let it be publicly exposed, that error may not more abound. But should they withstand this extended ordeal, and prove themselves uniformly consistent with every known fact, and therefore true, then let it be declared, that man may be permitted by man to become rational, and that the misery of the world may be speedily removed. Having alluded to the chief uses of the playground and exercise rooms, with the school, lecture room, and church, it remains, to complete the account of the new institution, that the object of the drill exercises mentioned when stating the purposes of the playground, should be explained, and to this we now proceed. Were all men trained to be rational, the art of war would be rendered useless. While, however, any part of mankind shall be taught that they form their own characters, and shall continue to be trained from infancy to think and act irrationally, that is, to acquire feelings of enmity, and to deem it a duty to engage in war against those who have been instructed to differ from them in sentiments and habits, even the most rational must, for their personal security, learn the means of defense, and every community of such characters, while surrounded by men who have been thus improperly taught, should acquire a knowledge of this destructive art, that they may be enabled to overrule the actions of irrational beings, and maintain peace. To accomplish these objects to the utmost practical limit, and with the least inconvenience, every male should be instructed how best to defend, when attacked, the community to which he belongs. And these advantages are only to be obtained by providing proper means for the instruction of all boys in the use of arms and the arts of war. As an example how easily and effectually this might be accomplished over the British Isles, it is intended that the boys trained and educated at the institution at New Lanark shall be thus instructed, that the person appointed to attend the children in the playground shall be qualified to drill and teach the boys the manual exercise, and that he shall be frequently so employed, that afterwards, firearms, of proportionate weight and size to the age and strength of the boys, shall be provided for them, when also they might be taught to practice and understand the more complicated military movements. This exercise, properly administered, will greatly contribute to the health and spirits of the boys, give them an erect and proper form, and habits of attention, celerity, and order. They will, however, be taught to consider this exercise, an art, rendered absolutely necessary by the partial insanity of some of their fellow creatures who by the errors of their predecessors, transmitted through preceding generations, have been taught to acquire feelings of enmity, increasing to madness, against those who could not avoid differing from them in sentiments and habits, that this art should never be brought into practice except to restrain the violence of such madmen, and, in these cases, that it should be administered with the least possible severity, and solely to prevent the evil consequences of those rash acts of the insane, and, if possible, to cure them of their disease. Thus, in a few years, by foresight and arrangement, may almost the whole expense and inconvenience attending the local military be superseded, and a permanent force created, which in numbers, discipline, and principles, would be superior, beyond all comparison, for the purposes of defense, always ready in case of need, yet without the loss which is now sustained by the community of efficient and valuable labor. The expenditure which would be saved by this simple expedient, would be far more than competent to educate the whole of the poor and laboring classes of these kingdoms. There is still another arrangement in contemplation for the community at New Lanark, and without which the establishment will remain incomplete. It is an expedient to enable the individuals, by their own foresight, prudence, and industry, to secure to themselves in old age a comfortable provision and asylum. Those now employed at the establishment contribute to a fund which supports them when too ill to work, or superannuated. This fund, however, is not calculated to give them more than a bare existence, and it is surely desirable that, after they have spent nearly half a century in unremitting industry, they should, if possible, enjoy a comfortable independence. To effect this object, it is intended that in the most pleasant situation near the present village, neat and convenient dwellings should be erected, with gardens attached, that they should be surrounded and sheltered by plantations, through which public walks should be formed, and the whole arranged to give the occupiers the most substantial comforts. That these dwellings, with the privileges of the public walks, etc., shall become the property of those individuals who, without compulsion, shall subscribe each equitable sums monthly, as, in a given number of years will be equal to the purchase, and to create a fund from which, when these individuals become occupiers of their new residences, they may receive weekly, monthly, or quarterly payments, sufficient for their support, the expenses of which may be reduced to a very low rate. Individually, by arrangements which may be easily formed to supply all their wants with little trouble to themselves, and by their previous instruction they will be enabled to afford the small additional subscription which will be required for these purposes. This part of the arrangement would always present a prospect of rest, comfort, and happiness to those employed. In consequence, their daily occupations would be performed with more spirit and cheerfulness, and their labor would appear comparatively light and easy. Those still engaged in active operations would, of course, frequently visit their former companions and friends, who, after having spent their years of toil, were in the actual enjoyment of this simple retreat, and from this intercourse each party would naturally derive pleasure. The reflections of each would be most gratifying. The old would rejoice that they had been trained in habits of industry, temperance, and foresight, to enable them to receive and enjoy in their declining years every reasonable comfort which the present state of society will admit. The young and middle-aged, that they were pursuing the same course, and that they had not been trained to waste their money, time, and health, in idleness and intemperance. These and many similar reflections could not fail often to arise in their minds, and those who could look forward with confident hopes to such certain comfort and independence would, in part, enjoy by anticipation these advantages. In short, when this part of the arrangement is well considered, it will be found to be the most important to the community and to the proprietors. Indeed, the extensively good effects of it will be experienced in such a variety of ways, that to describe them even below the truth would appear an extravagant exaggeration. They will not, however, prove the less true because mankind are yet ignorant of the practice, and of the principles on which it has been founded. These, then, are the plans which are in progress or intended for the further improvement of the inhabitants of New Lanark. They have uniformly proceeded from the principles which have been developed through these essays, restrained, however, hitherto, in their operations, by the local sentiments and unfounded notions of the community and neighborhood, and by the peculiar circumstances of the establishment. In every measure to be introduced at the place in question, for the comfort and happiness of man, the existing errors of the country were always to be considered, and as the establishment belonged to parties whose views were various, it became also necessary to devise means to create pecuniary gains from each improvement, sufficient to satisfy the spirit of commerce. All, therefore, which has been done for the happiness of this community, which consists of between 2,000 and 3,000 individuals, is far short of what might have been easily effected in practice had not mankind been previously trained in error. Hence, in devising these plans, the sole consideration was not, what were the measures dictated by these principles, which would produce the greatest happiness to man, but what could be effected in practice under the present irrational systems by which these proceedings were surrounded. Imperfect, however, as these proceedings must yet be, in consequence of the formidable obstructions enumerated, they will yet appear, upon a full-minute investigation by minds equal to the comprehension of such a system, to combine a greater degree of substantial comfort to the individuals employed in the manufactory, and of pecuniary profit to the proprietors, than has hitherto been found attainable. But to whom can such arrangements be submitted? Not to the mere commercial character, in whose estimation to forsake the path of immediate individual gain would be to show symptoms of a disordered imagination, for the children of commerce have been trained to direct all their faculties to buy cheap and sell dear, and consequently, those who are the most expert and successful in this wise and noble art, are, in the commercial world, deemed to possess foresight and superior acquirements, while such as attempt to improve the moral habits and increase the comforts of those whom they employ, are termed wild enthusiasts. Nor yet are they to be submitted to the mere men of the law, for these are necessarily trained to endeavor to make wrong appear right, or to involve both in a maze of intricacies, and to legalize injustice. Nor to mere political leaders or their partisans, for they are embarrassed by the trammels of party, which mislead their judgment, and often constrain them to sacrifice the real well-being of the community and of themselves, to an apparent but most mistaken self-interest. Nor to those termed heroes and conquerors, or to their followers, for their minds have been trained to consider the infliction of human misery, and the commission of military murders, a glorious duty, almost beyond reward. Nor yet to the fashionable or splendid in their appearance, for these are from infancy trained to deceive and to be deceived, to accept shadows for substances, and to live a life of insincerity, and of consequent discontent and misery. Still less are they to be exclusively submitted to the official expounders and defenders of the various opposing religious systems throughout the world, for many of these are actively engaged in propagating imaginary notions, which cannot fail to vitiate the rational powers of man, and to perpetuate his misery. These principles, therefore, and the practical systems which they recommend, are not to be submitted to the judgment of those who have been trained under, and continue in, any of these unhappy combinations of circumstances. But they are to be submitted to the dispassionate and patient investigation and decision of those individuals of every rank and class and denomination of society, who have become in some degree conscious of the errors in which they exist, who have felt the thick mental darkness by which they are surrounded, who are ardently desirous of discovering and following truth wherever it may lead, and who can perceive the inseparable connection which exists between individual and general, between private and public good. It has been said, and it is now repeated, that these principles, thus combined, will prove themselves unerringly true against the most insidious or open attack, and, ere long, they will, by their irresistible truth, pervade society to the utmost bounds of the earth, for silence will not retard their progress, and opposition will give increased celerity to their movements. When they shall have dissipated in some degree, as they speedily will dissipate, the thick darkness in which the human mind has been and is still enveloped, the endless beneficial consequences which must follow the general introduction of them into practice may then be explained in greater detail, and urged upon minds to which they will then appear less questionable. In the meantime we shall proceed to state, in a fourth essay, of what improvements the present state of the British population is susceptible in practice. Fourth essay. The principles of the former essays applied to government. It is beyond all comparison better to prevent than to punish crime. A system of government therefore which shall prevent ignorance, and consequently crime, will be infinitely superior to one, which, by encouraging the first, creates a necessity for the last, and afterwards inflicts punishment on both. The end of government is to make the governed and the governors happy. That government, then, is the best, which in practice produces the greatest happiness to the greatest number, 5 including those who govern, and those who obey. In a former essay we said, and it admits of practical demonstration, that by adopting the proper means, man may by degrees be trained to live in any part of the world without poverty, without crime, and without punishment, for all these are the effects of error in the various systems of training and governing, error proceeding from very gross ignorance of human nature. It is of primary importance to make this ignorance manifest, and to show what are the means which are endowed with that transcendent efficacy. We have also said that man may be trained to acquire any sentiments and habits, or any character, and no one now, possessing pretensions to the knowledge of human nature, will deny that the government of any independent community may form the individuals of that community into the best, or into the worst characters. If there be one duty therefore more imperative than another, on the government of every country, it is, that it should adopt, without delay, the proper means to form those sentiments and habits in the people, which shall give the most permanent and substantial advantages to the individuals and to the community. Survey the acquirements of the earliest ages, trace the progress of those acquirements, through all the subsequent periods, to the present hour, and say if there be anything of real value in them, except that which contributes in practice to increase the happiness of the world. And yet, with all the parade of learning contained in the myriads of volumes which have been written, and which still daily pour from the press, the knowledge of the first step of the progress which leads to human happiness remains yet unknown or disregarded by the mass of mankind. The important knowledge to which we allude is, that the old collectively may train the young collectively, to be ignorant and miserable, or to be intelligent and happy. And, on investigation, this will be found to be one of those simple yet grand laws of the universe, which experience discovers and confirms, and which, as soon as men become familiar with it, will no longer admit of denial or dispute. Fortunate will be that government which shall first acquire this knowledge in theory, and adopt it in practice. To obtain its introduction into our own country first, a mode of procedure is now submitted to the immediate governing powers of the British Empire, and it is so submitted, with an ardent desire that it may undergo the most full and ample discussion, that if it shall, as on investigation it will, be found to be the only consistent and therefore rational, system of conducting human beings, it may be temperately and progressively introduced, instead of those defective national practices by which the state is now governed. We therefore proceed to explain how this principle may now be introduced into practice, without injury to any part of society. For it is the time and manner of introducing this principle and its consequent practice, which alone constitute any difficulty. This will appear evident when it is considered that although, from a plain statement of the most simple facts, the truth of the principle cannot fail to prove so obvious that no one will ever attempt openly to attack it, and although its adoption into practice will speedily accumulate benefits of which the world can now form no adequate conception, yet both theory and practice are to be introduced into a society trained and matured under principles that have impressed upon the individuals who compose it the most opposite habits and sentiments, which have been so entwined from infancy in their bodily and mental growth, that the simplicity and irresistible power of truth alone can disentangle them and expose their fallacy. It becomes then necessary, to prevent the evils of a too sudden change, that those who have been thus nursed in ignorance may be progressively removed from the abodes of mental darkness to the intellectual light which this principle cannot fail to produce. The light of true knowledge, therefore, must be first made to dawn on those dwellings of darkness, and afterwards gradually to increase, as it can be borne by the opening faculties of their inhabitants. To proceed on this plan it becomes necessary to direct our attention to the actual state of the British population, to disclose the cause of those great and leading evils of which all now complain. It will then be seen that the foundation on which these evils have been erected is ignorance, proceeding from the errors which have been impressed on the minds of the present generation by its predecessors, and chiefly by that greatest of all errors, the notion that individuals form their own characters. For while this most inconsistent, and therefore most absurd, of all human conceptions shall continue to be forced upon the young mind, there will remain no foundation whatever on which to build a sincere love and extended charity for man to his fellow creatures. But destroy this hydra of human calamity, this immolator of every principle of rationality, this monster, which hitherto has effectually guarded every avenue that can lead to true benevolence and active kindness, and human happiness will be speedily established on a rock from whence it shall never more be removed. This enemy of humanity may now be most easily destroyed. Let it be dragged forth from beneath the dark mysterious veil by which till now it has been hid from the eyes of the world, expose it but for an instant to the clear light of intellectual day, and, as though conscious of its own deformity, it will instantaneously vanish, never to reappear. As a groundwork, then, of a rational system, let this absurd doctrine, and all the chain of consequences which follow from it, be withdrawn, and let that only be taught as sacred, which can be demonstrated by its never-failing consistency to be true. This essential object being accomplished, the next is to withdraw those national laws which chiefly emanate from that erroneous doctrine, and which now exist in full vigor, training the population to almost every kind of crime. For these laws are, without chance of failure, adapted to produce a long train of crimes, which crimes are accordingly produced. Some of the most prominent to which allusion is made, are such as encourage the consumption of ardent spirits, by fostering and extending those receptacles to seduce the ignorant and wretched, called gin shops and pot houses, those laws which sanction and legalize gambling among the poor, under the name of a state lottery, those which are insidiously destroying the real strength of the country, under the name of providing for the poor, and those of punishment, which, under the present irrational system of legislation, are supposed to be absolutely necessary to hold society together. To prove the accuracy of this deduction, millions of facts exist around us, speaking in a language so clearly connected and audible, that it is scarcely credible any man can misunderstand it. These facts proclaim aloud to the universe, that ignorance generates, fosters, and multiplies sentiments and actions which must produce private and public misery, and that when evils are experienced, instead of withdrawing the cause which created them, it invents and applies punishments, which, to a superficial observer, may appear to lessen the evils which afflict society, while, in reality, they greatly increase them. Intelligence, on the contrary, traces to its source the cause of every evil which exists, adopts the proper measures to remove the cause, and then, with the most unerring confidence, rests satisfied that its object will be accomplished. Thus then intelligence, or in other words plain unsophisticated reason, will consider the various sentiments and actions which now create misery in society, will patiently trace the cause whence those sentiments and actions proceed, and immediately apply the proper remedies to remove them. And attention, thus directed, discovers that the cause of such sentiments and actions in the British population is the laws which have been enumerated, and others which shall be hereafter noticed. To withdraw, therefore, the existing evils which afflict society, these unwise laws must be progressively repealed or modified. The British Constitution, in its present outline, is admirably adapted to effect these changes, without the evils which always accompany a coerced or ill-prepared change. As a preliminary step, however, to the commencement of national improvements, it should be declared with a sincerity which shall not admit of any after deviation, that no individual of the present generation should be deprived of the emolument which he now receives, or of that which has been officially or legally promised. The next step in national reform is to withdraw from the national church those tenets which constitute its weakness and create its danger. Yet still, to prevent the evils of any premature change, let the church in other respects remain as it is, because under the old established forms it may effect the most valuable purposes. To render it truly a national church, all tests, as they are called, that is, declarations of belief in which all cannot conscientiously join, should be withdrawn. This alteration would tend more perhaps than any other which can be devised, to give stability both to the national church and to the state, and a conduct thus rational would at once terminate all the theological differences which now confound the intellects of men and disseminate universal discord. The next measure of national improvement should be to repeal or modify those laws which leave the lower orders in ignorance, train them to become intemperate, and produce idleness, gambling, poverty, disease, and murder. The production and consumption of ardent spirits are now legally encouraged. Licenses to keepers of gin shops and unnecessary pot houses are by thousands annually distributed. The laws of the state now direct those licenses to be distributed, and yet, perhaps, not one of the authors or guardians of these laws has once reflected how much each of those houses daily contributes to public crime, disease, and weakness, or how much they add to the stock of private misery. Shall we then continue to surround our fellow creatures with a temptation which, as many of them are now trained, we know they are unable to resist, with a temptation, too, which predisposes its victims to proceed gradually from a state of temporary insanity, into which they had been led by the example and instruction of those around them, to one of madness and bodily disease, creating more than infantile weakness, which again produces mental torments and horrors, that silently, yet most effectually, undermine every faculty in man which can contribute to private or public happiness. Can the British government longer preserve such laws, or countenance a system which trains man to devise and enforce such laws? Enough surely has been said to exhibit the evil consequences of these laws in their true colors. Let the duties therefore on the production of ardent spirits be gradually increased, until the price shall exceed the means of ordinary consumption. Let the licenses be progressively withdrawn from the present occupiers of gin shops and unnecessary pot houses, and let the duties on the production and consumption of malt liquor be diminished, that the poor and working classes may be the more readily induced to abandon their destructive habits of dram drinking, and by degrees to withdraw altogether from this incentive to crime and sure source of misery. The next improvement should be to discontinue the state lottery. The law which creates this measure is neither more nor less than a law to legalize gambling, entrap the unwary, and rob the ignorant. How great must be the error of that system which can induce a state to deceive and injure its subjects, and yet expect that those subjects shall not be necessarily trained to injure and to deceive. These measures may be thought detrimental to the national revenues. Those who have reflected on the nature of public revenue, and who possess minds capable of comprehending the subject, know that revenue has but one legitimate source, that it is derived directly or indirectly from the labor of man, and that it may be more or less from any given number of men, in proportion to their strength, industry, and capacity. The efficient strength of a state governed by laws founded on an accurate knowledge of human nature, in which the whole population are well trained, will greatly exceed one of equal extent of numbers, in which a large part of the population are improperly trained, and governed by laws founded in ignorance. Thus were the small states of Greece, while governed by laws comparatively wise, superior in national strength to the extended empire of Persia. On this plain and obvious principle will the effective power and resources of the British Empire be largely increased, by withdrawing those laws which, under the plausible appearance of adding a few, and but a few, millions to the annual revenues of this kingdom, in reality feed on the very vitals of the state. For such laws destroy the energies and capacities of its population, which, so weakened and trained to crime, requires a far greater expenditure to protect and govern it. Confidently may it be said, that a short experience in practice is alone necessary to make the truth of these positions self-evident even to the most common understandings. The next measure for the general improvement of the British population should be to revise the laws relative to the poor. For pure and benevolent as, no doubt, were the motives which actuated those with whom the poor laws originated, the direct and certain effects of these laws are to injure the poor, and through them, the state, as much almost as they can be injured. They exhibit the appearance of affording aid to the distressed, while, in reality, they prepare the poor to acquire the worst habits, and to practice every kind of crime. They thus increase the number of the poor and add to their distress. It becomes, therefore, necessary that decisive and effectual measures should be adopted to remove those evils which the existing laws have created. Benevolence says, that the destitute must not starve, and to this declaration political wisdom readily assents. Yet can that system be right, which compels the industrious, temperate, and comparatively virtuous, to support the ignorant, the idle, and comparatively vicious. Such, however, is the effect of the present British Poor Laws, for they publicly proclaim greater encouragement to idleness, ignorance, extravagance, and intemperance, than to industry and good conduct, and the evils which arise from a system so irrational are hourly experienced, and hourly increasing. It thus becomes necessary that some counteracting remedy be immediately devised and applied, for, injurious as these laws are, it is obviously impracticable, in the present state of the British population, to annul at once a system to which so large a portion of the people has been taught to look for support. These laws should be progressively undermined by a system of an opposite nature, and ultimately rendered altogether nugatory. The proper system to supersede these laws has been in part already explained, but we proceed to unfold it still more. It may be called a system for the prevention of crime, and the formation of human character, and, under an established and well-intentioned government, it will be found more efficacious in producing public benefit than any of the laws now in existence. The fundamental principle on which all these essays proceed is, that children collectively may be taught any sentiments and habits, or, in other words, trained to acquire any character. It is of importance that this principle should be forever present in the mind, and that its truth should be established beyond even the shadow of doubt. To the superficial observer it may appear to be an abstract truth of little value, but to the reflecting and accurate reasoner, it will speedily discover itself to be a power which ultimately must destroy the ignorance and consequent prejudices that have accumulated through all preceding ages. For, as it is a deduction from all the leading facts in the past history of the world, so it will be found, on the most extensive investigation, to be consistent with every fact which now exists. It is calculated, therefore, to become the foundation of a new system, which, because true and of unparalleled importance, must prove irresistible, will speedily supersede all those which exist, and itself become permanent. It is necessary, however, prior to the introduction of this system in all its bearings and consequences, that the public mind should be impressed with the deepest conviction of its truth. For this purpose, let us in imagination survey the various states and empires of the world, and attentively observe man as in these arbitrary divisions of the earth he is known to exist. Compare the national character of each community with the laws and customs by which they are respectively governed, and, without an exception, the one will be found the archetype of the other. Where, in former ages, the laws and customs established by Lycurgus formed man into a model for martial exploits, and a perfect instrument for war, he is now trained, by other laws and customs, to be the instrument of a despotism which renders him almost, or altogether, unfit for war. And where the law and custom of Athens trained the young mind to acquire as high a degree of partial rationality as the history of preceding times records, man is now reduced, by a total change of laws and customs, to the lowest state of mental degradation. Also, where, formerly, the superior Native American tribes roamed fearlessly through their trackless forests, uniformly exhibiting the hardy, penetrating, elevated, and sincere character, which was at a loss to comprehend how a rational being could desire to possess more than his nature could enjoy. Now, on the very same soil, in the same climate, characters are formed under laws and customs so opposite, that all their bodily and mental faculties are individually exerted to obtain, if possible, 10,000 times more than any man can enjoy. But why proceed to enumerate such endless results as these, of the never-failing influence of training over human nature, when it may be easily rendered self-evident even to the most illiterate, by daily examples around their own dwellings? No one, it may be supposed, can now be so defective in knowledge as to imagine it is a different human nature, which by its own powers forms itself into a child of ignorance, of poverty, and of habits leading to crime and to punishment, or into a votary of fashion, claiming distinction from its folly and inconsistency, or, to fancy, that it is some undefined, blind, unconscious process of human nature itself, distinct from instruction, that forms the sentiments and habits of the man of commerce. of agriculture, the law, the church, the army, the navy, or of the private and illegal depredator on society, or that it is a different human nature which constitutes the societies of the Jews, of Friends, and of all the various religious denominations which have existed or which now exist. No. Human nature, save the minute differences which are ever found in all the compounds of the creation, is one and the same in all. It is without exception universally plastic, and by judicious training the infants of any one class in the world may be readily formed into men of any other class, even to believe and declare that conduct to be right and virtuous, and to die in its defense, which their parents had been taught to believe and say was wrong and vicious, and to oppose which, those parents would also have willingly sacrificed their lives. Whence then the foundation of your claim, ye advocates for the superiority of the early prepossessions of your sect or party, in opposition to those taught to other men. Ignorance itself, at this day, might almost make it evident that one particle of merit is not due to you, for not possessing those notions and habits which you now the most contemn. Ought you not, and will you not, then, have charity for those who have been taught different sentiments and habits from yourselves? Let all men fairly investigate the subject for themselves, it well merits their most attentive examination. They will then discover that it is from the errors of education, misinstructing the young mind relative to the true cause of early prepossessions, that almost all the evils of life proceed. Whence then, ye advocates for the merit and demerit of early prepossessions of opinion, do you derive your principles? Let this system of misery be seen in all its naked deformity. It ought to be exposed, for the instruction which it inculcates at the outset of forming human character is destructive of the genuine charity which can alone train man to be truly benevolent to all other men. The ideas of exclusive right and consequent superiority which men have hitherto been taught to attach to the early sentiments and habits in which they have been instructed, are the chief cause of disunion throughout society. Such notions are, indeed, in direct opposition to pure and undefiled religion, nor can they ever exist together. The extent of the misery which they generate cannot, however, be much longer concealed. They are already hastening fast to meet the fate of all errors, for the gross ignorance on which the system of misery has been raised, is exposed to the world on its proper foundation, and, so exposed, its supporters will shrink from the task of defense, and no rational mind will be found to give it support. Having exhibited the error on which ignorance has erected the systems by which man has been governed, or compelled to become irrational and miserable, and having laid an immovable foundation for a system devoid of that error, which, when fully comprehended and adopted into practice, must train mankind to think of and act to others as they would wish others to think of and act to them, we proceed further to explain this system without error, and which may be termed a system without mystery. As then children collectively may be formed into any characters, by whom ought their characters to be formed? The kind and degree of misery or happiness experienced by the members of any community, depend on the characters which have been formed in the individuals which constitute the community. It becomes, then, the highest interest, and consequently the first and most important duty, of every state, to form the individual characters of which the state is composed. And if any characters, from the most ignorant and miserable to the most rational and happy, can be formed, it surely merits the deepest attention of every state to adopt those means by which the formation of the latter may be secured, and that of the former prevented. It follows that every state, to be well governed, ought to direct its chief attention to the formation of character, and thus the best governed state will be that which shall possess the best national system of education. Under the guidance of minds competent to its direction, a national system of training and education may be formed, to become the most safe, easy, effectual, and economical instrument of government that can be devised. And it may be made to possess a power equal to the accomplishment of the most grand and beneficial purposes. It is, however, by instruction only, that the population of the world can be made conscious of the irrational state in which they now exist, and, until that instruction is given, it is premature to introduce a national system of education. but the time is now arrived when the British government may with safety adopt a national system of training and education for the poor and uninstructed, and this measure alone, if the plan shall be well devised and executed, will effect the most importantly beneficial changes. As a preliminary step, however, it is necessary to observe, that to create a well-trained, united, and happy people, this national system should be uniform over the United Kingdom. It should be also founded in the spirit of peace and of rationality, and, for the most obvious reasons, the thought of exclusion to one child in the empire should not for a moment be entertained. Several plans have been lately proposed for the national education of the poor, but these have not been calculated to effect all that a national system of education of the poor ought to accomplish. For the authors and supporters of these systems, we feel those sentiments which the principles developed throughout these essays must create in any minds on which they have been early and effectually impressed, and we are desirous of rendering their labors for the community as extensively beneficial as they can be made. To fulfill, however, a great and important public duty, the plans which they have devised must be considered as though they had been produced and published in the days of antiquity. The plans alluded to are those of the Rev. Dr. Bell, Mr. Joseph Lancaster, and Mr. Whitbread. 6. The systems of Dr. Bell and Mr. Lancaster, for instructing the poor in reading, writing, and arithmetic, prove the extreme ignorance which previously existed in the manner of training the young, for it is in the manner alone of giving instruction that these new systems are an improvement on the modes of instruction which were formerly practiced. The arrangement of the room and many of the details in Mr. Lancaster's plan, are, in some respects, better calculated to give instruction in the elements enumerated, than those recommended by Dr. Bell, although some of the details introduced by the latter are very superior, and highly deserving of adoption. The essence, however, of national training and education is to impress on the young, ideas and habits which shall contribute to the future happiness of the individuals and of the state, and this can be accomplished only by instructing them to become rational beings. It must be evident to common observers, that children may be taught, by either Dr. Bell's or Mr. Lancaster's system, to read, write, account, and yet acquire the worst habits, and have their minds rendered irrational for life. Reading and writing are merely instruments by which knowledge, either true or false, may be imparted, and, when given to children, are of little comparative value, unless they are also taught how to make a proper use of them. When a child receives a full and fair explanation of the objects and characters around him, and when he is also taught to reason correctly, so that he may learn to discover general truths from falsehood, he will be much better instructed, although without the knowledge of one letter or figure, than those are who have been compelled to believe, and whose reasoning faculties have been confounded or destroyed by what is most erroneously termed learning. It is readily acknowledged that the manner of instructing children is of importance and deserves all the attention it has lately received, that those who discover or introduce improvements which facilitate the acquirement of knowledge are important benefactors of their fellow creatures. Yet the manner of giving instruction is one thing, the instruction itself another, and no two objects can be more distinct. The worst manner may be applied to give the best instruction, and the best manner to give the worst instruction. Were the real importance of both to be estimated by numbers, the manner of instruction may be compared to one, and the matter of instruction to millions. The first is the means only, the last, the end to be accomplished by those means. If, therefore, in a national system of education for the poor, it be desirable to adopt the best manner, it is surely so much the more desirable to adopt also the best matter of instruction. Either give the poor a rational and useful training, or mock not their ignorance, their poverty, and their misery, by merely instructing them to become conscious of the extent of the degradation under which they exist. And, therefore, in pity to suffering humanity, either keep the poor, if you now can, in the state of the most abject ignorance, as near as possible to animal life, or at once determine to form them into rational beings, into useful and effective members of the state. Were it possible, without national prejudice, to examine into the matter of instruction which is now given in some of our boasted new systems for the instruction of the poor, it would be found to be almost as wretched as any which can be devised. In proof of this statement, enter any one of the schools denominated national, and request the master to show the acquirements of the children. These are called out, and he asks them theological questions to which men of the most profound erudition cannot make a rational reply. The children, however, readily answer as they had been previously instructed, for memory, in this mockery of learning, is all that is required. Thus the child whose natural faculty of comparing ideas, or whose rational powers, shall be the soonest destroyed, if, at the same time, he possess a memory to retain incongruities without connection, will become what is termed the first scholar in the class, and 3/4 of the time which ought to be devoted to the acquirement of useful instruction, will be really occupied in destroying the mental powers of the children. To those accustomed attentively to notice the human countenance from infancy to age, in the various classes and religious denominations of the British population, it is truly an instructive although melancholy employment, to observe in the countenances of the poor children in these schools the evident expression of mental injury derived from the well-intentioned, but most mistaken, plan of their instruction. It is an important lesson, because it affords another recent and striking example to the millions which previously existed, of the ease with which children may be taught to receive any sectarian notions, and thence acquire any habits, however contrary to their real happiness. To those trained to become truly conscientious in any of the present sectarian errors which distract the world, this free exposure of the weakness of the peculiar tenets in which such individuals have been instructed, will, at first, excite feelings of high displeasure and horror, and these feelings will be acute and poignant in proportion to the obvious and irresistible evidence on which the disclosure of their errors is founded. Let them, however, begin to think calmly on these subjects, to examine their own minds and the minds of all around them, and they will become conscious of the absurdities and inconsistencies in which their forefathers have trained them. They will then abhor the errors by which they have been so long abused, and, with an earnestness not to be resisted, they will exert their utmost faculties to remove the cause of so much misery to man. Enough surely has now been said of the manner and matter of instruction in these new systems, to exhibit them in a just and true light. The improvements in the manner of teaching children whatever may be deemed proper for them to learn, improvements which, we may easily predict, will soon receive great additions and amendments, have proceeded from the Rev. Dr. Bell and Mr. Lancaster, while the errors which their respective systems assist to engrave on the ductile mind of infancy and childhood, are derived from times when ignorance gave countenance to every kind of absurdity. Mr. Whitbread's scheme for the education of the poor was evidently the production of an ardent mind possessing considerable abilities. His mind, however, had been irregularly formed by the errors of his early education, and this was most conspicuous in the speech which introduced the plan he had devised to the House of Commons, and in the plan itself. The first was a clear exposition of all the reasons for the education of the poor which could be expected from a human being trained from infancy under the systems in which Mr. Whitbread had been instructed. The plan itself evinced the fallacy of the principles which he had imbibed, and showed that he had not acquired a practical knowledge of the feelings and habits of the poor, or of the only effectual means by which they could be trained to be useful to themselves and to the community. Had Mr. Whitbread not been trained, as almost all the members of both Houses of Parliament have been, in delusive theories, devoid of rational foundation, which prevent them from acquiring any extensive practical knowledge of human nature, he would not have committed a plan for the national education of the poor to the sole management and direction of the ministers, churchwardens, and overseers of parishes, whose present interests must have appeared to be opposed to the measure. He would surely, first, have devised a plan to make it the evident interest of the ministers, churchwardens, and overseers, to cooperate in giving efficacy to the system which he wished to introduce to their superintendents, and also to render them, by previous training, competent to that superintendence for which now they are in general unprepared. For, trained as these individuals have hitherto been, they must be deficient in the practical knowledge necessary to enable them successfully to direct the instruction of others, and had an attempt been made to carry Mr. Whitbread's plan into execution, it would have created a scene of confusion over the whole kingdom. Attention to the subject will make it evident that it never was, and that it never can be, the interest of any sect claiming exclusive privileges on account of professing high and mysterious doctrines, about which the best and most conscientious men may differ in opinion, that the mass of the people should be otherwise instructed than in those doctrines which were and are in unison with its peculiar tenets, and that at this hour a national system of education for the lower orders, on sound political principles, is really dreaded, even by some of the most learned and intelligent members of the Church of England. Such feelings in the members of the national church are those only which ought to be expected, for most men so trained and circumstanced must of necessity acquire these feelings. Why, therefore, should any class of men endeavor to rouse the indignation of the public against them? Their conduct and their motives are equally correct, and therefore, equally good, with those who raise the cry against and oppose the errors of the Church. And let it ever be remembered, that an establishment which possesses the power of propagating principles, may be rendered truly valuable when directed to inculcate a system of self-evident truth, unobstructed by inconsistencies and counteractions. The dignitaries of the Church, and their adherents, foresaw that a national system for the education of the poor, unless it were placed under the immediate influence and management of individuals belonging to the Church, would effectually and rapidly undermine the errors, not only of their own, but of every other ecclesiastical establishment. In this foresight they evinced the superiority of their penetration over the sectaries by whom the unexclusive system is supported. The heads of the Church have wisely discovered that reason and inconsistency cannot long exist together, that the one must inevitably destroy the other, and reign paramount. They have witnessed the regular, and latterly the rapid progress which reason has made. They know that its accumulating strength cannot be much longer resisted, and, as they now see the contest is hopeless, the unsuccessful attempt to destroy the Lancastrian system of education is the last effort they will ever make to counteract the dissemination of knowledge which is now widely extending itself in every direction. The establishment of the Rev. Dr. Bell's system of initiating the children of the poor in all the tenets of the Church of England, is an attempt to ward off a little longer the yet dreaded period of a change from ignorance to reason, from misery to happiness. Let us, however, not attempt impossibilities. The task is vain and hopeless. The Church, while it adheres to the defective and injurious parts of its system, cannot be induced to act cordially in opposition to its apparent interests. The principles here advocated will not admit the application of any deception to any class of men. They countenance no proceedings in practice, but of unlimited sincerity and candor. They give rise to no one sentiment which is not in unison with the happiness of the human race, and they impart knowledge, which renders it evident that such happiness can never be acquired until every particle of falsehood and deception shall be eradicated from the instructions which the old force upon the young. Let us then in this spirit openly declare to the Church, that a national unexclusive plan of education for the poor will, without the shadow of doubt, destroy all the errors which are attached to the various systems, and that, when this plan shall be fully established, not one of the tenets which is in opposition to facts can long be upheld. This unexclusive system for the education of the poor has gone forth, and, having found a resting place in the minds of its supporters, it will never more return even to the control of its projectors, but it will be speedily so improved, that by rapidly increasing strides it will firmly establish the reign of reason and happiness. Seeing and knowing this, let us also make it equally evident to the Church, warn it of its actual state, cordially and sincerely assist its members quietly to withdraw those inconsistencies from the system, which now create its weakness and its danger, that it may retain those rational principles alone which can be successfully defended against attack, or which rather will prevent any attack from being attempted, or even meditated. The wise and prudent, then, of all parties, instead of wishing to destroy national establishments, will use their utmost exertions to render them so consistent and reasonable in all their parts, that every well-disposed mind may be induced to give them their hearty and willing support. For the first grand step towards effecting any substantial improvement in these realms, without injury to any part of the community, is to make it the clear and decided interest of the Church to cooperate cordially in all the projected ameliorations. Once found a national church on the true, unlimited, and genuine principles of mental charity, and all the members of the state will soon improve in every truly valuable quality. If the temperate and discerning of all parties will not now lend their aid to effect this change by peaceable means, it is evident to every calm observer, that the struggle by those who now exist in unnecessary misery, to attain that degree of happiness which they may attain in practice, cannot long be deferred. It will therefore prove true political wisdom to anticipate and guide these feelings. To those who can reflect and will attend to the passing scenes before them, the times are indeed awfully interesting. Some change of high import, scarcely yet perhaps to be scanned by the present ill-taught race of men, is evidently in progress. In consequence, well-founded, prompt, and decisive measures are now required in the British councils, to direct this change, and to relieve the nation from the errors of its present systems. It must surely then be the desire of every rational man, of every true friend to humanity, that a cordial cooperation and unity of action should be effected between the British executive, the Parliament, the Church, and the people, to lay a broad and firm foundation for the future happiness of themselves and the world. Say not, my countrymen, that such an event is impracticable, for, by adopting the evident means to form a rational character in man, there is a plain and direct road opened, which, if pursued, will render its accomplishment not only possible but certain. That road, too, will be found the most safe and pleasant that human beings have ever yet traveled. It leads direct to intelligence and true knowledge, and will show the boasted acquirements of Greece, of Rome, and of all antiquity, to be the mere weakness of mental infancy. Those who travel this road will find it so straight and well defined, that no one will be in danger of wandering from the right course. Nor is it yet a narrow or exclusive path, it admits of no exclusion, every color of body and diversity of mind are freely and alike admitted. It is open to the human race, and it is broad and spacious enough to receive the whole, were they increased 1,000-fold. We well know that a declaration like the one now made must sound chimerical in the ears of those who have hitherto wandered in the dark mazes of ignorance, error, and exclusion, and who have been taught folly and inconsistencies only from their cradle. But if every known fact connected with the subject proves that, from the day in which man first saw light to that in which the sun now shines, the old collectively have taught the young collectively the sentiments and habits which the young have acquired, and that the present generation and every following generation must in like manner instruct their successors, then do we say, with a confidence founded on certainty itself, that even much more shall come to pass than has yet been foretold or promised. When these principles, derived from the unchangeable laws of nature, and equally revealed to all men, shall, as soon as they will, be publicly established in the world, no conceivable obstacle can remain to prevent a sincere and cordial union and cooperation for every wise and good purpose, not only among all the members of the same state, but also among the rulers of those kingdoms and empires whose enmity and rancor against each other have been carried to the utmost stretch of melancholy, folly, and even occasionally to a high degree of madness. Such, my fellow men, are some, and yet but a few, of the mighty consequences which must result from the public acknowledgement of these plain, simple, and irresistible truths. They will not prove a delusive promise of mockery, but will in reality speedily and effectively establish peace, goodwill, and an ever-active benevolence throughout the whole human race. The public avowal of these principles, and their general introduction into practice, will constitute the invaluable secret, for which the human mind, from its birth, has been in perpetual search. Its future beneficial consequences no man can yet foresee. We will now show how these principles may be immediately and most advantageously introduced into general practice. It has been said that the state which shall possess the best national system of education, will be the best governed, and if the principle on which the reasoning of these essays is founded be true, then is that sentiment also true. Yet to this day the British government is without any national system of training and education even for its millions of poor and uninstructed. The formation of the mind and habits of its subjects is permitted to go on at random, often in the hands of those who are the most incompetent in the empire, and the result is, the gross ignorance and disunion which now everywhere abound. Instead of continuing such unwise proceedings, a national system for the training and education of the laboring classes ought to be immediately arranged, and, if judiciously devised, it may be rendered the most valuable improvement ever yet introduced into practice. For this purpose an act should be passed for the instruction of all the poor and laboring classes in the three kingdoms. In this act, provision should be made. First, for the appointment of proper persons to direct this new department of government, which will be found ultimately to prove the most important of all its departments. Consequently, those individuals who possess the highest integrity, abilities, and influence in the state, should be appointed to its direction. Second, for the establishment of seminaries in which those individuals who shall be destined to form the minds and bodies of the future subjects of these realms should be well initiated in the art and matter of instruction. This is, and ought to be considered, an office of the greatest practical trust and confidence in the empire, for let this duty be well performed, and the government must proceed with ease to the people and with high gratification to those who govern. At present there are not any individuals in the kingdom who have been trained to instruct the rising generation as it is for the interest and happiness of all that it should be instructed. The training of those who are to form the future man, becomes a consideration of the utmost magnitude, for, on due reflection, it will appear, that instruction to the young must be, of necessity, the only foundation upon which the superstructure of society can be raised. Let this instruction continue to be left, as heretofore, to chance, and often to the most inefficient members of the community, and society must still experience the endless miseries which still arise from such weak and puerile conduct. On the contrary, let the instruction to the young be well devised and well executed, and no subsequent proceedings in the state can be materially injurious. For it may truly be said to be a wonder-working power, one that merits the deepest attention of the legislature. With ease it may be used to train man into a demon of mischief to himself and to all around him, or into an agent of unlimited benevolence. Third, for the establishment of seminaries over the United Kingdoms, to be conveniently placed, and of sufficient extent to receive all those who require instruction. Fourth, for supplying the requisite expenditure for the building and support of those seminaries. Fifth, for the arrangement of the plan which, for the manner of instruction, upon a due comparison of the various modes now in practice, or which may be devised, shall appear to be the best. Sixth, for the appointment of proper masters to each of the schools. And last, the matter of instruction, both for body and mind, in these seminaries, should be substantially beneficial to the individuals and to the state. For this is, or ought to be, the sole motive for the establishment of national seminaries. These are the outlines of the provisions necessary to prepare the most powerful instrument of good that has ever yet been placed in the hands of man. The last national improvement which remains to be proposed in the present state of the public mind, is, that another legislative act should be passed, for the purpose of obtaining regular and accurate information relative to the value of and demand for labor over the United Kingdoms. This information is necessary, preparatory to the adoption of measures which will be proposed, to provide labor for those who may be occasionally unable to procure other employment. In this act provision should be made, to obtain accurate quarterly returns of the state of labor in each country or smaller district, the returns to be made either by the clergy, justices of the peace, or other more competent persons. These returns should contain: first, the average price of manual labor within the district for the period included in the return. Second, the number of those in each district who depend on their daily labor or on the parish for their support, and who may be at the period of these returns unemployed, and yet able to labor. Third, the number of those who, at the period of each return, are but partially employed, and the extent of that partial employment. Provision should also be made to obtain a statement of the general occupations in which the individuals had been formerly employed, with the best conjectures as to the kind and quantity of work which each may be supposed still capable of performing. The want of due attention to this highly necessary branch of government, occasions thousands of our fellow subjects to be made wretched, while, from the same cause, the revenues of the empire are annually deteriorated to an enormous amount. We have stated, because it is easy of proof, that the revenues of all countries are derived directly or indirectly, from the labor of man, and yet the British government, which, with all its errors, is among the best devised and most enlightened that has hitherto been established, makes extravagant and unnecessary waste of that labor. It makes this waste, too, in the midst of its greatest pecuniary difficulties, and when the utmost efforts of every individual in the state are requisite. This waste of human labor, as it is highly unjust to all, is not only impolitic in a national view, but is most cruel to the individuals who, in consequence of this waste, are the immediate sufferers. It would be an Herculean task to trace through all their ramifications the various injurious effects which result from the fundamental errors by which man has been, and is governed, nor is the world yet fully prepared for such development. We shall, therefore, now merely sketch some of the most direct and palpable of these effects, relative to the oversight of governments in regard to the non-application or misapplication of the labor of the poor and unoccupied. It has been shown that the governing powers of any country may easily and economically give the subjects just sentiments and the best habits, and so long as this shall remain unattempted, governments will continue to neglect their most important duties as well as interests. Such neglect now exists in Britain, where, in lieu of the governing powers making any effort to attain these inestimable benefits for the individuals belonging to the empire, they must content themselves with the existence of laws which must create sentiments and habits highly injurious to the welfare of the individuals and of the state. Many of these laws, by their never-failing effects, speak in a language which no one can misunderstand, and say to the unprotected and untaught, remain in ignorance, and let your labor be directed by that ignorance, for while you can procure what is sufficient to support life by such labor, although that life should be an existence in abject poverty, disease, and misery, we will not trouble ourselves with you, or any of your proceedings, when, however, you can no longer procure work, or obtain the means to support nature, then apply for relief to the parish, and you shall be maintained in idleness. And in ignorance and idleness, even in this country, where manual labor is or always might be made valuable, hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children are daily supported. No one acquainted with human nature will suppose that men, women, and children can be long maintained in ignorance and idleness, without becoming habituated to crime. Why, then, are there any idle poor in these kingdoms? Solely because so large a part of the population have been permitted to grow up to manhood in gross ignorance, and because, when they are, or easily may be trained to be willing to labor, useful and productive employment has not been provided for them. All men may, by judicious and proper laws and training, readily acquire knowledge and habits which will enable them, if they be permitted, to produce far more than they need for their support and enjoyment, and thus any population, in the fertile parts of the earth, may be taught to live in plenty and in happiness, without the checks of vice and misery. Mr. Malthus 7 is, however, correct, when he says that the population of the world is ever adapting itself to the quantity of food raised for its support, but he has not told us how much more food an intelligent and industrious people will create from the same soil, than will be produced by one ignorant and ill-governed. It is, however, as one to infinity. For man knows not the limit to his power of creating food. How much has this power been latterly increased in these islands? And in them such knowledge is in its infancy. Yet compare even this power of raising food with the efforts of the Bosjmans or other savages, and it will be found, perhaps, as 1 to 1,000. Food for man may also be considered as a compound of the original elements, of the qualities, combinations, and control of which, chemistry is daily adding to our knowledge, nor is it yet for man to say to what this knowledge may lead, or where it may end. The sea, it may be remarked also, affords an inexhaustible source of food. It may then be safely asserted that the population of the world may be allowed naturally to increase for many thousand years, and yet, under a system of government founded on the principles for the truth of which we contend, the whole may continue to live in abundance and happiness, without one check of vice or misery, and under the guidance of these principles, human labor, properly directed, may be made far more than sufficient to enable the population of the world to live in the highest state of human enjoyment. Shall we then continue to allow misery to predominate, and the labor of man to be most absurdly applied or wasted, when it might be easily directed to remove that misery? The labor of every man, woman, and child, possessing sufficient bodily strength, may be advantageously employed for the public, and there is not, perhaps, a stronger evidence of the extreme ignorance and fallacy of the systems which have hitherto governed the world, than that the rich, the active, and the powerful, should, by tacit consent, support the ignorant in idleness and crime, without making the attempt to train them into industrious, intelligent, and valuable members of the community. Although the means by which the change could be easily effected have been always at their command. It is not, however, intended to propose that the British government should now give direct employment to all its working population. On the contrary, it is confidently expected that a national system for the training and education of the poor and lower orders will be so effectual, that ere long they will all find employment sufficient to support themselves, except in cases of great sudden depression in the demand for, and consequent depreciation in the value of, labor. To prevent the crime and misery which ever follow these unfavorable fluctuations in the demand for and value of labor, it ought to be a primary duty of every government that sincerely interests itself in the well-being of its subjects, to provide perpetual employment of real national utility, in which all who apply may be immediately occupied. In order that those only who could not obtain employment from private individuals should be induced to avail themselves of these national works, the rate of the public labor might be in general fixed at some proportion less than the average rate of private labor in the district in which such public labor should be performed. These rates might be readily ascertained and fixed, by reference to the county or district quarterly returns of the average rate of labor. This measure, judiciously managed, would have a similar effect on the price of labor, that the sinking fund produces on the stock exchange, and, as the price of public labor should never fall below the means of temperate existence, the plan proposed would perpetually tend to prevent an excess of nationally injurious pressure on the most unprotected part of society. The most obvious, and, in the first place, the best source, perhaps, of employment, would be the making and repairing of roads. Such employment would be perpetual over the whole kingdom, and it will be found true national economy to keep the public roads at all times in a much higher state of repair than, perhaps, any of them are at present. If requisite, canals, harbors, docks, shipbuilding, and materials for the navy, may be afterwards resorted to. It is not, however, supposed that many of the latter resources would be necessary. A persevering attention, without which, indeed, not anything beneficial in practice can ever be attained, will soon overcome all the difficulties which may at first appear to obstruct this plan for introducing occasional national employment into the polity of the kingdom. In times of very limited demand for labor, it is truly lamentable to witness the distress which arises among the industrious for want of regular employment and their customary wages. In these periods, innumerable applications are made to the superintendents of extensive manual operations, to obtain any kind of employment by which a subsistence may be procured. Such applications are often made by persons who, in search of work, have traveled from one extremity of the island to the other. During these attempts to be useful and honest, in the common acceptation of the terms, the families of such wandering individuals accompany them, or remain at home. In either case they generally experience sufferings and privations which the gay and splendid will hesitate to believe it possible that human nature could endure. Yet, after this extended and anxious endeavor to procure employment, the applicant often returns unsuccessful. He cannot, by his most strenuous exertions, procure an honest and independent existence. Therefore, with intentions perhaps as good, and a mind as capable of great and benevolent actions as the remainder of his fellow men, he has no other resources left but to starve, apply to his parish for relief, and thus suffer the greatest degradation, or rely on his own native exertions, and, to supply himself and family with bread, resort to what are termed dishonest means. Some minds thus circumstanced are so delicately formed, that they will not accept the one or adopt the other of the two latter modes to sustain life, and in consequence they actually starve. These, however, it is to be hoped, are not very numerous. But the number is undoubtedly great, of those whose health is ruined by bad and insufficient food, clothing, and shelter, who contract lingering diseases, and suffer premature death, the effect of partial starvation. The most ignorant and least enterprising of them apply to the parish for support, soon lose the desire of exertion, become permanently dependent, conscious of their degradation in society, and henceforward, with their offspring, remain a burden and grievous evil to the state, while those among this class who yet possess strength and energy of body and mind, with some undestroyed powers of reasoning, perceive, in part, the glaring errors and injustice of society towards themselves and their fellow sufferers. Can it then create surprise that feelings like those described should force human nature to endeavor to retaliate? Multitudes of our fellow men are so goaded by these reflections and circumstances, as to be urged, even while incessantly and closely pursued by legal death almost without a chance of escape, to resist those laws under which they suffer, and thus the private depredator on society is formed, fostered, and matured. Shall we then longer withhold national instruction from our fellow men, who, it has been shown, might easily be trained to be industrious, intelligent, virtuous, and valuable members of the state? True, indeed, it is, that all the measures now proposed are only a compromise with the errors of the present systems, but as these errors now almost universally exist, and must be overcome solely by the force of reason, and as reason, to effect the most beneficial purposes, makes her advance by slow degrees, and progressively substantiates one truth of high import after another, it will be evident, to minds of comprehensive and accurate thought, that by these and similar compromises alone can success be rationally expected in practice. For such compromises bring truth and error before the public, and whenever they are fairly exhibited together, truth must ultimately prevail. As many of the inconsistencies of the present systems are evident to the most intelligent and well-disposed minds, the way for the public admission of the important truths which have now been in part unfolded seems to be rendered easy, and it is confidently expected that the period is at hand, when man, through ignorance, shall not much longer inflict unnecessary misery on man, because the mass of mankind will become enlightened, and will clearly discern that by so acting they will inevitably create misery to themselves. For the extensive knowledge of the facts which present themselves on the globe, makes it evident to those whose reasoning faculties have not been entirely paralyzed, that all mankind firmly believe, that everybody except themselves has been grievously deceived in his fundamental principles, and feel the utmost astonishment that the nations of the world could embrace such gross inconsistencies for divine or political truths. Most persons are now also prepared to understand, that these weaknesses are firmly and conscientiously fixed in the minds of millions, who, when born, possessed equal faculties with themselves. And although they plainly discern in others what they deem inconceivable aberrations of the mental powers, yet, in despite of such facts, they are taught to believe that they themselves could not have been so deceived, and this impression is made upon the infant mind with the greatest ease, whether it be to create followers of the most ignorant, or of the most enlightened systems. The inhabitants of the world are, therefore, abundantly conscious of the inconsistencies contained in those systems in which all have been trained out of the pale of their own peculiar, and, as they are taught to believe, highly favored sect, and yet the number of the largest sect in the world is small, when compared with the remaining sects which have been instructed to think the notions of that larger division an error of the grossest kind, proceeding alone from the ignorance or deception of their predecessors. All that is now requisite, previous to withdrawing the last mental bandage by which hitherto the human race has been kept in darkness and misery, is, by calm and patient reasoning to tranquilize the public mind, and thus prevent the evil effects which otherwise might arise from the too sudden prospect of freely enjoying rational liberty of mind. To withdraw that bandage without danger, reason must be judiciously applied to lead men of every sect, to reflect that if untold myriads of beings, formed like themselves, have been so grossly deceived as they believe them to have been, what power in nature was there to prevent them from being equally deceived? Such reflections, steadily pursued by those who are anxious to follow the plain and simple path of reason, will soon make it obvious that the inconsistencies which they behold in all other sects out of their own pale, are precisely similar to those which all other sects can readily discover within that pale. It is not, however, to be imagined, that this free and open exposure of the gross errors in which the existing generation has been instructed, should be forthwith palatable to the world. It would be contrary to reason to form any such expectations. Yet, as evil exists, and as man cannot be rational, nor of course happy, until the cause of it shall be removed, the writer, like a physician who feels the deepest interest in the welfare of his patient, has hitherto administered of this unpalatable restorative the smallest quantity which he deemed sufficient for the purpose. He now waits to see the effects which that may produce. Should the application not prove of sufficient strength to remove the mental disorder, he promises that it shall be increased, until sound health to the public mind be firmly and permanently established. Observations on the effect of the manufacturing system, with hints for the improvement of those parts of it which are most injurious to morals. Those who were engaged in the trade, manufactures, and commerce of this country 30 or 40 years ago, formed but a very insignificant portion of the knowledge, wealth, influence, or population of the empire. Prior to that period, Britain was essentially agricultural. But, from that time to the present, the home and foreign trade have increased in a manner so rapid and extraordinary as to have raised commerce to an importance, which it never previously attained in any country possessing so much political power and influence. This change has been owing chiefly to the mechanical inventions which introduced the cotton trade into this country, and to the cultivation of the cotton tree in America. The wants which this trade created for the various materials requisite to forward its multiplied operations, caused an extraordinary demand for almost all the manufactures previously established, and, of course, for human labor. The numerous fanciful and useful fabrics manufactured from cotton soon became objects of desire in Europe and America, and the consequent extension of the British foreign trade was such as to astonish and confound the most enlightened statesmen both at home and abroad. The immediate effects of this manufacturing phenomenon were a rapid increase of the wealth, industry, population, and political influence of the British Empire, and by the aid of which it has been enabled to contend for 25 years against the most formidable military and immoral power that the world perhaps ever contained. These important results, however, great as they really are, have not been obtained without accompanying evils of such a magnitude as to raise a doubt whether the latter do not preponderate over the former. Hitherto, legislators have appeared to regard manufactures only in one point of view, as a source of national wealth. The other mighty consequences which proceed from extended manufactures when left to their natural progress, have never yet engaged the attention of any legislature. Yet the political and moral effects to which we allude, well deserve to occupy the best faculties of the greatest and the wisest statesmen. The general diffusion of manufactures throughout a country generates a new character in its inhabitants, and as this character is formed upon a principle quite unfavorable to individual or general happiness, it will produce the most lamentable and permanent evils, unless its tendency be counteracted by legislative interference and direction. The manufacturing system has already so far extended its influence over the British Empire, as to effect an essential change in the general character of the mass of the people. This alteration is still in rapid progress, and ere long, the comparatively happy simplicity of the agricultural peasant will be wholly lost amongst us. It is even now scarcely anywhere to be found without a mixture of those habits which are the offspring of trade, manufactures, and commerce. The acquisition of wealth, and the desire which it naturally creates for a continued increase, have introduced a fondness for essentially injurious luxuries among a numerous class of individuals who formerly never thought of them, and they have also generated a disposition which strongly impels its possessors to sacrifice the best feelings of human nature to this love of accumulation. To succeed in this career, the industry of the lower orders, from whose labor this wealth is now drawn, has been carried by new competitors striving against those of longer standing, to a point of real oppression, reducing them by successive changes, as the spirit of competition increased and the ease of acquiring wealth diminished, to a state more wretched than can be imagined by those who have not attentively observed the changes as they have gradually occurred. In consequence, they are at present in a situation infinitely more degraded and miserable than they were before the introduction of these manufactories, upon the success of which their bare subsistence now depends. To support the additional population which the increased demand for labor has produced, it now becomes necessary to maintain the present extent of our foreign trade, or, under the existing circumstances of our population, it will become a serious and alarming evil. It is highly probable, however, that the export trade of this country has attained its utmost height, and that by the competition of other states, possessing equal or greater local advantages, it will now gradually diminish. The direct effect of the Corn Bill 8 lately passed will be to hasten this decline and prematurely to destroy that trade. In this view it is deeply to be regretted that the bill passed into a law, and I am persuaded its promoters will ere long discover the absolute necessity for its repeal, to prevent the misery which must ensue to the great mass of the people. The inhabitants of every country are trained and formed by its great leading existing circumstances, and the character of the lower orders in Britain is now formed chiefly by circumstances arising from trade, manufactures, and commerce, and the governing principle of trade, manufactures, and commerce, is immediate pecuniary gain, to which on the great scale every other is made to give way. All are sedulously trained to buy cheap and to sell dear, and to succeed in this art, the parties must be taught to acquire strong powers of deception, and thus a spirit is generated through every class of traders, destructive of that open, honest sincerity, without which man cannot make others happy, nor enjoy happiness himself. Strictly speaking, however, this defect of character ought not to be attributed to the individuals possessing it, but to the overwhelming effect of the system under which they have been trained. But the effects of this principle of gain, unrestrained, are still more lamentable on the working classes, those who are employed in the operative parts of the manufactures, for most of these branches are more or less unfavorable to the health and morals of adults. Yet parents do not hesitate to sacrifice the well-being of their children by putting them to occupations by which the constitution of their minds and bodies is rendered greatly inferior to what it might and ought to be under a system of common foresight and humanity. Not more than 30 years since, the poorest parents thought the age of 14 sufficiently early for the children to commence regular labor, and they judged well, for by that period of their lives they had acquired by play and exercise in the open air, the foundation of a sound robust constitution, and if they were not all initiated in book learning, they had been taught the far more useful knowledge of domestic life, which could not but be familiar to them at the age of 14, and which, as they grew up and became heads of families, was of more value to them than 1/2 of their wages under the present circumstances. It should be remembered also that 12 hours per day, including the time for regular rest and meals, were then thought sufficient to extract all the working strength of the most robust adult, when it may be remarked local holidays were much more frequent than at present in most parts of the kingdom. At this period, too, they were generally trained by the example of some landed proprietor, and in such habits as created a mutual interest between the parties, by which means even the lowest peasant was generally considered as belonging to, and forming somewhat of a member of, a respectable family. Under these circumstances the lower orders experienced not only a considerable degree of comfort, but they had also frequent opportunities of enjoying healthy rational sports and amusements, and in consequence they became strongly attached to those on whom they depended, their services were willingly performed, and mutual good offices bound the parties by the strongest ties of human nature to consider each other as friends in somewhat different situations, the servant indeed often enjoying more solid comfort and ease than his master. Contrast this state of matters with that of the lower orders of the present day, with human nature trained as it now is, under the new manufacturing system. In the manufacturing districts it is common for parents to send their children of both sexes at 7 or 8 years of age, in winter as well as summer, at 6 o'clock in the morning, sometimes of course in the dark, and occasionally amidst frost and snow, to enter the manufactories, which are often heated to a high temperature, and contain an atmosphere far from being the most favorable to human life, and in which all those employed in them very frequently continue until 12 o'clock at noon, when an hour is allowed for dinner, after which they return to remain, in a majority of cases, till 8 o'clock at night. The children now find they must labor incessantly for their bare subsistence, they have not been used to innocent, healthy, and rational amusements, they are not permitted the requisite time, if they had been previously accustomed to enjoy them. They know not what relaxation means, except by the actual cessation from labor. They are surrounded by others similarly circumstanced with themselves, and thus passing on from childhood to youth, they become gradually initiated, the young men in particular, but often the young females also, in the seductive pleasures of the pothouse and inebriation, for which their daily hard labor, want of better habits, and the general vacuity of their minds, tend to prepare them. Such a system of training cannot be expected to produce any other than a population weak in bodily and mental faculties, and with habits generally destructive of their own comforts, of the well-being of those around them, and strongly calculated to subdue all the social affections. Man so circumstanced sees all around him hurrying forward, at a mail coach speed, to acquire individual wealth, regardless of him, his comforts, his wants, or even his sufferings, except by way of a degrading parish charity, fitted only to steel the heart of man against his fellows, or to form the tyrant and the slave. Today he labors for one master, tomorrow for a second, then for a third, and a fourth, until all ties between employers and employed are frittered down to the consideration of what immediate gain each can derive from the other. The employer regards the employed as mere instruments of gain, while these acquire a gross ferocity of character, which, if legislative measures shall not be judiciously devised to prevent its increase, and ameliorate the condition of this class, will sooner or later plunge the country into a formidable and perhaps inextricable state of danger. The direct object of these observations is to effect the amelioration and avert the danger. The only mode by which these objects can be accomplished is to obtain an Act of Parliament. First, to limit the regular hours of labor in mills of machinery to 12 per day, including 1 hour and a half for meals. Second, to prevent children from being employed in mills of machinery until they shall be 10 years old, or that they shall not be employed more than 6 hours per day until they shall be 12 years old. Third, that children of either sex shall not be admitted into any manufactory, after a time to be named, until they can read and write in an useful manner, understand the first 4 rules of arithmetic, and the girls be likewise competent to sew their common garments of clothing. These measures, when influenced by no party feelings or narrow mistaken notions of immediate self-interest, but considered solely in a national view, will be found to be beneficial to the child, to the parent, to the employer, and to the country. Yet, as we are now trained, many individuals cannot detach general subjects from party considerations, while others can see them only through the medium of present pecuniary gain. It may thence be concluded, that individuals of various descriptions will disapprove of some or all of these measures. I will therefore endeavor to anticipate their objections, and reply to them. The child cannot be supposed to make any objection to the plans proposed, he may easily be taught to consider them, as they will prove to be by experience, essentially beneficial to him in childhood, youth, manhood, and old age. Parents who have grown up in ignorance and bad habits, and who consequently are in poverty, may say, we cannot afford to maintain our children until they shall be 12 years of age, without putting them to employment by which they may earn wages, and we therefore object to that part of the plan which precludes us from sending them to manufactories until they shall be of that age. If the poorest and most miserable of the people formerly supported their children without regular employment until they were 14, why may they not now support them until they shall be 12 years old? If parents who decline this duty had not been ignorant and trained in bad habits which render their mental faculties inferior to the instinct of many animals, they would understand that by forcing their children to labor in such situations at a premature age, they place their offspring in circumstances calculated to retard their growth, and make them peculiarly liable to bodily disease and mental injury, while they debar them the chance of acquiring that sound robust constitution which otherwise they would possess, and without which they cannot enjoy much happiness, but must become a burden to themselves, their friends, and their country. Parents by so acting also deprive their children of the opportunity of acquiring the habits of domestic life, without a knowledge of which high nominal wages can procure them but few comforts, and without which among the working classes very little domestic happiness can be enjoyed. Children thus prematurely employed are prevented from acquiring any of the common rudiments of book learning, but in lieu of this useful and valuable knowledge, they are likely to acquire the most injurious habits by continually associating with those as ignorant and as ill-instructed as themselves. And thus it may be truly said, that for every penny gained by parents from the premature labor of their offspring, they sacrifice not only future pounds, but also the future health, comfort, and good conduct of their children, and unless this pernicious system shall be arrested by the introduction of a better, the evil is likely to extend, and to become worse through every succeeding generation. I do not anticipate any objection from employers to the age named for the admittance of children into their manufactories, or to children being previously trained in good habits and the rudiments of common learning, for, upon an experience abundantly sufficient to ascertain the fact, I have uniformly found it to be more profitable to admit children to constant daily employment at 10 years old, than at any earlier period, and that those children, or adults, who had been taught, made the best servants, and were by far the most easily directed to do everything that was right and proper for them to perform. The proprietors of expensive establishments may object to the reduction of the now customary hours of labor. The utmost extent, however, of their argument is, that the rent or interest of the capital expended in forming the establishment is chargeable on the quantity of its produce, and if, instead of being permitted to employ their work-people within their manufactories so long as human nature can be tempted to continue its exertions, say for 14 or 15 hours per day, they shall be restricted to 12 hours of labor per day from their work-people, then the prime cost of the article which they manufacture will be increased by the greater proportion of rent or interest which attaches to the smaller quantity produced. If, however, this law shall be, as it is proposed, general over England, Scotland, and Ireland, whatever difference may ultimately arise in the prime cost of the articles produced in these manufactories, will be borne by the consumers, and not by the proprietors of such establishments. And, in a national view, the labor which is exerted 12 hours per day will be obtained more economically than if stretched to a longer period. I doubt, however, whether any manufactory, so arranged as to occupy the hands employed in it 12 hours per day, will not produce its fabric, even to the immediate proprietor, nearly if not altogether as cheap as those in which the exertions of the employed are continued to 14 or 15 hours per day. Should this, however, not prove to be the case to the extent mentioned, the improved health, the comforts, useful acquirements of the population, and the diminution of poor rates, naturally consequent on this change in the manners and habits of the people, will amply compensate to the country for a mere fractional addition to the prime cost of any commodity. And is it to be imagined that the British government will ever put the chance of a trivial pecuniary gain of a few, in competition with the solid welfare of so many millions of human beings? The employer cannot be injured by being obliged so to act towards his laborers as, for the interest of the country, he should act. Since the general introduction of expensive machinery, human nature has been forced far beyond its average strength, and much, very much private misery and public injury are the consequences. It is indeed a measure more to be deplored in a national view than almost any other that has occurred for many centuries past. It has deranged the domestic habits of the great mass of the people. It has deprived them of the time in which they might acquire instruction, or enjoy rational amusements. It has robbed them of their substantial advantages, and, by leading them into habits of the pothouse and inebriation, it has poisoned all their social comforts. Shall we then make laws to imprison, transport, or condemn to death, those who purloin a few shillings of our property, injure any of our domestic animals, or even a growing twig, and shall we not make laws to restrain those who otherwise will not be restrained in their desire for gain, from robbing, in the pursuit of it, millions of our fellow creatures of their health, their time for acquiring knowledge and future improvement, of their social comforts, and of every rational enjoyment? This system of proceeding cannot continue long. It will work its own cure by the practical evils which it creates, and that in a most dangerous way to the public welfare, if the government shall not give it a proper direction. The public, however, are perhaps most interested in that part of the plan which recommends the training and educating of the lower orders under the direction and at the expense of the country. And it is much to be wished that the extended substantial advantages to be derived from this measure were more generally considered and understood, in order that the mistaken ideas which now exist regarding it, in the most opposite quarters, may be entirely removed. A slightly general knowledge of the past occurrences of the world, with some experience of human nature as it appears in the little sects and parties around us, is sufficient to make it evident to those not very much misinstructed from infancy, that children may be taught any habits and any sentiments, and that these, with the bodily and mental propensities and faculties existing at birth in each individual, combined with the general circumstances in which he is placed, constitute the whole character of man. It is thence evident that human nature can be improved and formed into the character which it is for the interest and happiness of all it should possess, solely by directing the attention of mankind to the adoption of legislative measures judiciously calculated to give the best habits and most just and useful sentiments to the rising generation, and in an especial manner to those who are placed in situations which, without such measures, render them liable to be taught the worst habits and the most useless and injurious sentiments. I ask those who have studied the science of government upon those enlightened principles which alone ought to influence the statesman, what is the difference, in a national view, between an individual trained in habits which give him health, temperance, industry, correct principles of judging, foresight, and general good conduct, and one trained in ignorance, idleness, intemperance, defective powers of judging, and in general vicious habits? Is not one of the former of more real worth and political strength to the state than many of the latter? Are there not many millions in the British dominions in whom this difference can be made? And if a change which so essentially affects the well-being of those individuals, and, through them, of every member of the empire, may be made, is it not the first duty of the government and the country to put into immediate practice the means which can effect the change? Shall then such important measures be waived, and the best interests of this country compromised, because one party wishes its own peculiar principles to be forced on the young mind, or because another is afraid that the advantages to be derived from this improved system of legislation will be so great as to give too much popularity and influence to the ministers who shall introduce it? The termination of such errors in practice is, I trust, near at hand, and then government will be no longer compelled to sacrifice the well-doing and the well-being of the great mass of the people and of the empire, to the prejudices of comparatively a few individuals, trained to mistake even their own security and interests. Surely a measure most obviously calculated to render a greater benefit to millions of our fellow creatures than any other ever yet adopted, cannot be much longer suspended because one party in the state may erroneously suppose it would weaken their influence over the public mind unless that party shall alone direct that plan, but which direction, it is most obvious, the intelligence of the age will not commit to any party exclusively. Or because others, trained in very opposite principles, may imagine that a national system of education for the poor and lower orders, under the sanction of government, but superintended and directed in its details by the country, would place a dangerous power in the hands of ministers of the crown. Such sentiments as these cannot exist in minds divested of party considerations, who sincerely desire to benefit their fellow men, who have no private views to accomplish, and who wish to support and strengthen the government, that the government may be the better enabled to adopt decisive and effectual measures for the general amelioration of the people. I now therefore, in the name of the millions of the neglected poor and ignorant, whose habits and sentiments have been hitherto formed to render them wretched, call upon the British government and the British nation to unite their efforts to arrange a system to train and instruct those who, for any good or useful purpose, are now untrained and uninstructed, and to arrest by a clear, easy, and practical system of prevention, the ignorance and consequent poverty, vice, and misery, which are rapidly increasing throughout the empire. For, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old he will not depart from it. Address delivered to the inhabitants of New Lanark. On opening the institution for the formation of character, on the East of January, 1816. Dedicated to those who have no private ends to accomplish, who are honestly in search of truth, for the purpose of ameliorating the condition of society, and who have the firmness to follow the truth wherever it may lead, without being turned aside from the pursuit by the prepossessions or prejudices of any part of mankind. We have met today for the purpose of opening this institution, and it is my intention to explain to you the objects for which it has been founded. These objects are most important. The first relates to the immediate comfort and benefit of all the inhabitants of this village. The second, to the welfare and advantage of the neighborhood. The third, to extensive ameliorations throughout the British dominions. The last, to the gradual improvement of every nation in the world. I will briefly explain how this institution is to contribute towards producing these effects. Long before I came to reside among you, it had been my chief study to discover the extent, causes, and remedy of the inconveniences and miseries which were perpetually recurring to every class in society. The history of man informed me that innumerable attempts had been made, through every age, to lessen these evils, and experience convinced me that the present generation, stimulated by an accession of knowledge derived from past times, was eagerly engaged in the same pursuit. My mind at a very early period took a similar direction, and I became ardently desirous of investigating to its source a subject which involved the happiness of every human being. It soon appeared to me, that the only path to knowledge on this subject had been neglected, that one leading in an opposite direction had alone been followed, that while causes existed to compel mankind to pursue such direction, it was idle to expect any successful result, and experience proves how vain their pursuit has been. In this inquiry, men have hitherto been directed by their inventive faculties, and have almost entirely disregarded the only guide that can lead to true knowledge on any subject, experience. They have been governed, in the most important concerns of life, by mere illusions of the imagination, in direct opposition to existing facts. Having satisfied myself beyond doubt with regard to this fundamental error, having traced the ignorance and misery which it has inflicted on man, by a calm and patient investigation of the causes which have continued this evil, without any intermission from one generation to another, and having also maturely reflected on the obstacles to be overcome, before a new direction can be given to the human mind, I was induced to form the resolution of devoting my life to relieve mankind from this mental disease and all its miseries. It was evident to me that the evil was universal, that, in practice, none was in the right path, no, not one, and that, in order to remedy the evil, a different one must be pursued. That the whole man must be reformed on fundamental principles the very reverse of those in which he had been trained, in short, that the minds of all men must be born again, and their knowledge and practice commence on a new foundation. Satisfied of the futility of the existing modes of instruction, and of the errors of the existing modes of government, I was well convinced that none of them could ever effect the ends intended, but that, on the contrary, they were only calculated to defeat all the objects which human instructors and governors had proposed to attain. I found, on such a patient consideration of the subject as its importance demanded, that to reiterate precept upon precept, however excellent in theory, while no decisive measures were adopted to place mankind under circumstances in which it might be possible to put those precepts in practice, was but a waste of time. I therefore determined to form arrangements preparatory to the introduction of truths, the knowledge of which should dissipate the errors and evils of all the existing political and religious systems. Be not alarmed at the magnitude of the attempt which this declaration opens to your view. Each change, as it occurs, will establish a substantial and permanent good, unattended by any counteracting evil, nor can the mind of man, formed on the old system, longer interpose obstacles capable of retarding the progress of those truths which I am now about to unfold to you. The futile attempts which ignorance may for a short time oppose to them, will be found to accelerate their introduction. As soon as they shall be comprehended in all their bearings, everyone will be compelled to acknowledge them, to see their benefits in practice to himself and to each of his fellow creatures, for, by this system, none, no not one, will be injured. It is a delightful thought, an animating reflection, a stimulus to the steady prosecution of my purpose, beyond, nay, far beyond, all that riches and honor and praise can bestow, to be conscious of the possibility of being instrumental in introducing a practical system into society, the complete establishment of which shall give happiness to every human being through all succeeding generations. And such I declare was the sole motive that gave rise to this institution, and to all my proceedings. To effect any permanently beneficial change in society, I found it was far more necessary to act than to speak. I tried the effect of the new principles on a limited scale in the southern part of the island. The result exceeded my most sanguine anticipations, and I became anxious for a more enlarged field of action. I saw New Lanark, it possessed many of the local circumstances proper for my purpose, and this establishment became at my disposal. This event, as many of you may recollect, occurred upwards of 16 years ago. 16 years of action is not a short period, extensive changes are the result. You have been witnesses of my proceedings here, from the time I undertook the direction of the establishment to the present hour. I now ask, and I will thank you to make either a public or a private reply, have any of you discovered even one of my measures that was not clearly and decisively intended to benefit the whole population? But I am satisfied that you are all now convinced of this truth. You also know some of the obstacles which were opposed to my progress, but you know not a tithe of them. Yet, after all, these obstacles have been few, compared with those which I expected and was prepared to meet, and which I trust one should have overcome. When I examined the circumstances under which I found you, they appeared to me to be very similar to those of other manufacturing districts, except with regard to the boarding house, which contained the young children who were procured from the public charities of the country. That part of the establishment was under an admirable arrangement, and was a strong indication of the genuine and extensive benevolence of the revered and truly good man, who founded these works and this village. His wishes and intentions towards you all were those of a father towards his children. You knew him and his worth, and his memory must be deeply engraven upon your hearts. Little indeed could he be conscious, when he laid the first stone of this establishment, that he was commencing a work, from whence not only the amelioration of his suffering countrymen should proceed, but the means of happiness be developed to every nation in the world. I have stated that I found the population of this place similar to that of other manufacturing districts. It was, with some exceptions, existing in poverty, crime, and misery, and strongly prejudiced, as most people are at first, against any change that might be proposed. The usual mode of proceeding on the principles which have hitherto governed the conduct of men, would have been to punish those who committed the crimes, and to be highly displeased with everyone who opposed the alterations that were intended for his benefit. The principles, however, upon which the new system is founded, lead to a very different conduct. They make it evident, that when men are in poverty, when they commit crimes or actions injurious to themselves and others, and when they are in a state of wretchedness, there must be substantial cause for these lamentable effects, and that, instead of punishing or being angry with our fellow men because they have been subjected to such a miserable existence, we ought to pity and commiserate them, and patiently to trace the causes whence the evils proceed, and endeavor to discover whether they may not be removed. This was the course which I adopted. I sought not the punishment of any delinquent, nor felt anger at your conduct in opposition to your own good, and when apparently stern and decisive, I was not actuated by a single feeling of irritation against any individual. I dispassionately investigated the source of the evils with which I saw you afflicted. The immediate causes of them were soon obvious, nor were the remote ones, or the causes of those causes, long hid from me. I found that those which principally produced your misery, were practices you had been permitted to acquire, of falsehood, of theft, of drunkenness, of injustice in your transactions, want of charity for the opinions of others, and mistaken notions, in which you had been instructed, as to the superiority of your religious opinions, and that these were calculated to produce more happiness than any of the opinions impressed on the minds of an infinitely more numerous part of mankind. I found, also, that these causes were but the effects of others, and that those others might all be traced to the ignorance in which our forefathers existed, and in which we ourselves have continued to this day. But from this day a change must take place, a new era must commence. The human intellect, through the whole extent of the earth, hitherto enveloped by the grossest ignorance and superstition, must begin to be released from its state of darkness, nor shall nourishment henceforth be given to the seeds of disunion and division among men. For the time is come, when the means may be prepared to train all the nations of the world, men of every color and climate, of the most diversified habits, in that knowledge which shall impel them not only to love but to be actively kind to each other in the whole of their conduct, without a single exception. I speak not an unmeaning jargon of words, but that which I know, that which has been derived from a cool and dispassionate examination and comparison, during a quarter of a century, of the facts which exist around us. And, however averse men may be to resign their early taught prejudices, I pledge myself to prove, to the entire satisfaction of the world, the truth of all that I have stated and all that I mean to state. Nay, such is my confidence in the truth of the principles on which the system I am about to introduce is founded, that I hesitate not to assert their power heartily to incline all men to say, this system is assuredly true, and therefore eminently calculated to realize those invaluable precepts of the gospel, universal charity, goodwill, and peace among men. Hitherto we must have been trained in error, and we hail it as the harbinger of that period when our swords shall be turned into plowshares, and our spears into pruning hooks, when universal love and benevolence shall prevail, when there shall be but one language and one nation, and when fear of want or of any evil among men shall be known no more. Acting, although unknown to you, uniformly and steadily upon this system, my attention was ever directed to remove, as I could prepare means for their removal, such of the immediate causes as were perpetually creating misery amongst you, and which, if permitted to remain, would to this day have continued to create misery. I therefore withdrew the most prominent incitements to falsehood, theft, drunkenness, and other pernicious habits, with which many of you were then familiar, and in their stead I introduced other causes, which were intended to produce better external habits, and better external habits have been introduced. I say better external habits, for to these alone have my proceedings hitherto been intended to apply. What has yet been done I consider as merely preparatory. This institution, when all its parts shall be completed, is intended to produce permanently beneficial effects, and, instead of longer applying temporary expedients for correcting some of your most prominent external habits, to effect a complete and thorough improvement in the internal as well as external character of the whole village. For this purpose the institution has been devised to afford the means of receiving your children at an early age, as soon almost as they can walk. By this means many of you, mothers and families, will be enabled to earn a better maintenance or support for your children. You will have less care and anxiety about them, while the children will be prevented from acquiring any bad habits, and gradually prepared to learn the best. The middle room of the story below will be appropriated to their accommodation, and in this their chief occupation will be to play and amuse themselves in severe weather. At other times they will be permitted to occupy the enclosed area before the building, for, to give children a vigorous constitution, they ought to be kept as much as possible in the open air. As they advance in years, they will be taken into the rooms on the right and left, where they will be regularly instructed in the rudiments of common learning, which, before they shall be 6 years old, they may be taught in a superior manner. These stages may be called the first and second preparatory schools, and when your children shall have passed through them, they will be admitted into this place, which, with the adjoining apartment, is to be the general schoolroom for reading, writing, arithmetic, sewing, and knitting, all which, on the plan to be pursued, will be accomplished to a considerable extent by the time the children are 10 years old, before which age, none of them will be permitted to enter the works. For the benefit of the health and spirits of the children, both boys and girls will be taught to dance, and the boys will be instructed in military exercises, those of each sex who may have good voices will be taught to sing, and those among the boys who have a taste for music will be taught to play upon some instrument, for it is intended to give them as much diversified innocent amusement as the local circumstances of the establishment will admit. The rooms to the east and west on the story below, will also be appropriated in bad weather for relaxation and exercise during some part of the day, to the children who, in the regular hours of teaching, are to be instructed in these apartments. In this manner is the institution to be occupied during the day in winter. In summer, it is intended that they shall derive knowledge from a personal examination of the works of nature and of art, by going out frequently with some of their masters into the neighborhood and country around. After the instruction of the children who are too young to attend the works shall have been finished for the day, the apartments shall be cleaned, ventilated, and in winter lighted and heated, and in all respect made comfortable, for the reception of other classes of the population. The apartments on this floor are then to be appropriated for the use of the children and youth of both sexes who have been employed at work during the day, and who may wish still further to improve themselves in reading, writing, arithmetic, sewing, or knitting, or to learn any of the useful arts, to instruct them in which, proper masters and mistresses, who are appointed, will attend for 2 hours every evening. The 3 lower rooms, which in winter will also be well lighted and properly heated, will be thrown open for the use of the adult part of the population, who are to be provided with every accommodation requisite to enable them to read, write, account, sew, or play, converse, or walk about. But strict order and attention to the happiness of every one of the party will be enforced, until such habits shall be acquired as will render any formal restriction unnecessary, and the measures thus adopted will soon remove such necessity. 2 evenings in the week will be appropriated to dancing and music, but on these occasions every accommodation will be prepared for those who prefer to study or to follow any of the occupations pursued on the other evenings. One of the apartments will also be occasionally appropriated for the purpose of giving useful instruction to the older classes of the inhabitants. For, believe me, my friends, you are yet very deficient with regard to the best modes of training your children, or of arranging your domestic concerns, as well as in that wisdom which is requisite to direct your conduct towards each other, so as to enable you to become greatly more happy than you have ever yet been. There will be no difficulty in teaching you what is right and proper, your own interest will afford ample stimulus for that purpose, but the real and only difficulty will be to unlearn those pernicious habits and sentiments which an infinite variety of causes, existing through all past ages, have combined to impress upon your minds and bodies, so as to make you imagine that they are inseparable from your nature. It shall, however, ere long be proved to you, that in this respect as well as in many others, you and all mankind are mistaken. Yet think not, from what I have said, that I mean to infringe, even in the most slight degree, on the liberty of private judgment or religious opinions. No. They have hitherto been unrestrained, and the most effectual measures have been adopted by all the parties interested in the concern, to secure to you these most invaluable privileges. And here I now publicly declare, that the individual who first placed restraint on private judgment and religious opinions, was the author of hypocrisy, and the origin of innumerable evils which mankind through every past age have experienced. The right, however, of private judgment, and of real religious liberty, is nowhere yet enjoyed. It is not possessed by any nation in the world, and thence the unnecessary ignorance, as well as endless misery, of all. Nor can this right be enjoyed until the principle whence opinions originate shall be universally known and acknowledged. The chief object of my existence will be to make this knowledge universal, and thence to bring the right of private judgment into general practice, to show the infinitely beneficial consequences that will result to mankind from its adoption. To effect this important purpose is a part, and an essential part, of that system which is about to be introduced. I proceed to show how the institution is to contribute to the welfare and advantage of this neighborhood. It will be readily admitted, that a population trained in regular habits of temperance, industry, and sobriety, of genuine charity for the opinions of all mankind, founded on the only knowledge that can implant true charity in the breast of any human being, trained also in a sincere desire to do good to the utmost of their power, and without any exception, to every one of their fellow creatures, cannot, even by their example alone, do otherwise than materially increase the welfare and advantages of the neighborhood in which such a population may be situated. To feel the due weight of this consideration, only imagine to yourselves 2,000 or 3,000 human beings trained in habits of licentiousness, and allowed to remain in gross ignorance. How much, in such a case, would not the peace, quiet, comfort, and happiness of the neighborhood be destroyed? But there is not anything I have done, or purpose to do, which is not intended to benefit my fellow creatures to the greatest extent that my operations can embrace. I wish to benefit all equally, but circumstances limit my present measures for the public good within a narrow circle. I must begin to act at some point, and a combination of singular events has fixed that point at this establishment. The first and greatest advantages will therefore center here. But, in unison with the principle thus stated, it has ever been my intention that as this institution, when completed, will accommodate more than the children of parents resident at the village, any persons living at Lanark, or in the neighborhood anywhere around, who cannot well afford to educate their children, shall be at liberty, on mentioning their wishes, to send them to this place, where they will experience the same care and attention as those who belong to the establishment. Nor will there be any distinction made between the children of those parents who are deemed the worst, and of those who may be esteemed the best, members of society. Rather, indeed, would I prefer to receive the offspring of the worst, if they shall be sent at an early age, because they really require more of our care and pity, and by well training these, society will be more essentially benefited, than if the like attention were paid to those whose parents are educating them in comparatively good habits. The system now preparing, and which will ultimately be brought into full practice, is to effect a complete change in all our sentiments and conduct towards those poor miserable creatures whom the errors of past times have denominated the bad, the worthless, and the wicked. A more enlarged and better knowledge of human nature will make it evident that, in strict justice, those who apply these terms to their fellow men are not only the most ignorant, but are themselves the immediate cause of more misery in the world than those whom they call the outcasts of society. They are, therefore, correctly speaking, the most wicked and worthless, and were they not grossly deceived, and rendered blind from infancy, they would become conscious of the lamentably extensive evils, which, by their well-intended but most mistaken conduct, they have, during so long a period, inflicted on their fellow men. But the veil of darkness must be removed from their eyes, their erroneous proceedings must be made so palpable that they shall thenceforth reject them with horror. Yes. They will reject with horror even those notions which hitherto they have from infancy been taught to value beyond price. To that which follows I wish to direct the attention of all your faculties. I am about to declare to you the cause and the cure of that which is called wickedness in your fellow men. As we proceed, instead of your feelings being roused to hate and to pursue them to punishment, you will be compelled to pity them, to commiserate their condition, nay, to love them, and to be convinced that to this day they have been treated unkindly, unjustly, and with the greatest cruelty. It is indeed high time, my friends, that our conduct, that the conduct of all mankind, in this respect, should be the very reverse of what it has been, and of this truth, new as it may and must appear to many of you, you shall, as I proceed, be satisfied to the most complete conviction. That, then, which has been hitherto called wickedness in our fellow men, has proceeded from one of two distinct causes, or from some combination of those causes. They are what is termed bad or wicked. First, because they are born with faculties and propensities which render them more liable, under the circumstances, than other men, to commit such actions as are usually denominated wicked. Or, second, because they have been placed, by birth or by other events, in particular countries, have been influenced from infancy by parents, playmates, and others, and have been surrounded by those circumstances which gradually and necessarily train them in the habits and sentiments called wicked. Or, third, they have become wicked in consequence of some particular combination of these causes. Let us now examine them separately, and endeavor to discover whether any, and which of them, have originated with the individuals, and, of course, for which of them they ought to be treated by their fellow men in the manner those denominated wicked have to this day been treated. You have not, I trust, been rendered so completely insane, by the ignorance of our forefathers, as to imagine that the poor helpless infant, devoid of understanding, made itself, or any of its bodily or mental faculties or qualities, but, whatever you may have been taught, it is a fact, that every infant has received all its faculties and qualities, bodily and mental, from a power and cause, over which the infant had not the shadow of control. Shall it, then, be unkindly treated? And, when it shall be grown up, shall it be punished with loss of liberty or life, because a power over which it had no control whatever, formed it in the womb with faculties and qualities different from those of its fellows? Has the infant any means of deciding who, or of what description, shall be its parents, its playmates, or those from whom it shall derive its habits and its sentiments? Has it the power to determine for itself whether it shall first see light within the circle of Christendom, or whether it shall be so placed as inevitably to become a disciple of Moses, of Confucius, of Mohammed, a worshipper of the great idol Juggernaut, or a savage and a cannibal? If then, my friends, not even one of these great leading and overwhelming circumstances can be, in the smallest degree, under the control of the infant, is there a being in existence, possessing any claim even to the smallest degree of rationality, who will maintain that any individual, formed and placed under such circumstances, ought to be punished, or in any respect unkindly treated? When men shall be in some degree relieved from the mental malady with which they have been so long afflicted, and sound judgment shall take the place of wild and senseless imagination, then the united voice of mankind shall say, No. And they will be astonished that a contrary supposition should ever have prevailed. If it should be asked, whence, then, have wickedness and misery proceeded? I reply, solely from the ignorance of our forefathers. It is this ignorance, my friends, that has been, and continues to be, the only cause of all the miseries which men have experienced. This is the evil spirit which has had dominion over the world, which has sown the seeds of hatred and disunion among all nations, which has grossly deceived mankind, by introducing notions the most absurd and unaccountable respecting faith and belief, notions by which it has effectually placed a seal on all the rational faculties of man, by which numberless evil passions are engendered, by which all men, in the most senseless manner, are not only made enemies to each other, but enemies to their own happiness. While this ignorance of our forefathers continues to abuse the world, under any name whatever, it is neither more nor less than a species of madness, rank insanity, to imagine that we can ever become in practice good, wise, or happy. Were it not, indeed, for the positive evils which proceed from these senseless notions, they are too absurd to admit of a serious refutation, nor would any refutation be necessary, if they did not from infancy destroy the reasoning faculties of men, whether pagans, Jews, Christians, or Mahomedans, and render them utterly incompetent to draw a just conclusion from the numberless facts which perpetually present themselves to notice. Do we not learn from history, that infants through all past ages have been taught the language, habits, and sentiments of those by whom they have been surrounded? that they had no means whatever of giving to themselves the power to acquire any others. That every generation has thought and acted like preceding generations, with such changes only as the events around it, from which experience is derived, may have forced upon it. And, above all, are we not conscious that the experience of every individual now existing is abundantly sufficient, on reflection, to prove to himself that he has no more power or command over his faith and belief than he possesses over the winds of heaven? Nay, that his constitution is so formed, that in every instance whatsoever, the faith or belief which he possesses has been given to him by causes over which he had no control. Experience, my friends, now makes these conclusions clear as the sun at noonday. Why, then, shall we not instantly act upon them? Having discovered our error, why shall we longer afflict our fellow men with the evils which these wild notions have generated? Have they ever been productive of one benefit to mankind? Have they not produced, through all past ages, are they not at this moment engendering, every conceivable evil to which man, in every nation of the world, is subjected? Yes, these alone prevent the introduction of charity and universal goodwill among men. These alone prevent men from discovering the true and only road which can lead to happiness. Once overcome these obstacles, and the apple of discord will be withdrawn from among us, the whole human race may then, with the greatest ease, be trained in one mind, all their efforts may then be trained to act for the good of the whole. In short, when these great errors shall be removed, all our evil passions will disappear, no ground of anger or displeasure from one human being towards another will remain, the period of the supposed millennium will commence, and universal love prevail. Will it not, then, tend to the welfare and advantage of this neighborhood, to introduce into it such a practical system as shall gradually withdraw the cause of anger, hatred, discord, and every evil passion, and substitute true and genuine principles of universal charity and of never-varying kindness, of love without dissimulation, and of an ever-active desire to benefit to the full extent of our faculties all our fellow creatures, whatever may be their sentiments and their habits, wholly, regardless whether they be pagans, Jews, Christians, or Mahomedans. For anything short of this can proceed only from the evil spirit of ignorance, which is truly the roaring lion going about seeking whom he may devour. We now come to the third division of the subject, which was to show that one of the objects of this institution was to effect extensive ameliorations throughout the British dominions. This will be accomplished in two ways. First, by showing to the master manufacturers an example in practice, on a scale sufficiently extensive, of the mode by which the characters and situation of the working manufacturers whom they employ may be very materially improved, not only without injury to the masters, but so as to create to them also great and substantial advantages. Second, by inducing, through this example, the British legislature to enact such laws as will secure similar benefits to every part of our population. The extent of the benefits which may be produced by proper legislative measures, few are yet prepared to form any adequate idea of. By legislative measures I do not mean any party proceeding whatever. Those to which I allude are, laws to diminish and ultimately prevent the most prominent evils to which the working classes are now subjected, laws to prevent a large part of our fellow subjects, under the manufacturing system, from being oppressed by a much smaller part, to prevent more than one half of our population from being trained in gross ignorance and their valuable labor from being most injuriously directed, laws to prevent the same valuable part of our population from being perpetually surrounded by temptations, which they have not been trained to resist, and which compel them to commit actions most hurtful to themselves and to society. The principles on which these measures are to be founded being once fairly and honestly understood, they will be easy of adoption, and the benefits to be derived from them in practice to every member of the community, will exceed any calculation that can be made by those not well versed in political economy. These are some of the ameliorations which I trust this institution will be the means of obtaining for our suffering fellow subjects. But, my friends, if what has been done, what is doing, and what has yet to be done here, should procure the benefits which I have imperfectly enumerated, to this village, to our neighborhood, and to our country, only, I should be greatly disappointed, for I feel an ardent desire to benefit all my fellow men equally. I know not any distinction whatever. Political or religious parties or sects are everywhere the fruitful sources of disunion and irritation. My aim is therefore to withdraw the germ of all party from society. As little do I admit of the divisions and distinctions created by any imaginary lines which separate nation from nation. Will any being, entitled to the epithet intelligent, say that a mountain, a river, an ocean, or any shade of color, or difference of climate, habits, and sentiments, affords a reason sufficient to satisfy the inquiries of even a well-trained child, why one portion of mankind should be taught to despise, hate, and destroy another? Are these absurd effects of the grossest ignorance never to be brought to a termination? Are we still to preserve and encourage the continuance of those errors which must inevitably make man an enemy to man? Are these the measures calculated to bring about that promised period when the lion shall lie down with the lamb, and when uninterrupted peace shall universally prevail? Peace, founded on a sincere goodwill, instilled from infancy into the very constitution of every man, which is the only basis on which universal happiness can ever be established. I look, however, with the utmost confidence to the arrival of such a period, and, if proper measures shall be adopted, its date is not far distant. What ideas individuals may attach to the term millennium, I know not, but I know that society may be formed so as to exist without crime, without poverty, with health greatly improved, with little, if any, misery, and with intelligence and happiness increased 100-fold, and no obstacle whatsoever intervenes at this moment, except ignorance, to prevent such a state of society from becoming universal. I am aware, to the fullest extent, what various impressions these declarations will make on the different religious, political, learned, commercial, and other circles which compose the population of our empire. I know the particular shade of prejudice through which they will be presented to the minds of each of these. And to none will they appear through a denser medium than to the learned, who have been taught to suppose that the book of knowledge has been exclusively open to them, while in fact, they have only wasted their strength in wandering through endless mazes of error. They are totally ignorant of human nature. They are full of theories, and have not the most distant conception of what may or may not be accomplished in practice. It is true their minds have been well stored with language, which they can readily use to puzzle and confound the unlettered and inexperienced. But to those who have had an opportunity of examining the utmost extent of their acquirements, and of observing how far they have been taught, and where their knowledge terminates, the deception vanishes, and the fallacy of the foundation upon which the superstructure of all their acquirements has been raised, at once becomes most obvious. In short, with a few exceptions, their profound investigations have been about words only. For, as the principle which they have been taught, and on which all their subsequent instruction proceeds, is erroneous, so it becomes impossible that they can arrive at just conclusions. The learned have ever looked for the cause of human sentiments and actions in the individual through whom those sentiments and actions become visible, and hitherto the learned have governed the opinions of the world. The individual has been praised, blamed, or punished, according to the whims and fancies of this class of men, and, in consequence, the earth has been full charged with their ever-varying absurdities, and with the miseries which these absurdities hourly create. Had it not been a law of our nature, that any impression, however ridiculous and absurd, and however contrary to fact, may be given in infancy, so as to be tenaciously retained through life, men could not have passed through the previous ages of the world without discovering the gross errors in which they had been trained. They could not have persevered in making each other miserable, and filling the world with horrors of every description. No. They would long since have discovered the natural, easy, and simple means of giving happiness to themselves and to every human being. But that law of nature which renders it difficult to eradicate our early instruction, although it will ultimately prove highly beneficial to the human race, serves now but to give permanence to error, and to blind our judgments. For the present situation of all the inhabitants of the earth may be compared to that of one whose eyes have been closely bandaged from infancy, who has afterwards been taught to imagine that he clearly sees the form or color of every object around him, and who has been continually flattered with this notion, so as to compel his implicit belief in the supposition, and render him impenetrable to every attempt that could be made to undeceive him. If such be the present situation of man, how shall the illusion under which he exists be withdrawn from his mind? To beings thus circumstanced, what powers of persuasion can be applied, to make them comprehend their misfortune, and manifest to them the extent of the darkness in which they exist? In what language and in what manner shall the attempt be made? Will not every such attempt irritate and increase the malady, until means shall be devised to unloose the bandage, and thus effectually remove the cause of this mental blindness? Your minds have been so completely enveloped by this dense covering, which has intercepted the approach of every ray of light, that were an angel from heaven to descend and declare your state, you would not, because so circumstanced you could not, believe him. Causes, over which I could have no control, removed in my early days the bandage which covered my mental sight. If I have been enabled to discover this blindness with which my fellow men are afflicted, to trace their wanderings from the path which they were most anxious to find, and at the same time to perceive that relief could not be administered to them by any premature disclosure of their unhappy state, it is not from any merit of mine, nor can I claim any personal consideration whatever for having been myself relieved from this unhappy situation. But, beholding such truly pitiable objects around me, and witnessing the misery which they hourly experienced from falling into the dangers and evils by which, in these paths, they were on every side surrounded, could I remain an idle spectator? Could I tranquilly see my fellow men walking like idiots in every imaginable direction, except that alone in which the happiness they were in search of could be found? No. The cause which fashioned me in the womb, the circumstances by which I was surrounded from my birth, and over which I had no influence whatever, formed me with far other faculties, habits, and sentiments. These gave me a mind that could not rest satisfied without trying every possible expedient to relieve my fellow men from their wretched situation, and formed it of such a texture that obstacles of the most formidable nature served but to increase my ardor, and to fix within me a settled determination, either to overcome them, or to die in the attempt. But the attempt has been made. In my progress the most multiplied difficulties, which to me at a distance seemed almost appalling, and which to others seemed absolutely insurmountable, have on their nearer approach diminished, until, at length, I have lived to see them disappear, like the fleeting clouds of morning, which prove but the harbingers of an animating and cheering day. Hitherto I have not been disappointed in any of the expectations which I had formed. The events which have yet occurred far exceed my most sanguine anticipations, and my future course now appears evident and straightforward. It is no longer necessary that I should silently and alone exert myself for your benefit and the happiness of mankind. The period is arrived when I may call numbers to my aid, and the call will not be in vain. I well knew the danger which would arise from a premature and abrupt attempt to tear off the many-folded bandages of ignorance, which kept society in darkness. I have therefore been many years engaged, in a manner imperceptible to the public, in gently and gradually removing one fold after another of these fatal bands, from the mental eyes of those who have the chief influence in society. The principles on which the practical system I contemplate is to be founded, are now familiar to some of the leading men of all sects and parties in this country, and to many of the governing powers in Europe and America. They have been submitted to the examination of the most celebrated universities in Europe. They have been subjected to the minute scrutiny of the most learned and acute minds formed on the old system, and I am fully satisfied of their inability to disprove them. These principles I will shortly state. Every society which exists at present, as well as every society which history records, has been formed and governed on a belief in the following notions, assumed as first principles. First, that it is in the power of every individual to form his own character. Hence the various systems called by the name of religion, codes of law, and punishments. Hence also the angry passions entertained by individuals and nations towards each other. Second, that the affections are at the command of the individual. Hence insincerity and degradation of character. Hence the miseries of domestic life, and more than one half of all the crimes of mankind. Third, that it is necessary that a large portion of mankind should exist in ignorance and poverty, in order to secure to the remaining part such a degree of happiness as they now enjoy. Hence a system of counteraction in the pursuits of men, a general opposition among individuals to the interests of each other, and the necessary effects of such a system, ignorance, poverty, and vice. Facts prove, however, first, that character is universally formed for, and not by, the individual. Second, that any habits and sentiments may be given to mankind. Third, that the affections are not under the control of the individual. Fourth, that every individual may be trained to produce far more than he can consume, while there is a sufficiency of soil left for him to cultivate. Fifth, that nature has provided means by which population may be at all times maintained in the proper state to give the greatest happiness to every individual, without one check of vice or misery. Sixth, that any community may be arranged, on a due combination of the foregoing principles, in such a manner, as not only to withdraw vice, poverty, and, in a great degree, misery, from the world, but also to place every individual under circumstances in which he shall enjoy more permanent happiness than can be given to any individual under the principles which have hitherto regulated society. Seventh, that all the assumed fundamental principles on which society has hitherto been founded are erroneous, and may be demonstrated to be contrary to fact. And eighth, that the change which would follow the abandonment of those erroneous maxims which bring misery into the world, and the adoption of principles of truth, unfolding a system which shall remove and forever exclude that misery, may be effected without the slightest injury to any human being. Here is the groundwork, these are the data, on which society shall ere long be rearranged, and for this simple reason, that it will be rendered evident that it will be for the immediate and future interest of everyone to lend his most active assistance gradually to reform society on this basis. I say gradually, for in that word the most important considerations are involved. Any sudden and coercive attempt which may be made to remove even misery from men, will prove injurious rather than beneficial. Their minds must be gradually prepared by an essential alteration of the circumstances which surround them, for any great and important change and amelioration in their condition. They must be first convinced of their blindness. This cannot be effected, even among the least unreasonable, or those termed the best part of mankind, in their present state, without creating some degree of irritation. This irritation must then be tranquilized before another step ought to be attempted, and a general conviction must be established of the truth of the principles on which the projected change is to be founded. Their introduction into practice will then become easy, difficulties will vanish as we approach them, and, afterwards, the desire to see the whole system carried immediately into effect will exceed the means of putting it into execution. The principles on which this practical system is founded are not new, separately, or partially united. They have been often recommended by the sages of antiquity, and by modern writers. But it is not known to me that they have ever been thus combined. Yet it can be demonstrated that it is only by their being all brought into practice together, that they are to be rendered beneficial to mankind, and sure I am that this is the earliest period in the history of man when they could be successfully introduced into practice. I do not intend to hide from you that the change will be great. Old things shall pass away, and all shall become new. But this change will bear no resemblance to any of the revolutions which have hitherto occurred. These have been alone calculated to generate and call forth all the evil passions of hatred and revenge, but that system which is now contemplated will effectually eradicate every feeling of irritation and ill will which exists among mankind. The whole proceedings of those who govern and instruct the world will be reversed. Instead of spending ages in telling mankind what they ought to think and how they ought to act, the instructors and governors of the world will acquire a knowledge that will enable them, in one generation, to apply the means which shall cheerfully induce each of those whom they control and influence, not only to think, but to act in such a manner as shall be best for himself and best for every human being. And yet this extraordinary result will take place without punishment or apparent force. Under this system, before commands are issued it shall be known whether they can or cannot be obeyed. Men shall not be called upon to assent to doctrines and to dogmas which do not carry conviction to their minds. They shall not be taught that merit can exist in doing, or that demerit can arise from not doing, that over which they have no control. They shall not be told, as at present, that they must love that which, by the constitution of their nature, they are compelled to dislike. They shall not be trained in wild imaginary notions, that inevitably make them despise and hate all mankind out of the little narrow circle in which they exist, and then be told that they must heartily and sincerely love all their fellow men. No, my friends, that system which shall make its way into the heart of every man, is founded upon principles which have not the slightest resemblance to any of those I have alluded to. On the contrary, it is directly opposed to them, and the effects it will produce in practice will differ as much from the practice which history records, and from that which we see around us, as hypocrisy, hatred, envy, revenge, wars, poverty, injustice, oppression, and all their consequent misery, differ from that genuine charity and sincere kindness of which we perpetually hear, but which we have never seen, and which, under the existing systems, we never can see. That charity and that kindness admit of no exception. They extend to every child of man, however he may have been taught, however he may have been trained. They consider not what country gave him birth, what may be his complexion, what his habits or his sentiments. Genuine charity and true kindness instruct, that whatever these may be, should they prove the very reverse of what we have been taught to think right and best, our conduct towards him, our sentiments with respect to him, should undergo no change, for, when we shall see things as they really are, we shall know that this our fellow man has undergone the same kind of process and training from infancy which we have experienced, that he has been as effectually taught to deem his sentiments and actions right, as we have been to imagine ours right and his wrong, when perhaps the only difference is, that we were born in one country, and he in another. If this be not true, then indeed are all our prospects hopeless, then fierce contentions, poverty, and vice, must continue forever. Fortunately, however, there is now a superabundance of facts to remove all doubt from every mind, and the principles may now be fully developed, which will easily explain the source of all the opinions which now perplex and divide the world, and their source being discovered, mankind may withdraw all those which are false and injurious, and prevent any evil from arising in consequence of the varieties of sentiments, or rather of feelings, which may afterwards remain. In short, my friends, the new system is founded on principles which will enable mankind to prevent, in the rising generation, almost all, if not all the evils and miseries which we and our forefathers have experienced. A correct knowledge of human nature will be acquired, ignorance will be removed, the angry passions will be prevented from gaining any strength, charity and kindness will universally prevail, poverty will not be known, the interest of each individual will be in strict unison with the interest of every individual in the world. There will not be any counteraction of wishes and desires among men. Temperance and simplicity of manners will be the characteristics of every part of society. The natural defects of the few will be amply compensated by the increased attention and kindness towards them of the many. None will have cause to complain, for each will possess, without injury to another, all that can tend to his comfort, his well-being, and his happiness. Such will be the certain consequences of the introduction into practice of that system for which I have been silently preparing the way for upwards of 25 years. Still, however, much more preparation is necessary, and must take place, before the whole can be introduced. It is not intended to put it into practice here. The establishment was too far advanced on the old system before I came amongst you, to admit of its introduction, except to a limited extent. All I now purpose doing in this place is, to introduce as many of the advantages of the new system as can be put into practice in connection with the old, but these advantages will be neither few nor of little amount. I hope, ere long, even under the existing disadvantages, to give you and your children far more solid advantages for your labor, than any person similarly circumstanced have yet enjoyed at any time or in any part of the world. Nor is this all. When you and your children shall be in the full possession of all that I am preparing for you, you will acquire superior habits, your minds will gradually expand, you will be enabled to judge accurately of the cause and consequences of my proceedings, and to estimate them at their value. You will then become desirous of living in a more perfect state of society, a society which will possess within itself the certain means of preventing the existence of any injurious passions, poverty, crime, or misery, in which every individual shall be instructed, and his powers of body and mind directed, by the wisdom derived from the best previous experience, so that neither bad habits nor erroneous sentiments shall be known, in which age shall receive attention and respect, and in which every injurious distinction shall be avoided, even variety of opinions shall not create disorder or any unpleasant feeling, a society in which individuals shall acquire increased health, strength, and intelligence, in which their labor shall be always advantageously directed, and in which they will possess every rational enjoyment. In due time communities shall be formed possessing such characters, and be thrown open to those among you, and to individuals of every class and denomination, whose wretched habits and whose sentiments of folly have not been too deeply impressed to be obliterated or removed, and whose minds can be sufficiently relieved from the pernicious effects of the old system, to permit them to partake of the happiness of the new. Having delivered this strange discourse, for to many of you it must appear strange indeed, I conceive only one of two conclusions can be drawn by those who have heard it. These are, that the world to this day has been grossly wrong, and is at this moment in the depth of ignorance, or, that I am completely in error. The chances then, you will say, are greatly against me. True, but the chances have been equally against every individual who has been enabled to make any discovery whatsoever. To effect the purposes which I have long silently meditated, my proceedings for years have been so far removed from, or rather so much in opposition to, the common practices of mankind, that not a few have concluded I was insane. Such conjectures were favorable to my purposes, and I did not wish to contradict them. But the question of insanity between the world and myself will now be decided, either they have been rendered greatly insane, or I am so. You have witnessed my conduct and measures here for 16 years, and the objects I have had in progress are so far advanced that you can now comprehend many of them. You, therefore, shall be judges in this case. Insanity is inconsistency. Let us now try the parties by this rule. From the beginning I firmly propose to ameliorate your condition, the condition of all those engaged in similar occupations, and, ultimately, the condition of mankind, whose situation appeared to me most deplorable. Say, now, as far as you know, did I not adopt judicious measures to accomplish these purposes? Have I not calmly, steadily, and patiently proceeded to fill up the outline of the plan which I originally formed to overcome your worst habits and greatest inconveniences, as well as your prejudices? Have not the several parts of this plan, as they were finished, fulfilled most completely the purposes for which they were projected? Are you not at this moment deriving the most substantial benefits from them? Have I in the slightest degree injured any one of you? During the progress of these measures have I not been opposed in the most determined and formidable manner by those whose interests, if they had understood them, would have made them active cooperators? Without any apparent means to resist these attempts, were they not frustrated and overcome, and even the resistance itself rendered available to hasten the execution of all my wishes? In short, have I not been enabled, with one hand, to direct with success the common mercantile concerns of this extensive establishment, and with the other hand to direct measures which now seem more like national than private ones, in order to introduce another system, the effects and success of which shall astonish the profound theologian no less than the most experienced and fortunate politician? A system which shall train its children of 12 years old to surpass, in true wisdom and knowledge, the boasted acquirements of modern learning, of the sages of antiquity, of the founders of all those systems which hitherto have only confused and distracted the world, and which have been the immediate cause of almost all the miseries we now deplore. Being witnesses of my measures, you alone are competent to judge of their consistency. Under the circumstances it would be mere hypocrisy in me to say that I do not know what must be your conclusions. During the long period in which I have been thus silently acting for your benefit and for the benefit of each of my fellow men, what has been the conduct of the world? Having maturely contemplated the past actions of men, as they have been made known to us by history, it became necessary for my purpose that I should become practically acquainted with men as they now are, and acquire from inspection a knowledge of the precise effects produced in the habits and sentiments of each class, by the peculiar circumstances with which the individuals were surrounded. The causes which had previously prepared my mind and disposition for the work, which had removed so many formidable difficulties in the early part of my progress, now smoothed the way to the easy attainment of wishes. By the knowledge of human nature which I had already acquired, I was enabled to dive into the secret recesses of a sufficient number of minds of the various denominations forming British society, to discover the immediate causes of the sentiments of each, and to trace the consequences of the actions that necessarily proceeded from those sentiments. The whole, as though they had been delineated on a map, were laid open to me. Shall I now at this eventful crisis make the world known to itself? Or shall this valuable knowledge descend with me to the grave, and you, our fellow men, and our children's children, through many generations, yet suffer the miseries which the inhabitants of the earth have to this day experienced? These questions, however, need not be asked. My resolutions were taken in early life, and subsequent years have added to their strength and confirmed them. I therefore proceed regardless of individual consequences. I will hold up the mirror to man, show him, without the intervention of any false medium, what he is, and then he will be better prepared to learn what he may be. Man is so constituted, that, by the adoption of proper measures in his infancy, and by steadily pursuing them through all the early periods of his life to manhood, he may be taught to think and to act in any manner that is not beyond the acquirement of his faculties. Whatever he may have been thus taught to think and do, he may be effectually made to believe is right and best for all mankind. He may also be taught, that all those who differ from him are wrong, and even ought to be punished with death if they will not think and act like him. In short, he may be rendered insane upon every subject which is not founded on, and which does not remain in never-varying consistency with, the facts that surround mankind. It is owing to this peculiarity in the constitution of man, that when he is born he may be taught any of the various dogmas which are known, and be rendered wholly unfit to associate with any of his fellow men who have been trained in any of the other dogmas. It is owing to this principle that a poor human being duly initiated in the mysteries of Juggernaut, is thereby rendered insane on everything regarding that monster. Or, when instructed in the dogmas of Mahomedanism, he is thus rendered insane on every subject which has reference to Muhammad. I might proceed and state the same of those poor creatures who have been trained in the tenets of Brahma or Confucius or in any other of those systems which serve only to destroy the human intellect. I have no doubt, my friends, you are at present convinced, as thoroughly as conviction can be formed in your minds, that none of you have been subjected to any such process, that you have been instructed in that which is true, that it is evident, pagans, Jews, Turks, every one of them, millions upon millions almost without end, are wrong, fundamentally wrong. Nay, you will allow, also, that they are truly as insane as I have stated them to be. But you will add, we are right, we are the favored of heaven, we are enlightened, and cannot be deceived. This is the feeling of every one of you at this moment. I need not be told your thoughts. Shall I now pay regard to you or to myself? Shall I be content and rest satisfied with the sufficiency which has fallen to my lot, while you remain in your ignorance and misery? Or shall I sacrifice every private consideration for the benefit of you and our fellow men? Shall I tell you, and the whole of the civilized world, that, in many respects, none of those have been rendered more insane than yourselves, than every one of you is at this moment, and that while these maladies remain uncured, you and your posterity cannot but exist in the midst of folly and misery? What think you now, my friends, is the reason why you believe and act as you do? I will tell you. It is solely and merely because you were born, and have lived, in this period of the world, in Europe, in the island of Great Britain, and more especially in this northern part of it. Without the shadow of a doubt, had every one of you been born in other times or other places, you might have been the very reverse of that which the present time and place have made you, and, without the possibility of the slightest degree of ascent or descent on your own parts, you might have been at this moment sacrificing yourselves under the wheels of the great idol Juggernaut, or preparing a victim for a cannibal feast. This, upon reflection, will be found to be a truth as certain as that you now hear my voice. Will you not, then, have charity for the habits and opinions of all men, of even the very worst human beings that your imaginations can conceive? Will you not, then, be sincerely kind to them, and actively endeavor to do them good? Will you not patiently bear with, and commiserate, their defects and infirmities, and consider them as your relatives and friends? If you will not, if you cannot do this, and persevere to the end of your days in doing it, you have not charity, you cannot have religion, you possess not even common justice, you are ignorant of yourselves, and are destitute of every particle of useful and valuable knowledge respecting human nature. Until you act after this manner, it is impossible that you can ever enjoy full happiness yourselves, or make others happy. Herein consists the essence of philosophy, of sound morality, of true and genuine Christianity, freed from the errors that have been attached to it, of pure and undefiled religion. Without the introduction of this knowledge into full and complete practice, there can be no substantial and permanent ameliorations effected in society, and I declare to you, that until all your thoughts and actions are founded on and governed by these principles, your philosophy will be vain, your morality baseless, your Christianity only calculated to mislead and deceive the weak and the ignorant, and your professions of religion but as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. Those, therefore, who with singleness of heart and mind are ardently desirous to benefit their fellow men, will put forth their utmost exertions to bring this just and humane system of conduct forthwith into practice, and to extend the knowledge of its endless advantages to the uttermost parts of the earth, for no other principles of action can ever become universal among men. Your time now makes it necessary that I should draw to a conclusion, and explain what ought to be the immediate result of what I have stated. Direct your serious attention to the cause why men think and act as they do. You will then be neither surprised nor displeased on account of their sentiments or their habits. You will then clearly discover why others are displeased with you, and pity them. As you proceed in these inquiries, you will find that mankind cannot be improved or rendered reasonable by force and contention, that it is absolutely necessary to support the old systems and institutions under which we now live, until another system and another arrangement of society shall be proved by practice to be essentially superior. You will, therefore, still regard it as your duty to pay respect and submission to what is established. For it would be no mark of wisdom to desert an old house, whatever may be its imperfections, until a new one shall be ready to receive you, however superior to the old that new one may be when finished. Continue to obey the laws under which you live, and although many of them are founded on principles of the grossest ignorance and folly, yet obey them, until the government of the country 9 shall find it practicable to withdraw those laws which are productive of evil, and introduce others of an opposite tendency. With regard to myself, I have not anything to ask of you, which I have not long experienced. I wish you merely to think that I am ardently engaged in endeavoring to benefit you and your children, and, through you and them, to render to mankind at large great and permanent advantages. I ask not for your gratitude, your love, your respect, for on you these do not depend. Neither do I seek or wish for praise or distinction of any kind, for to these, upon the clearest conviction, I am not entitled, and to me, therefore, they could be of no value. My desire is only to be considered as one of yourselves, as a cotton spinner going about his daily and necessary avocations. But for you I have other wishes. On this day a new era opens to our view. Let it then commence by a full and sincere dismissal from your minds of every unpleasant feeling which you may entertain towards each other, or towards any of your fellow men. When you feel these injurious dispositions beginning to arise, for, as you have been trained and are now circumstanced, they will arise again and again, instantly call to your recollection how the minds of such individuals have been formed, whence have originated all their habits and sentiments. Your anger will then be appeased, you will calmly investigate the cause of your differences, and you will learn to love them and to do them good. A little perseverance in this simple and easily acquired practice will rapidly prepare the way for you, and everyone around you, to be truly happy. A further development of the plan for the relief of the manufacturing and laboring poor. With answers to objections. And an account of the effects produced on the female prisoners in Newgate by the application in practice of these principles, carried into execution by Mrs. Frighten and other benevolent individuals of the Society of Friends. And a personal sketch. London, July 25, 1817. Mr. Editor. Sir, as a meeting is intended shortly to be held, to take into consideration a plan which I have proposed to relieve and remoralize the poor and the unemployed of the working classes, I feel it incumbent on me, previously, to put the public in possession of a greater development of the principles on which it is founded, in order that the details may be afterwards more fully comprehended. An early insertion, therefore, of the following, will promote the object of, Sir, your obliged. R. Owen. 49, Charlotte Street, Portland Place. It is generally known and acknowledged that from obvious causes greater distress exists among the poor and working classes than they have experienced at any former time. The country, however, possesses the most ample means to relieve their distress, and a plan has been proposed by me to enable either the government, parishes, or individuals, to put those means into practice. The plan has been also generally circulated, and many objections, as it was anticipated, have been made to it by those who are theorists only, or who are wholly unacquainted with the kind of practice requisite to give them any useful knowledge on the subject. Many misconceptions also exist respecting the details, which some of lively, and others of gloomy imagination, have fancied belong of necessity to the plan. To meet the objections of the first in the most direct manner, and to obviate the misconceptions of the last, I have arranged the subject in the form of questions and answers. The principles and plan are now more fully before the public. If the former contain error, or the latter be impracticable, it becomes the duty of many to expose either. If, however, the plan shall prove, on investigation, to be correct in principle, to be easy of practice, and that it can relieve the poor and unemployed of the working classes from the grievous distresses and degradation under which they suffer, it becomes equally the duty of all who profess to desire the amelioration of the lower orders, to exert themselves without further delay to carry it into execution, in order that another year of extensive and unnecessary suffering and demoralization, from the want of a sufficiency of wholesome food and proper training and instruction, may not uselessly pass away. Question. Are you the principal proprietor of the works and village of New Lanark, and have you the sole direction and superintendence of them? Answer. Yes. Q. How long have you had the management of that establishment? A. 18 years in August next. Q. Of what description is the population of New Lanark? A. Of manufacturers of cotton thread chiefly, but also of iron and brass founders, iron and tin smiths, millwrights, turners in wood and metals, sawyers, carpenters, masons, tilers, painters, glaziers, tailors, shoemakers, butchers, bakers, shopkeepers, farmers, laborers, surgeons, ministers of religion, instructors of youth, male and female superintendents of various departments, clerks, and policemen, forming a mixed society of trades and work people. Q. Had you any experience among the working classes before you undertook the management of the works at New Lanark? A. Yes, I superintended large manufacturing establishments in Manchester and its neighbourhood for about 8 years preceding, in which great numbers of men, women, and children were employed. Q. What has been the chief object of your attention during the number of years that you have had so many persons under your care and superintendence? A. To discover the means by which the condition of the poor and working classes could be ameliorated, and with benefit to their employers. Q. To what conclusions have you now come upon this subject? A. That the situation of these classes may be easily greatly improved, and that their natural powers may be far more beneficially directed, for themselves, and for society at large, without creating injury of any kind, to any class, or to any individual. Q. Have you generally succeeded in improving the condition and moral habits of those who have been under your care? A. Yes, and with even fewer exceptions than I anticipated, considering the obstacles I had to encounter, with the nature of the influence that I possess to enable me to overcome them. Q. What are those obstacles? A. The ignorance and ill training of the people, which had given them the habits of drunkenness, theft, falsehood, and want of cleanliness, with opposition to each other's interests, sectarian feelings, strong national prejudices, both political and religious, against all attempts on the part of a stranger to improve their condition, to which may be added the unhealthy nature of their employment. Q. On what leading principles did you act, so as to remove those obstacles? A. On the principle of prevention solely. Instead of wasting time and talent in considering an endless variety of individual effects, I patiently studied the causes producing those effects, exerting myself to remove them, and by thus acting, it appeared that the same time and talent, when employed under the system of prevention, could produce results very much greater than under the system of coercion and punishment. For instance, in the case of habitual drunkenness, it appeared to me useless to apply to the individuals who had been taught to acquire the practices of intoxication, to desist from it, while they remained surrounded by the circumstances that perpetually tempted them to continue the habit. The first step adopted in that case was to convince the parties when sober, of the advantages they would derive from having the temptation removed, which, when attempted in a mild and proper spirit, was never difficult to accomplish. The next step was to remove the temptation, and then the evil itself, with all its endless injurious consequences, ceased altogether. The whole process, when completely understood, is simplicity itself, and may be easily carried into practice to the fullest extent by those who possess the usual ordinary talents, and society would rapidly improve without any retrogression. But while the notions which have influenced the conduct of mankind up to the present period shall prevail and be acted upon, society cannot substantially and permanently improve. Those notions confine the attention to effects, and, from want of useful inquiry, lead to the conclusion that the causes from which they really proceed, however injurious, cannot be altered or controlled by man. Under such notions the world is now governed. Facts, however, prove that the reverse of these notions is true. Let men, therefore, attend to facts, and to facts only, and it will be obvious that they can, with ease, remove the real causes which create bad habits, errors, and crimes, and, without difficulty, replace them with other causes, the certain effects of which would be to establish generally throughout society, good habits, correct sentiments, and a kind, charitable, and virtuous conduct, free from the prejudices that would create unkind feelings and thence render them unjust to those who had been taught to differ from them in opinion. It must, therefore, absolutely follow, that to attempt to improve mankind on any other principle whatever, than by a close, accurate, and undeviating attention to facts, is as absurd and as unavailing as to expect that the most barren soil and sterile climate shall spontaneously produce abundance, as to expect that a full and steady light shall issue from the darkest abyss, or that man, immersed in ignorance, surrounded by every vicious temptation, shall be better, wiser, and happier, than when trained to be intelligent and active, amidst circumstances only which would perpetually unite his interests, his duty, and his feelings. while, then, we permit the causes to remain that must leave mankind in ignorance, that must create in them intemperance, idleness, uncharitableness, vice, crime, and every evil passion, and, at the same time, expect or wish them to become the reverse. There is precisely as much wisdom in such expectation, as to imagine, contrary to all the experience of the world, that effects shall no longer continue to follow their natural causes. To inflict, therefore, upon men, pains and penalties for having vicious qualities which are produced in them by the existing circumstances, is to act upon notions devoid of every pretension to sound judgment and rationality. Q. Has all your practice been founded upon these principles? A. Yes, and the results have not once disappointed my expectations. On the contrary, in every instance they have exceeded my most sanguine hopes. It is not, as it appears to me, to any natural superiority of mind, or early acquired advantages, that my success in these endeavors can be attributed, but solely to the accidental circumstances of being enabled, early in life, to see, in part, the important benefits that would result to society from the adoption of the system of prevention, and acting uniformly upon the well-known fact that human character is always formed for, and not by, the individual. Q. How many complaints have been brought before you by the inhabitants of New Lanark, in your capacity of a magistrate for the county? A. Not one, for many years past. Q. Having turned your attention to the subject, to what causes do you attribute the distress existing among the poor and working classes? A. To a misapplication of the existing powers of production in the country, both natural and artificial, when compared to the wants and demands for those productions. Much of our natural power, consisting of the physical and intellectual faculties of human beings, is now not only altogether unproductive, but a heavy burden to the country, under a system, too, which is rapidly demoralizing it, while a very large part of our artificial or mechanical agency is employed to produce that which is of little real value to society, and which, in its act of production, entails innumerable evils of the most afflicting kind, at the present time, upon the producers, as well as upon a very large part of society, and, through them, upon the whole of our population. Q. Does your experience enable you to suggest a more advantageous application of these productive powers? A. It induces me to say, that they may be applied more advantageously, for society, and for the individuals, that they may, with ease, be so directed as to remove speedily the present distress of the laboring poor, and gradually to carry the prosperity of the country to a point much higher than it has ever yet attained. Q. How can this be done? A. By forming well-digested arrangements to occupy the apparent surplus of the laboring poor, who are competent to work, in productive employment, in order that they may maintain themselves first, and afterwards contribute to bear their proportion of the expenses of the state. Q. Do the means exist by which employment could be given to the unoccupied of the working classes? A. It appears to me that the country possesses the most ample means to attain this object, if they were called into action. Those means consist of land unemployed, land imperfectly cultivated, money employed unprofitably, manual powers of labor idle, demoralizing, and consequently generating every kind of evil in society, artificial or mechanical agency almost unlimited, and which might be made available for the most important purposes. These are the means, which, if properly combined and put into action, would soon relieve the country from poverty and its attendant evils. Q. How can they be put into action? A. By bringing them all into useful and profitable combinations, so as to create limited communities of individuals, on the principle of united labor and expenditure, having their basis in agriculture, and in which all should have mutual and common interests. Q. What are your reasons for recommending such a combination of human powers? A. The knowledge that I possess of the very superior advantages which each person could derive by this means, beyond any application of his own exertions for his own exclusive purposes. Q. What are those superior advantages? A. Communities of 500 to 1,500 persons, founded on the principle of united labor and expenditure, and having their basis in agriculture, might be arranged so as to give the following advantages to the laboring poor, and through them to all the other classes, for every real benefit to the latter must come from the former. All the labor of the individuals under the system would be naturally and advantageously directed, first to procure for themselves abundance of all that was necessary for their comfortable subsistence, next, they would obtain the means to enable them to unlearn many, almost all indeed, of the bad habits which the present defective arrangements of society have forced upon them, then, to give only the best habits and dispositions to the rising generation, and thus withdraw those circumstances from society which separate man from man, and introduce others, whose entire tendency shall be to unite them in one general interest that shall be clearly understood by each. They will afterwards be enabled to cultivate the far more valuable, the intellectual part of their nature, that part which, when properly directed, will discover how much may yet be put into practice to promote human happiness. They will then proceed to create that surplus which will be necessary to repay the interest of the capital expended in the purchase of the establishment, including all its appendages, or, in other words, the rent of it. And lastly, to contribute their full share to the exigencies of the state, in proportion to the value of their property. By these arrangements they will add a new strength to the political power of the country, that few are yet able to estimate. Q. Are the arrangements you describe practicable? Many objections have been urged against the plan. A. Inexperienced as the world is in regard to the combinations here contemplated, I am aware that many difficulties and doubts will arise in most minds, but if the objections be separately stated, they may be removed, and an experience of nearly 30 years, added to an unceasing, honest, and I hope unbiased attention to the subject, assures me beforehand that they may. Q. For instance, can the poor and working classes be associated together to act cordially in any general measures, considering what is everywhere evinced in the state of the workhouses and houses of industry? A. Trained as the poor have been, and arranged as even the best of those establishments now are, such unfavorable results must follow. The poor exist previously in a state of extreme ignorance, and when they are brought together under one roof, they are perpetually in contact with each other, but without a single principle of union which they can understand. Owing to the bad habits they have acquired, and a want of proper instruction, they cannot discover the mutual interest they have in each other's happiness, and as these houses are now constituted, no effective arrangements can be made to overcome the one, or to impart the other. Workhouses and houses of industry have originated with those who had but a limited knowledge of human nature, and who were also unacquainted with the true principles of political economy. But very different results may be made to ensue from the establishment of these agricultural and manufacturing villages. Most of the causes of opposition among the individuals thus associated will be removed, and others tending to unite them in good offices and in one interest will be introduced. Q. But will men in a community of mutual and combined interests be as industrious as when employed for their individual gain? A. The supposition that they will not, I apprehend to be a common prejudice, and not at all founded on fact. Wherever the experiment has been tried, the labor of each has been exerted cheerfully. It is found that when men work together for a common interest, each performs his part more advantageously for himself and for society, than when employed for others at daily wages, or than when working by the piece. When employed by the day, they feel no interest in their occupation, beyond the receipt of their wages. When they work by the piece, they feel too much interest, and frequently overwork themselves, and occasion disease, premature old age, and death. When employed with others in a community of interests, both these extremes are avoided, the labor becomes temperate, but effective, and may be easily regulated and superintended. Besides, the principles and practices are now quite obvious, by which any inclinations, from the most indolent to the most industrious, may be given to the rising generation. Q. But will not the parties dispute perpetually about the division and possession of the property? A. Certainly not. The labor and expenditure of individuals are now applied so ignorantly, wastefully, and under so many disadvantages, that the mass of mankind cannot procure sufficient to support themselves in ordinary comfort without great exertion and anxiety. They therefore acquire, under the influence of a strong necessity, a tenacious love of that property which costs them so much to procure, thus making the feeling itself appear, to a superficial observer, as one implanted by nature in the constitution. No conclusion can, however, be more erroneous, for if men were placed in a situation where, by moderate occupation, without care or agitation of mind, they could procure the necessaries and comforts of life in abundance, they might be trained to dispute as little about the division of them as they now do about the commonly attainable products of nature, such as water, neither would they have a desire to accumulate an unnecessary quantity of the one, any more than they now wish an excess of the other. I might add, that under this plan, each individual would soon discover that he possessed more for his own enjoyment without any anxiety, than he could have acquired under the existing system amongst the poor, with all the cares and troubles they now experience. Q. But can these establishments be well managed, unless by men of great talents and benevolence, such men not being very numerous? A. Here also I may be permitted to say, that a mistake exists, in consequence of the principles upon which this plan is founded and ought to be conducted not being as yet sufficiently understood. In the management of workhouses, etc., there is no unity of action, each part is so placed as to feel an interest at variance with the others, they are, in fact, a compound of the same errors that pervade common society, where all are so circumstanced as to counteract each other's intentions, and thus render even extraordinary energies and talents of no avail, which, under another combination, would produce the most extensive and beneficial effects. From my own experience, however, I can aver that such means and regulations may be adopted for the management of these villages, as would enable anyone possessing fair talents, so to manage them as to give entire satisfaction to all the parties under his direction and care, with the greatest pleasure to himself, and with unspeakable advantage to the country. Numbers may be found who would soon be competent to such management and who would be satisfied with the living and comforts these villages would offer, without desiring compensation of any kind, and the annual expense of such living would not amount to £20 in value. Q. Is it not to be feared that such arrangements as you contemplate would produce a dull uniformity of character, repress genius, and leave the world without hope of future improvements? A. It appears to me that quite the reverse of all this will follow, that the means provided in these establishments will give every stimulus to bring forth and to perfect the best parts only of every character, by furnishing the inhabitants with such valuable instruction as they could not acquire by any other means, and by affording sufficient leisure and freedom from anxiety to promote the natural direction of their powers. When thus prepared by early imbibed temperate habits, by an accurate knowledge of facts, and by a full conviction that their efforts are directed for the benefit of mankind, it is not easy to imagine, with our present ideas, what may be accomplished by human beings so trained and so circumstanced. As for the probability of a dull uniformity of character being produced, let us for a moment imagine individuals placed as the inhabitants of these villages will be, and contemplate the characters that must be formed solely by the circumstances that will surround them. From the hour they are born, treated with uniform kindness, directed by reason, and not mere caprice, weakness, and imbecility, not one habit acquired to be again unlearned, the physical powers trained and cultivated to attain their natural strength and health, the mental faculties furnished with accurate data, by all the useful facts that the ingenuity and experience of the world have acquired and demonstrated, aided by the power of minds trained to draw only just and consistent conclusions. And each left to declare freely those conclusions, to compare them with others, and thus in the most easy and rapid manner to correct any errors that might otherwise arise, children so trained, men so circumstanced, would soon become, not a dull uniform race, but beings full of health, activity, and energy, endowed by means of instruction with the most kind and amiable dispositions, and who, being trained free from the motives, could not form one exclusive wish for themselves. It is only when the obscurities by which society is now enveloped are in some degree removed, that the benefit of these new villages can be even in part appreciated. So far from genius being depressed, it will receive every aid to enable it to exert itself with unrestrained delight, and with the highest benefit to mankind. In short, experience will prove that no objection against the new view of society will be found more futile than that which supposes it not competent, nor calculated, to train men to attain the utmost improvement in arts, sciences, and every kind of knowledge. Q. Will not these establishments be expensive, and require a large expenditure in the outset, and can such a capital be easily obtained? A. The expenditure will prove the greatest possible economy, and the capital may be had, without difficulty, as rapidly as it would be required. A large and anticipated revenue, occasioned by the war expenditure in this and other countries, having ceased, distress of the most grievous nature has ensued. The only remedy that can be found will be a greatly increased expenditure applied to labor that will be reproductive, equal, at least, to the interest of the capital invested, and to the remuneration of the labor employed, both physical and mental. These establishments offer means for the investment of capital on security that ought to be considered of the highest value to the country. Every shilling thus expended would be national gain, create national improvement, find ample support for and remoralize the population employed, and return 5% interest for the capital expended, leaving the property annually and rapidly increasing in intrinsic value. Did the situation of the country admit of such a slow progress, I should be satisfied to see a few of these villages set on foot by way of national experiment, well knowing that their manifold advantages, and superiority over every other plan for the employing of the laboring classes, would be obvious to every capacity, but I know that the peculiar circumstances of this country, and of Europe, will not admit of this slow proceeding. Value must be restored to manual labor, and this cannot be done except by employment on land. When the mode of effecting this shall be fairly and fully before the public, they will readily discover that there are no means within our present knowledge competent to give to individuals and to the country the innumerable advantages that this will accomplish for both. With this conviction before them, the public will feel the strong necessity for, and naturally require, a liberal expenditure, in order that a rapid progress may be made in forming these asylums for the health, comfort, improvement, and happiness, of the working classes and the rising population. Q. But should many of these villages be founded, will they not increase the products of agricultural and manufacturing labor, which are already too abundant, until no market can be found for them, and thus injure the present agriculture, manufactures, and commerce of the country? A. This is a part of the subject that requires to be understood better than, at present, it appears to be by any party. Is it possible that there can be too many productions desirable and useful to society? And is it not to the interest of all, that they should be produced with the least expense and labor, and with the smallest degree of misery and moral degradation to the working classes, and, of course, in the greatest abundance to the higher classes, in return for their wealth? It is surely to the interest of all, that everything should be produced with the least expense of labor, and so as to realize the largest portion of comfort to the producing classes, and there are no means of effecting these desirable ends that will bear any comparison with the combined agricultural and manufacturing villages, colleges of industry, county or district establishments for the poor and industrious, or by whatsoever name they may be called. It is true that as they increase in number they may come into competition with the existing agricultural and manufacturing systems, if society shall permit them so to do; otherwise, they can restrain them to the amount of their own immediate wants, and, constituted as they will be, they can have no motives to produce an unnecessary surplus. When society shall, however, discover its true interests, it will permit these new establishments gradually to supersede the others, inasmuch as the latter are wretchedly degrading, and directly opposed to the improvement and well-being of those employed either in agriculture or manufactures, and consequently are equally hostile to the welfare and happiness of all the higher classes. We know full well the misery and vice in which the manufacturing population is involved. We know also the ignorance and degradation to which the agricultural laborer is reduced, and it is only by such a rearrangement of this part of society that these enormous evils can ever be removed. Q. But will not these establishments tend to increase population, beyond the means of subsistence, too rapidly for the well-being of society? A. I have no apprehension whatever on this ground. Every agriculturist knows that each laborer now employed in agriculture can produce 5 or 6 times more food than he can eat, and therefore, even if no other facilities were given to him than those he now possesses, there is no necessity in nature for the population to press against subsistence, until the earth is fully cultivated. There can be no doubt that it is the artificial law of supply and demand, arising from the principles of individual gain in opposition to the general well-being of society, which has hitherto compelled population to press upon subsistence. The certain effect of acting on the principle of individual gain is, ever to limit the supply of food, in an average season, to a sufficiency, according to the customs of the times, for the existing inhabitants of the earth. Consequently, in a favorable season, and in proportion as the season may be favorable, there will be abundance of food, and it will be cheap, and, in an unfavorable season, in proportion as the season may be unfavorable, food will be scarce and dear, and famines will ensue. And yet, no one who understands anything practically on the subject can for a moment doubt that, at the period immediately preceding the most grievous famine ever known, the means existed, in ample profusion, to have enabled the population, under proper arrangements, had they possessed the knowledge to form them, to produce a stock of food amounting even to an excessive superabundance. Whatever may have been imagined by intelligent individuals, who have written and thought upon the subject, the annual increase of population is really 1 by 1, we know its utmost limit, it can be only, an arithmetical increase, whereas, each individual brings into the world with him the means, aided by the existing knowledge of science, and under proper direction, sufficient to enable him to produce food equal to more than 10 times his consumption. The fear, then, of any evil to arise from an excess of population, until such time as the whole earth shall become a highly cultivated garden, will, on due and accurate investigation, prove a mere phantom of the imagination, calculated solely to keep the world in unnecessary ignorance, vice, and crime, and to prevent society from becoming what it ought to be, well trained and instructed, and, under an intelligent system of mutual goodwill and kindness, active, virtuous, and happy, a system which might easily be created so as to pervade the whole of society, and extend through all its ramifications. Q. By thus altering the general habits and existing arrangements of the lower orders, would it not give an increased value to manual labor? A. My intention was to combine the means of accomplishing objects which appear to me to be inevitably required by the existing state of the country, and to prevent the violent derangement of society, arising from the distress and extreme demoralization which is hourly advancing and must go on till effectual and counteracting measures shall be adopted. I saw the poor and working classes surrounded by circumstances that necessarily entailed misery on them and their posterity, that if they were allowed to continue and proceed much longer, they would further demoralize and violently subvert the whole social system. To prevent this catastrophe, it becomes absolutely indispensable that their habits be changed, and this cannot be done without altering the existing arrangements with regard to them and to the rising generation. If the plan proposed shall be found to be much, nay, infinitely, more complete, in all its parts, and in its entire combination, than any hitherto suggested, and if it can be immediately and gradually introduced without causing the least shock to society, or prematurely disturbing existing institutions, then is the proper time arrived, then are the circumstances duly prepared, for its reception, and I feel a perfect confidence in saying, that however, through mistaken private interests, it may be attempted to retard it, it will be inevitably introduced, and firmly established, even against all opposition. It is, indeed, of that nature, that opposition will but hasten its adoption, and fix the principles more generally and deeply in and through society. The circumstances that have been silently, for nearly 20 years past, preparing for this end, are so far completed, as to answer all the purposes intended, and the future welfare of mankind, in this and also in other countries, may be considered secure, beyond the power of accident. Combined labor and expenditure, for a common object, among the working classes, with proper training and instruction for their offspring, and surrounded by the circumstances devised for the whole, will create and secure the present safety of society, the present and future comfort and happiness of the individuals, and the ultimate well-being of all. I may, therefore, confidently believe, that no combination of human powers can now be formed to prevent its permanent adoption. After having made this statement, it is necessary for me to add, that the knowledge I have acquired on this subject has been forced upon me by a long and extensive experience, which, under similar circumstances, would have been acquired by the generality of mankind. None, I believe not one, of the principles, have the least claim to originality. They have been repeatedly advocated and recommended by superior minds, from the earliest period of history. I have no claim even to priority in regard to the combinations of these principles in theory. This belongs, as far as I know, to John Bellers 11, who published them, and most ably recommended them to be adopted in practice, in the year 1696. Without any aid from actual experience, he has most distinctly shown how they might be applied to the improvement of society, according to the facts then known to exist, thus evincing that his mind had the power to contemplate a point extended 120 years beyond his contemporaries. His work appeared to be so curious and valuable, that on discovering it, I have had it reprinted, verbatim, in order to bind up with the papers I have written on the same subject. Whatever merit can be due to an individual for the original discovery of a plan that, in its consequences, is calculated to effect more substantial and permanent benefit to mankind than any ever yet perhaps contemplated by the human mind, it all belongs exclusively to John Bellers. Q. Is it then your decided opinion, that land, labor, and capital, may be employed under a new combination so as to produce more valuable results to all parties than they do at present? A. If I have derived any distinct knowledge by my long experience and extensive practice, I am enabled to say, with a confidence that fears no refutation, that any given quantity of land, labor, and capital, may be so combined as to support at least 4 times the present number of human beings, and in tenfold comfort that the same is maintained at present, under the existing practices in this country, and, of course, that the intrinsic value of land, labor, and capital, may be increased in the same proportion, that, consequently, we possess the most ample means to carry now, without loss of time, the prosperity of the country to a point it has not before attained, to a height that no country has ever yet experienced. If any parties suppose these to be mere assertions without sound foundation, or to be a visionary scheme derived from the regions of fancy, they will be mistaken, for they are the result of a patient and unwearied attention to discover accurate and practical data, and to try an endless variety of experiments, to enable me to draw correct conclusions, and thus bring the theories of learned men in their closets to the only test of truth. By thus proceeding I have been more and more satisfied of the errors of mere theories, and of the little real value they have hitherto been to mankind. I have no wish, however, that any more confidence should be placed in what I say, than to induce the public to give a fair trial to the plan. If I am in error, the loss and inconvenience, compared with the object, will be small, but if I am right, the public and the world will be gainers indeed. I ask nothing for myself, and, except goodwill and the interchange of kind and friendly offices, I will not accept anything from any party. I merely ask to be permitted to relieve the poor and working classes from their present distress, and to render an essential service to the wealthy and to all the higher classes. I am, therefore, desirous that competent persons of business should be named to investigate all the details which I have to propose, knowing, as I do from experience, that this is the only practical measure that can be adopted to enable the public to comprehend a subject so extensive and important as this will ultimately prove to be. Q. On the supposition that the plan may be unexceptionable in all its parts, how can it be carried into execution, as far as relates to the poor who receive parochial aid? A. First, by passing an Act of Parliament to nationalize the poor. Secondly, by borrowing, from time to time, on the national security, sufficient sums to build these villages, and to prepare the land for cultivation, the government holding security upon these establishments until both interest and capital shall be paid, by which means the whole process would be straightforward, equitable, and just to all the parties, and the country would enable the government to carry it into execution, without opposition from any interested party. July 26, after closing the above on Thursday morning, the 24th INST, I little expected that before it was ready for publication, two events were to arise, sufficiently important to render a narrative of the one useful, and an explanation to the other necessary. Such events, however, have occurred. That which is useful is so valuable and interesting, that I lose not a moment in making it known. Fortunately, it admits not of a difference of opinion, it comprises simple matter of fact, that may be seen and investigated by everyone who will devote time to visit the principal prisons in the metropolis. Having heard from various quarters what highly beneficial effects had been produced by Mrs. Fry, of St. Mildred's Court, Poultry, among the female prisoners in Newgate, I yesterday, by previous appointment, accompanied that lady, and was conducted by her through all the apartments of the prison occupied by the unfortunate females of every description. I shall not easily, if ever, forget the impressions I experienced, they were of a mixed and very opposite nature. In passing from room to room we were met in every instance, with kind looks and the most evident feelings of affection in every prisoner towards Mrs. Fry. Not a feature in the countenance of any, however hardened they might have been on entering the prison, that did not evince, in stronger expression than language can define, their love and admiration for what she had done for them. With an alacrity and pleasure that would be commended in the best trained children in attending to parental requests, they were ready and willing to comply with her advice. It was evidently a heartfelt consolation to these poor creatures to know her wishes, that they might show their gratitude by an immediate compliance with them. She spoke in manner and voice the language of confidence, kindness, and commiseration, to each, and she was replied to in such accordant feelings as are, and ever will be, produced in human beings, whenever they shall be spoken to and treated thus rationally. On quitting the prison the eyes of all were directed towards her, until she was no longer in their sight. The apartments and the persons of the prisoners were clean and neat. Order, regularity, decency, and almost cheerful content, pervaded the whole of these heretofore miserable and degraded wretches. With the constant habit, for years, of reading the mind in the countenance among the lower classes, I could not discover, throughout the numerous apartments we visited, one line of feature that denoted any inclination to resist, in the slightest degree, Mrs. Fry's wishes, but, on the contrary, the looks and manner of each female prisoner strongly indicated a full acquiescence in this new government of well-directed kindness. The only regret I heard expressed was by those who were unemployed, that they had no work. All who had something to do were far more cheerful than I had previously supposed human beings could be in the situation, with the accommodation and under the circumstances here described. We next proceeded to the female school, and, on our entering, every eye was fixed on their benefactress. The little girls, children of the prisoners and convicts, looked on her as human creatures might be imagined to look upon beings of a superior, intelligent, and beneficent nature. They were all clean and neat, and some of their countenances very interesting. The school was in excellent order, and appeared to be under good management. I could not avoid contrasting the present with the former situation of all these poor unfortunates. What a change must they have experienced! From filth, bad habits, vice, crime, from the depth of degradation and wretchedness, to cleanliness, good habits, and comparative comfort and cheerfulness. Had not experience long made known to me the simplicity and certain effects of the principles which had here been carried into practice, I might have been led to inquire what profound statesmen had been here? What large sums had been expended? How many years of active and steady perseverance had been necessary to accomplish this extraordinary improvement, which has foiled even the British government and legislature to effect during the centuries they have existed? And what would have been my astonishment at the simple narrative which was told me? That this change, from the depth of misery to the state described, was effected by Mrs. Fry and a few benevolent individuals of the Society of Friends, in 3 months, without any increased expense, and with feelings of high gratification to herself. We left the female side of the prison, and passed on to the rooms, courts, etc., occupied by the males. We went first to the boys' court, and found the school, which was formed at Mrs. Fry's request, had been just dismissed. The person acting as master asked if he should muster the boys, to which she consented, and it was instantly done. What a melancholy sight did they offer! A collection of boys and youths with scarcely the appearance of human beings in their countenances, the most evident sign that the government to which they belong had not performed any part of its duty towards them. For instance, there was one boy, only 16 years of age, double-ironed. Here a great crime has been committed, and a severe punishment has been inflicted, which under a system of proper training and prevention would not have taken place. My Lord Sidmouth will forgive me, for he knows I intend no personal offence. His dispositions are known to be mild and amiable, but the chief civil magistrate of the country, in such case, is far more guilty than the boy, and, in strict justice, if a system of coercion and punishment be rational and necessary, he ought rather to have been double-ironed, and in the place of the boy. The Secretary of State for the Home Department has long had the power, and ought to have used it, to give that boy, and every other boy in the empire, better habits, and to place them under circumstances that would train them to become moral. We left these boys, and visited the men who were yet to be tried, those who had been tried, and others under sentence of death. Everything on this side of the prison was most revolting to common sense and human feelings, but it serves to exhibit the contrast between the practice that results, and ever will result, from acting upon rational and irrational principles. I wish the members of government would now investigate these extraordinary facts. If they were to inspect them, with this benevolent female, I am sure they would learn the principles which have guided her practice, and adopt them in all their future measures. They would then enjoy only the highest satisfaction. It was admitted by the attendants of the prison, that a few months ago the women were more depraved than the men are now. They were both pronounced to be irreclaimable, but the state of the females has been entirely changed, and that in the short space of 3 months. Notwithstanding this fact, the men are still pronounced to be irreclaimable. Blame, however, is by no means to be attached to any of the attendants of the prison, who appear inclined to do their duty as far as they have received instructions. Let ministers attend here, and they will discover that the most powerful instruments of government have hitherto been dormant in their hands and in those of their predecessors. If they will study the subject as it deserves to be studied, and afterwards make a proper use of their power, in legislating on the principle of prevention, under the influence of a persevering well-directed kindness, the distress of the country will be found to vanish, the ignorance, poverty, and misery of the lower classes to disappear, as though it were by a miracle, and they would then look in vain for disaffection, discontent, or opposition to any of their measures. The present period is, of all others, the best adapted to introduce the change, and every circumstance now imperiously calls for its commencement. I would here rivet the attention of the world. It has been said that there are numerous difficulties in training children to good habits and right conduct, even previous to their having received any contrary bias, but here is a proof that the most deep-rooted and long-continued habits of depravity may be easily and speedily overcome by a system of kindness, which, when properly directed and persevered in, no human beings have ever yet been found long inclined to resist. This principle, when it shall be well understood and rightly acted upon, will effect more for the substantial happiness of mankind, than all the moral and religious systems that have ever yet, at any period, or in any country, been forced upon the human mind. Hitherto the world has been tormented by useless talking, by much speaking, all of which has proved to be of no avail. Henceforward, acting will render precepts unnecessary, and, in future, systems for the government of mankind will be estimated and valued by their effects in practice only. I must now refer to that which is necessary. Immediately before and after the late meeting at the George and Vulture, I discovered that some secret emissaries were at work to counteract my progress by insinuations of various kinds, which evidently produced the effect intended on the minds of some who had previously expressed themselves favorable to my plan. All this was very natural. No ordinary individual could attack the errors and prejudices of mankind, as I have done, without encountering, at each step, opposition of every description. When the weapons used in this warfare, however unfair and illegitimate they may have been, were directed against the individual only, they were disregarded. I cared, and I do still care, as little for the individual as any of his opponents did or can. I make him, as they shall now be made, an instrument to forward measures for our mutual and the general benefit. He has been hitherto so employed, without regard to his vanity or self-consequence of any kind, and until the object shall be effectually secured, he shall continue to be so employed. But as the absurd and ridiculous insinuations now set afloat are intended to retard the work I have undertaken, they must be met, and they have determined the next step that I shall adopt, and about which I was deliberating. It is, that a public meeting shall be held at the City of London Tavern, on Thursday, the 14th day of August, to take into consideration a plan to be proposed to relieve the country from its present distress, to remoralize the poor, reduce the poor's rate, and abolish pauperism and all its injurious consequences. At that meeting I invite those parties, and any others whom they can enlist in their cause, to come forward and make everything they have to say against me publicly known. I wish to gratify them to the utmost of their desires, and as they may not possess all the requisites for the purpose, I will give them the clue by which they may pursue and discover all the errors of my past life. I was born in Newtown, Montgomeryshire, left it, and came to London, when about 10 years of age. Soon after went to Mr. James Mgafog, of Stamford in Lincolnshire, where I remained upwards of 3 years, returned to town, and was a short time with Messrs. Flint and Palmer, London Bridge. I went afterwards to Manchester, and was some time with Mr. John Sattersfield, whom I left, while yet a boy, to commence business on a limited scale in making machinery and spinning cotton, part of the time in partnership with Mr. Jones, and part on my own account. Afterwards I undertook to manage the spinning establishments of the late Mr. Drinkwater of Manchester, at the latter place and at Northwich in Cheshire, in which occupation I remained 3 or 4 years. I then formed a partnership to carry on a cotton spinning business with Messrs. Molson and Scarth of Manchester, built the Chorlton Mills, and commenced a new firm, under the designation of the Chorlton Twist Company, along with Messrs. Borodale and Atkinson, of London, and Messrs. H. and J. Barton and Co., of Manchester. Some time afterwards we purchased the mills and establishments at New Lanark, where I have been before the public for 18 years past, and I am now 46 years old. Here is a clue to my whole life for any parties who may wish to make use of it, not because the conduct of the individual, whether it has been the best or the worst, can alter one tittle of the truth or falsehood of the principles and practices for which I contend. These stand solely on their own foundation, and will ultimately resist the shock of ages, nor because he has acted better, or with more wisdom, than the average of persons at the same time of life, and under the same circumstances. For he has never, in a single instance, set any value on himself, or on any of his actions, but because I wish that everything which can be said against the individual may be urged by those who are desirous so to do, in order to have done with these trifling and insignificant personalities, and that I may proceed onward to the accomplishment of that which is of real practical utility. Let them, therefore, at such public meeting, bring forward every saying and action of mine that has displeased them. I only ask that the attack shall be fair, open, and direct, it shall then be met, and it shall be overcome. In the meantime, I ask no favor, let them be industrious, and be prepared to secure all the success at which they aim. I shall not ask for, or accept, any quarter. My purposes have been long fixed, and my determination is, not to give any quarter to the errors and evils of the existing systems, civil, political, and religious, until they shall become so obvious, that their removal shall be desired by all parties, even by those who now feel the strongest interest in, and inclination to support them. The Rubicon is passed, and the public will soon experience the beneficial consequences. Robert Owen. P.S. A more complete view of the plan, accompanied by perspective drawings and a full detail of all its practical advantages, will be shortly submitted to the public. A sketch of some of the errors and evils arising from the past and present state of society, with an explanation of some of the peculiar advantages to be derived from the arrangement of the unemployed working classes into agricultural and manufacturing villages of unity and mutual cooperation, limited to a population of from 500 to 1,500 persons. London, August 7, 1817. Mr. Editor. Sir, strict justice to the public renders it necessary that my sentiments and views should be fully and fairly before it, prior to the meeting to be held at the City of London Tavern, at 12 o'clock, on Thursday next, the 14th instant. Your early insertion, therefore, of the following, will confer a favor on, Sir, your obliged. R. Owen. 49, Charlotte Street, Portland Place. To enable the public more easily to comprehend the subject, it is necessary to begin with first principles. The object of all human exertions is to be happy. Happiness cannot be attained, enjoyed, and secured, unless all men possess health, real knowledge, and wealth. Hitherto health and real knowledge have been neglected for the attainment of wealth and other exclusive individual objects, but which, when acquired, even in the greatest profusion, have been, and ever will be, found to destroy happiness. The world is now saturated with wealth, with inexhaustible means of still increasing it, and yet misery abounds. Such at this moment is the actual state of human society. No arrangement, proceeding from a defined intention to attain an object of desire, could be worse devised than that which is now in practice throughout all the nations of the earth. Immense, invaluable energies, competent with ease to procure everything beneficial to humanity, lie waste, or are so misdirected as to defeat the object of all their wishes. The world, however, is now amply supplied with the means to stop the current of human folly, to call those dormant powers into action, and to give a right straightforward direction to all the energies of man. The means are wanted to give health, real knowledge, and wealth, to all men. The means surround us, are at our instant disposal, and exist in a superfluity of abundance, yet the great mass of the world is in the depth of ignorance, without the comforts of life. A large proportion of them are in want of a sufficiency of food, subject to every privation, and are to be found at this hour in the midst of almost inconceivable distress and wretchedness. Is the change then from the one state to the other difficult? Are there any insurmountable obstacles in the way, to prevent the accomplishment of that which is so desirable? On the contrary, extraordinary as it may seem, the change will be most easy. No difficulty or obstacle of magnitude will be found in the whole progress. The world knows and feels the existing evil, it will look at the new order of things proposed, approve, will the change, and it is done. Who, or what, shall now prevent man from being well trained, instructed, and productively employed? Who, or what, shall now prevent him from being so trained, instructed, and employed, amidst every comfort and enjoyment, when it shall be proved, even to demonstration, that all, without a single exception, shall be essentially benefited by the change? To proceed systematically in the subject, it is necessary here to state what man is by nature, what he has been made by the previous circumstances which have surrounded him, and afterwards to show what he may be made by surrounding him with new circumstances, all of which are now at the control of society. Man, then, is born with combined propensities and qualities, differing in degree of power and in combination, sufficient to create through life individuality and distinctness of person and character. But however much the power and combination of these propensities and qualities may differ in individuals at birth, they may be also directed by subsequent circumstances, as to be made to form general characters, and these characters to be of the most opposite nature, even to be made entirely irrational or rational. The progress shall now be slightly traced, as well as the means, by which the first has been completely effected, and a hasty sketch shall also be given, by which the last may with equal certainty be accomplished. In every known region of the earth, up to the present hour, man has been compelled from infancy to acquire the peculiar notions of some sect, some class, some party, and of some country. In consequence, each individual has been surrounded by 4 dense atmospheres of error and prejudice, and through which he must look at every object around him. These mental atmospheres vary materially in different countries, but in all they are so dense, that each object becomes distorted or indistinct. None of them, in any country, or by a single individual, can yet be seen in their just proportions, and, in consequence, nature has hitherto been hidden from man. Throughout all past ages a limited number of individuals on various spots of the earth have been surrounded with atmospheres, the shades of which have been more or less differently combined, and each of these combinations has presented to the individual within its influence a particular distortion of all the objects of nature peculiar to itself. When individuals thus differently surrounded happen to meet and converse together, they soon discover that they do not see objects alike, and, wholly unconscious of the real cause of difference between them, an opposition of feeling, as well as of seeing, is created, extending from a slight degree of dislike, to anger, hatred, revenge, death, and destruction in every form and shape. Hence, from differences of opinion on notions of sect, arise the evils and miseries of human life, which, more than all the other atmospheres, of class, party, and of country, has in every age separated man from man, and made him a wretched and degraded being. The several atmospheres of class have also created various feelings of strong separation among men, and have essentially tended to increase their irrationality and their misery. The atmospheres of party and of country have been equally injurious. They have, even until now, compelled man to remain a stranger to his fellows. A combination of every conceivable degree of ignorance, weakness, and inconsistency, has been the natural consequence of men's actions during such a state of existence. All the past and present institutions of the world are a proof of the ever-changing insanity with which the human mind has been enveloped. The result of each change, under these circumstances, has disappointed the fondest hopes and the most sanguine expectations, and while the circumstances are permitted to remain, folly alone will expect any other result, from any change whatever, except their entire removal. Happiness is not one jot nearer the grasp of a single individual now, than it was at the period when we have the first records of man. Born in ignorance, he imagined first, and he has ever since been systematically taught, that he himself created the motives for his own actions. His mind has been formed on this base, it has been, and is now, the very foundation of his thoughts. It has been combined into all the associations of his ideas, and only doubt, disorder, and confusion of intellect could follow. It was truly said, that before man could be wise and happy, his mind must be born again, that is, it must be discharged of all the inconsistent associations which have been formed within it, the foundation must be laid anew, and a superstructure raised of just and useful proportions, consistent in each and in all its parts, and such as shall please, gratify, and delight the eye of all beholders, that shall bear the test of the most scientific investigations, and through all future ages shall satisfy each mind as it advances, well trained and formed, to maturity, that it is the abode of happiness proceeding from correct conduct, under the guidance of the best intelligence and the soundest wisdom. Man is born in ignorance, and from his birth he is surrounded with the errors of some sect, some class, frequently of some party, and always of some country. He is consequently rendered ignorant of himself, of his fellow creatures, and of nature. The seeds of disunion and separation are deeply and extensively sown during infancy and childhood. He is individualized, and made openly or covertly, to oppose every other human being. His natural wishes are to press onward towards happiness, but he is strongly and successfully opposed by the multitudes around him, and by the ignorantly devised institutions of society. As he advances to youth and manhood, the soil into which the seeds of disunion and separation have been put, is cultivated with the greatest care, and every conceivable means are adopted to cherish the plants, ensure their growth, and secure a plentiful crop. Such care and culture cannot fail of success. Opposition to his natural feelings, and to all his exertions to attain happiness, brings forth in due time an abundant harvest of discontent, dislikes, and displeasure, envy, hatred, revenge, and all the evil passions, and at length he becomes intimately involved in all the irrationality which must inevitably arise from such a mode of training and culture. He is compelled to be insincere, and this circumstance alone will destroy human happiness. Were any individual to speak the truth within either of these deranging atmospheres of the human intellect, he would at once be termed a fool and a madman. His finest feelings, his highest intellectual powers, and his best energies, must lie waste, or be so misdirected as to produce evil continually. Such is a just and accurate outline of man as he has been made, as he is made, under all the past and present systems. Were I now to descend to particulars, to give a faithful representation in detail of the errors, inconsistencies, and of the miseries which arise from the existing arrangements of society throughout all its parts, the public mind would be too suddenly enlightened for its own good. Ignorant and untrained as it yet is, it would not retain the requisite patience to allow the change to be gradually effected, to proceed only as speedily as practical measures will admit. It would too eagerly press forward to seize the good which in due time shall be certainly placed within its grasp, and by such overhaste it would injure and destroy many in its course. In effecting this change, and where is the existing mind that can yet comprehend its magnitude? It is my most ardent wish, my anxious desire, that the least possible irritation should be created, that it should be accomplished without any real injury to a human being. Those who possess comprehension of mind and some practical knowledge of the existing state of society will understand the purport of this language, and will of course act accordingly. Yes, my friends, full of folly, inconsistency, and wretchedness, as all the existing systems are, they must not be touched by ill-informed and rude hands. A single premature or ill-advised step, were it now to be taken, might retard our best-founded hopes, and deprive some generations yet to come of that happiness which otherwise we and our children shall surely enjoy in no inconsiderable degree. Allay, therefore, your present irritations, do not urge forward any ill-digested, or rather undigested, plans of premature reform, yet attend, with all your powers of earnestness, to the proceedings which are about to commence, and in the shortest possible time for your own good and for the benefit of posterity, you shall be relieved from the existing miseries, you shall be put in possession of all the comfort and enjoyment that can be advantageous to human beings. To accomplish, however, this great end, without injury to anyone, it is absolutely necessary that all the existing institutions should be supported, for a time, as they are, to enable them to protect, and beneficially to direct and control, the mighty change which is coming rapidly upon us and upon all nations, from which it is utterly impossible for us to escape, and from which, when it shall be properly understood, not one of us shall desire to escape. On the contrary, one and all of us will hail it as the harbinger of whatever is good for individual man, and advantageous for him in his social capacity. When right principles are acted upon, it is, and ever will be, unnecessary to deceive the public. The truth may be told for or against any national impressions with advantage to every just cause, and this course shall be now adopted. The present governing powers of Europe and America, with a few unimportant exceptions, are not in reality opposed to the practical improvement of society. They wish its advance, and, When they shall fully understand how this can be effected, they will not withhold their active assistance. The ministers of this country, and I know them well, do not possess sufficient energies and practical knowledge to lead the public mind as it now ought to be led, and their political opponents possess still less useful, practical, knowledge. Statesmen in all countries have yet to learn the principles of the science that will enable them to govern states so as to make themselves and the people happy. But our ministers possess kind and amiable dispositions, and a real desire to ameliorate the condition of all ranks. I have for 5 years put their patience, their tempers, and their inclinations, to a test which cannot deceive me, and although it is correctly true that they do not possess the requisites to lead the national mind into new and untried, but absolutely necessary, improvement, for this they leave to others, yet it is my belief that many of them are sincerely willing and desirous to go with and accompany the public in that course, whenever the public shall be duly prepared and provided for the journey. They are now as conscious as any other class in society, that the way in which they find themselves fast advancing is the high road to confusion and misery. And here, as I am anxious that not one of my motives should be misunderstood, it is necessary to say, that when in a preceding publication I stated that it would be more just for the Secretary of State for the Home Department to be double-ironed and in Newgate, rather than the poor boy, 16 years of age, who from his birth had been neglected by society, although this statement was then, as it is now, the genuine expression of my feelings and judgment, yet it was not in any degree intended to wound the feelings of my Lord Sidmouth. Some part of the public, it seems, has supposed otherwise, although his lordship could not mistake my meaning. I have received numberless marks of kindness and attention from him. I have at this moment a lively impression of the urbanity of his manners, and it is but justice to him to say, that he readily gave his assistance to Mrs. Fry, to enable her to proceed with her good work among the female prisoners in Newgate. Still, however, the Secretary of State for the Home Department is pursuing, and for some time to come I fear must pursue, a course which creates, in its consequences, more cruelty and injustice than may be obvious to him and many others, and therefore, notwithstanding I feel a real regard for the individual, I must oppose, with all my powers, the errors of the system under which he acts, and I hope the time is not far distant when he also will lend his utmost ministerial aid to introduce a better. Of the existing systems I trust it is unnecessary for me now to say more, than that I consider them wretched indeed. But, bad as they are, they must be protected until a better shall be actually in practice. We will now view man under the new circumstances in which he is about to be placed. In the new, as under the old, he will be born in ignorance. He will be trained from earliest infancy to acquire only kind and benevolent dispositions. He will be taught facts only. These will enable him very early in life to understand clearly how his own character and the character of his fellow creatures have been formed and are forming. He will thus be secured from being enveloped by any of the evil and demoralizing atmospheres with which every man yet born has been surrounded. No circumstances will exist to compel him to acquire feelings of disunion and separation from any other human being. On the contrary, his heart will be open to receive, and his hand ready to assist, each of his fellow creatures, whatever may be his sect, his class, his party, his country, or his color. Anger, hatred, and revenge, will have no place on which to rest. The pabulum on which all the evil passions fed, will no longer exist. Unity and mutual cooperation, to any extent, will become easy of execution, and the common practice of all. Men will soon read their past history, only to retain a remembrance of the errors and inconsistencies from whence they emerged, and to compare the happiness around them with the misery of former times. Look now at the drawing exhibited, and compare the scenes which it but faintly represents, with the situation of the existing poor and working classes in the manufacturing towns, and yet the expense and trouble of the latter are tenfold those of the one represented. We will very hastily and slightly sketch the contrast. In the manufacturing towns, the poor and working classes now usually live in garrets or cellars, within narrow lanes or confined courts. In the proposed villages, the poor and working classes will live in dwellings formed into a large square, rendered in every way convenient, and usefully ornamented. In the manufacturing towns, they are surrounded with dirt, enveloped in smoke, and have seldom a pleasant object on which to fix their eye. In the proposed villages, they will be surrounded by gardens, have abundance of space in all directions to keep the air healthy and pleasant, they will have walks and plantations before them, within the square, and well-cultivated grounds, kept in good order around, as far as the eye can reach. In the manufacturing towns, parents are oppressed with anxiety to secure the means of subsistence for themselves and children. In the proposed villages, in consequence of the principle of mutual cooperation being understood and practiced to its full extent, the necessaries and comforts of life are enjoyed by all in abundance. In the manufacturing towns, each family has the care and trouble of going to market to supply their individual wants, and under every disadvantage. In the proposed villages, the same trouble will provide for 1,000 as is now required for one family, and all articles will be procured on the best terms. In the manufacturing towns, each family must have domestic arrangements for cooking, etc., and one person must be wholly occupied in preparing provisions, etc., for a family of ordinary numbers. In the proposed villages, the best provisions will be cooked in the best manner, under arrangements that will enable 5 or 6 individuals to prepare provisions for 1,000. In the manufacturing towns, the parents must toil from 10 to 16 hours in the day to procure the wretched subsistence which they obtain for themselves and children, and very often under circumstances the most unfavorable to health and natural enjoyments. In the proposed villages, the parents will be healthfully and pleasantly occupied not more than 8 hours in the day. In the manufacturing towns, in bad times, and which frequently occur, the parties experience a distress not easily to be described. In the proposed villages, no bad time can occur from a change of markets, or from any commercial uncertainties, as the parties will always have a plentiful stock of all things necessary. In the manufacturing towns, in cases of sickness, every evil takes place among these individualized beings. In the proposed villages, in the event of sickness, the utmost attention and care will be experienced, everyone, both from principle and interest, will be active and have pleasure in rendering the situation of the invalid as comfortable as possible. In the manufacturing towns, the early death of parents leaves the children orphans, and subject to every evil. In the proposed villages, the early death of parents leaves the children in all respects well provided for and protected. In the manufacturing towns, the children are usually sickly, and, as well as their parents, ill-clothed. In the proposed villages, the children will be ruddy and healthy, and, as well as their parents, neat, clean, and properly clothed. In the manufacturing towns, the young children are much neglected, and hourly acquire bad habits. In the proposed villages, the children will be well looked after, prevented from acquiring bad, and taught good, habits. In the manufacturing towns, the education of the children is neglected. In the proposed villages, the children are well trained and well informed. In the manufacturing towns, the children sent early in life to some one trade or manufacture, usually of a very unhealthy nature, and at which they must attend from 10 to 16 hours per day. In the proposed villages, the children gradually instructed in gardening, agriculture, and some trade or manufacture, and only employed according to age and strength. In the manufacturing towns, the children trained under ignorant persons, possessing many bad habits. In the proposed villages, the children will be trained by intelligent persons, possessing only good habits. In the manufacturing towns, scolding, coercion, and punishments are the usual instruments of training. In the proposed villages, kindness and good sense will be the only instruments of training. To proceed with the contrast would be endless, the mind of the reader will easily supply the remainder, suffice it therefore to say that the manufacturing towns are the abode of poverty, vice, crime, and misery, while the proposed villages will ever be the abode of abundance, active intelligence, correct conduct, and happiness. Address delivered at the City of London Tavern, on Thursday, August 14, 1817. In consequence of the following advertisement, namely, a public meeting will be held at the City of London Tavern, on Thursday, 14th of August next, when those interested in the subject will consider a plan to relieve the country from its present distress, to remoralize the lower orders, reduce the poor's rate, and gradually abolish pauperism, with all its degrading and injurious consequences. A meeting was accordingly held, at which Mr. Owen delivered the following address. It is not to gratify a weak and useless vanity that I am here today. I appear before you to perform a solemn and most important duty. Popularity and future fame I value not, neither of them appear to me of any estimation whatever. The only personal motive that influences my conduct is a desire, which disease and death alone can overcome, to see you and my fellow creatures everywhere in the actual enjoyment of the happiness which, in the utmost profusion, nature has prepared for our acceptance. Had wisdom been given to the world, it would have perceived long ago, during all the ages which have passed, that this ever sought for boon, this gift beyond the means and power of wealth to purchase, has ever been at the world's disposal, even for the least regarded of all the human beings who have lived. But, in whatever profusion the means of happiness have been shed around us, ignorance has veiled them from our sight, enveloped them securely within an atmosphere of the grossest errors, so dense and well guarded from every bold adventurer, that even the experience of time itself could not heretofore penetrate through all its shades. This dominion of thick darkness, however, protected as it was by myriads of hydras of every appalling shape and aspect, has at length been passed. Experience laid her plans deep in former ages, persevered in her righteous course, without fatigue, misgiving, or one moment's relaxation, proceeded while her opponents slept, and silently crept on when they were inattentive to her movements. Difficult, intricate, and dangerous as was each step in advance, she at length, to the astonishment and confusion of her foes, attained the outward barriers. All the powers of darkness were instantly in portentous movement, and preparing to inflict vengeance on this audacious intruder. Experience, however, the parent of true wisdom and real knowledge, therefore wise and determined in all her measures, having till now hidden her might and majesty from their sight, suddenly displayed her all-efficient mirror of truth, burnished to such divine brilliancy, that when beheld by the whole host of darkness, they shrunk astounded from its piercing light, which instantly struck them to the heart. They fled, overwhelmed with despair, and are even now rapidly hastening, in every direction, to quit our abodes forever, and leave us in the full enjoyment of perfect unity, real virtue, permanent peace, and substantial happiness. It is, my friends, under the banners of this successful leader, Experience, that I this day wish to enlist you. Be not alarmed at this proposal. I shall even now proceed one step further, having been previously tutored by this unerring instructress, and I now say to you, that on this day, which will be stamped indelibly on the memory of future time, you shall be compelled to join the standard of experience, and hereafter you will be unable to swerve from your allegiance to it. The rule and sway of this leader will prove to you so just and equitable, that no oppression shall be known, no cries of hunger and distress shall be heard in her streets. The prisons raised by ignorance and superstition shall have their doors always open, and their instruments of punishment shall be reserved as her legitimate trophies of victory. Under the unerring laws of experience you shall make such physical and intellectual advances, you shall all be so well trained, instructed, and employed, usefully, pleasantly, and advantageously, for yourselves and others, that no motive will be left within you to desert your righteous cause. Nay, each of you will, ere long, rather suffer any death whatever, than be forced for a moment from her all-attractive and ever-delightful service. And, by thus acting, the world will speedily be relieved from the overwhelming mental slavery in which it has heretofore been held fast-bound. We will now quit the language of metaphor, and attend closely and accurately to what facts may say, and they will speak a language so interesting to each, and so important to all, that they will merit your most fixed and earnest attention. Listen to what they say of our distress and misery, and of the practicable means by which only that distress and misery may be removed. They say, and whenever doubts exist they are always ready to advance proof, that the Empire of Great Britain and Ireland is now in greater misery, distress, and wretchedness, than, in reality, it has been known to be for centuries past. That, whatever specious appearance of improvement may at this moment exist, the real distress and demoralization of the country is going on, and will rapidly proceed until the causes which create both shall be removed, and until they shall be replaced by other causes of a quite opposite nature. That the United Empire of Great Britain and Ireland never in any former period possessed such an excess of superabundant means to relieve the whole of the population from this misery, degradation, and danger. That from the governing powers of the country no rational means have ever yet been proposed to give a permanent and substantial relief to the thousands who are now pining in want, and whose dwellings are the unnecessary abode of every species of afflicting wretchedness. That without other aid they do not possess sufficient power and practical knowledge of the subject to enable them to make a proper use of the means with which the country superabounds to relieve its inhabitants from their ignorance and vice, whence all the existing evils have arisen. That this aid of power and practical knowledge can alone be given by the public voice, expressed distinctly and clearly, by the reflecting, most intelligent, and best cultivated part of the community in their several local districts. And facts also prove, that the public voice should declare to the following effect. 1. That a country can never be beneficially wealthy while it supports a large portion of the working classes in idle poverty or in useless occupation. 2. That partial information and poverty, without any training but the worst that can be imagined, must demoralize the inhabitants of any country. 3. That such population, when surrounded by gin shops, low pot-houses, and every temptation to public gambling, must necessarily become either imbecile and useless, or vicious, criminal, and dangerous. 4. That strong coercion, and severe, cruel, and unjust punishment, must necessarily follow. 5. That discontent, disaffection, and every kind of opposition to the governing powers, must consequently ensue. 6. That while these incentives to everything vile, criminal, and wicked, shall be permitted and encouraged by the government, it is downright mockery of common sense to talk about religion, and of improving the condition and morals of the poor and working classes. 7. That to talk and act thus is a weak and silly attempt to deceive the public, that the public is not now deceived by it, and that hereafter such inconsistent and unmeaning jargon will not deceive anyone. 8. That, to expect any national improvement while these and similar circumstances are permitted to remain, exhibits as much wisdom and foreknowledge as to wait for the drying of the ocean while all the rivers of the earth are continually pouring their streams into its waters. 9. That to remove these evils, and to introduce good habits, valuable intellect, and permanent happiness, the large accumulated masses of poverty, vice, crime, misery, and pernicious habits, must be gradually separated, divided into manageable portions, and distributed over the country. 10. That to succeed in ameliorating the condition of the lower orders, and of society generally, it is absolutely requisite that means should be devised to well train, instruct, and advantageously employ, every child that shall be born among the working classes, and to give them all the necessaries and beneficial comforts of life. 11. That such arrangements should be formed as would enable the working classes to attain all these blessings by their own labor, temperately exerted under the government of mild and equitable laws, that would admit an increase of freedom in proportion to the improved moral conduct and intellectual acquirements of the great body of the people. 12. That the experience and means now exist to form those arrangements, without creating one particle of injury to a single individual, but, on the contrary, each one, from the most oppressed and degraded of the human race, to the highest ruler of states, shall be essentially and permanently benefited by the change. And facts farther declare that the learned inexperienced men of the present times are wrong when they imagine that pauperism will be created, increased, and perpetuated by the plans now to be submitted to the public for the abolition of poverty, vice, and crime. I feel myself, however, greatly indebted to these gentlemen, for bringing before the public every objection that acute and intelligent minds can suggest. My wish is that the whole subject should be so investigated and scrutinized that not one of its immediate effects, or most remote consequences, should be hidden from the world. It shall withstand the full blaze of the most intense and steady light, or I shall not be found its defender. I say it, however, with the confidence fearless of any opposition, having a distinct and accurate knowledge of all parts of this extensively combined subject before me, that it will bear the test of this trial, that after each proof to which it can be put, even by its most powerful opposers, it will be more and more purified from the misconceptions of ignorance, and will present itself, as future ages will find it, consistent and complete for all the purposes for which it was devised. I would here beg leave to ask these gentlemen, if to train a child carefully and well, from earliest infancy, be a likely means to create, increase, and perpetuate pauperism. If to instruct a child in an accurate and correct knowledge of facts, be a likely means to create, increase, and perpetuate pauperism. If to give a child health, kind and benevolent dispositions, other good habits, and an active cheerful industry, be a likely means to create, increase, and perpetuate pauperism. If, among the working classes, to instruct each male in the practice and knowledge of gardening, of agriculture, and in at least some one other trade, manufacture, or occupation, if to instruct each female in the best method of treating infants and training children, in all the usual domestic arrangements to make themselves and others comfortable, in the practice and knowledge of gardening, and in some one useful, light, and healthy manufacture, I ask, if all or any of these parts of the plan be a likely means to create, increase, and perpetuate pauperism. If to remove the causes of ignorance, anger, revenge, and every evil passion, be a likely means to create, increase, and perpetuate pauperism. If to train the whole population of a country to be temperate, industrious, and moral, be a likely means to create, increase, and perpetuate pauperism. If to unite in cordial union and mutual cooperation, without one feeling of distrust on the part of any, be a likely means to create, increase, and perpetuate pauperism. If to increase the wealth of the world fourfold, perhaps tenfold, not improbably 100-fold, be a likely means to create, increase, and perpetuate pauperism. But I might proceed to ask these gentlemen many other questions, and to which, perhaps, they would not make so ready a reply as to those now put. One, however, shall suffice. How do they propose to relieve the people from the ignorance, distress, and immorality, with which the country abounds, and which, if not speedily checked, must soon overwhelm all ranks in one general scene of confusion, disorder, and ruin? I know they have no reply to make, founded on any sound practical knowledge of the subject. I should have been delighted beyond anything which I can now find language to express, to discover that the government, the legislature, or any parties in the country, had possessed the requisite knowledge and practical experience to remove the physical and mental evils under which we and other nations are now suffering. I, patiently and calmly, for years, sought for this knowledge among the most intelligent, enlightened, and experienced of all classes, sects, and parties, in the state. I neglected no source whatever, from whence it appeared to me possible to derive the information required. While thousands of my fellow creatures were most unnecessarily pining in want, and their offspring hourly wasting away before their eyes, I anxiously attended to the proceedings of both committees 12 of Parliament to learn if help was near. Soon, however, to my mortification, I discovered that the knowledge and experience necessary to enable them to comprehend this subject, in its various parts, and in its entire connection, did not in any degree exist among them. They speedily involved themselves in a heterogeneous mass of particulars, admirably calculated to confound their intellects, and to disappoint every hope of the country. My duty now compels me to say, that were they to proceed thus for a century, they would continue in the dark, and remain incompetent to pass one rational legislative act on this vital subject to the well-being of the empire. With such knowledge before me, and as distinctly before my mental vision as you are now to my sight, could I remain a quiet, inactive observer? Ought I to have held my tongue, and been mute, in deference to unmeaning forms and customs? Nay, with the knowledge permitted me to acquire, should I not have been the most criminal of all human beings, if, regarding any personal considerations whatever, I had not attempted to make the still small voice of truth heard among my fellow men? It has gone forth, like the dove from the ark, never more to return. This truth will not rest in its progress until it has visited and pervaded all parts of the earth, and its influence will dispel and destroy every pestilential vapor, and whatever is noxious and evil, and, my friends, it will thus render our country, and all countries, a fit abode for rational beings. But, my friends, before this period can arrive, you have much to unlearn, much to learn. This change in your proceedings is not to be, cannot be, created by magic. It can be effected only gradually, by individual steps, by correct principles being carried into actual practice, by imperfect attempts at first, until experience shall point out that which is better and more beneficial. I have been long aware, I have so stated it some years ago, that when you should have the new order of things distinctly placed before your minds, so as to enable you to compare it with things which have passed and which exist, you would become too impatient for the change, that you would be inclined to destroy your old habitation before the new one could be erected and made ready for your reception. To feel thus is natural, but so to act would be most unwise. From this day forward I shall have no occasion to urge you to adopt in practice the plans proposed. Your wishes and inclinations to be in the actual possession of the happiness which they cannot fail to give you and your children, to endless generations, will greatly exceed the present power of human beings to prepare the means to put the plans into execution. These considerations, however, should not prevent us from making all the practical preparation possible to relieve us from the existing evils and distress, and to replace them with the least loss of time by those new circumstances which, without a shadow of doubt, must produce a happiness that the world has not yet experienced, and of which none of you can now form a clear and distinct estimate. There are various modes by which the measures now proposed can be carried into practice, and should this meeting approve of the outlines of the plans which I have submitted so generally to public notice, it is next to consider which, if any, of the following modes deserve the most commendation, or whether any other that may be proposed from some other quarter, should be recommended, if equally good. The adoption of the latter would please me infinitely more than to see any of my own preferred. You know not, my friends, how I shall rejoice when we shall sink the individual and unite him cordially with his fellows. The practical modes that have hitherto suggested themselves to me, or have been mentioned to me by others, are the following. The first plan I shall mention, and it is an admirable one, has been sent to me by a Mr. James Johnson 13 of Chelsea. I have not the pleasure of knowing this gentleman, but whoever he is, and whatever he may be, the letter he has sent to me, and which, with your permission, I will now read, evinces a clear understanding, a sound judgment, and much practical knowledge. It is as follows. Mr. Owen. Sir, I have taken the liberty of addressing you in consequence of reading your very able and judicious plan for the amelioration and employment of the poor, which has appeared in the public papers, and which does appear to be the best calculated for the general happiness and prosperity of the nation which can be possibly adopted. No doubt, like all great undertakings, many improvements may suggest themselves from time to time in the course of its progress, but none but what may be easily introduced without the slightest impediment to the original design. It wants nothing but the support and protection of government to enable it to be the most efficient national establishment in the kingdom, and it would be the means of drawing forth the prayers and gratitude of the poor, and would also meet the general approbation of every good individual in the country. It would soon change the feelings of many thousands of the present unhappy and discontented class of the community into gratitude and respect towards their superiors, and obedience to the laws of the country. It is distress that first produces indifference, and that leads imperceptibly, from time, to depravity and desperation, and then general misery gets established throughout the country. Open once a prospect to future comfort, there will not be found any want of patience to wait for the enjoyment of it. My motive for addressing this is, merely to suggest a simple plan for raising the means for the accomplishment. I will suppose, by way of foundation, £100,000 will be sufficient, either for one establishment, or to be divided into smaller ones, as may be deemed expedient. The common interest upon this will be £5,000. There will be but little difficulty, I should imagine, to find 100 gentlemen who would most willingly give every encouragement to promote any undertaking that will